In an era where global business demand transparency, resilience, and operational excellence, the role of chartered accountants have been evolved and being financial custodians to strategic leaders driving efficiency across international financial ecosystems. Today, chartered accountants are central to shaping global finance functions, optimizing processes, strengthening governance, leveraging technology, and enabling organizations to scale with confidence. As India continues to strengthen its position as the global finance and accounting hub, the leadership of CA has become even more critical in ensuring sustainable and efficient global operations. We are privileged to have with us CA Abhijit Bandyopadhyay, our past Central Council member of ICI, a stalwart of the profession whose vision and contribution have played a significant role in strengthening the institute and advancing the profession, both nationally and globally. His rich experience in policy making, professional development, global engagement offers invaluable perspectives on how chartered accountants can lead the next phase of global finance efficiency. I am confident, sir, that your address will provide meaningful insights, inspiration to our members, and as they navigate emerging global opportunities and leadership roles. Friends, I'll also emphasize, besides the financial efficiency, India has become a global reporting hub for non-financial reporting also.
There are very strong words, but which one do you think is the most important? This is a conference on GCC. Absolutely correct. We will definitely keep talking about global capability centers. That's the full form of GCC. Now, what is the most important word in this? CA is at the helm. Is it the CA or the helm or the global or the finance or the efficiency? Any other suggestion? Yes. That shows the gray hair. We will talk about efficiency. We'll become global. Don't worry. At the end of my session, it will be like I'll request you to be global. But CAs, we all are chartered accountants, and we have got this qualification after long time, long effort, very hard work and perseverance. We have become chartered accountants. So whatever we discuss today will be around the profession of chartered accountancy and how the chartered accountants can be more useful in this GCC and other business, right? So, may I operate करूं? ठीक है, thank you. इसमें नहीं आएगा था? Okay. So, I am a very young chartered accountant. I got qualified in 1989, only 36, 37 years back, and started my articleship another 3.5 years back. So many of you probably were not even born, but I see some of the senior colleagues are there. I just was thinking the journey of the profession of accountancy from 1949 till date to 2025. I haven't seen the profession in 1949, of course, because I passed in 89. But when I was an article, I used to see the chartered accountancy profession as my dream. And I was sent to Jamshedpur for a large listed entity group company. And I remember I was given to sit in a room with full of books and ledgers and documents. And you have to check and put a green tick. My boss told me that you have to put a green tick and initial on every journal voucher, every cash voucher. That was the concept of audit, to check and balance. Accounting, the term came from the word count. So accountants were supposed to count, that's all, and keep a track. Auditors will come and check the balance. Balance sheet, profit and loss account, income expenditure account, these are the basic things. That is the starting of the whole profession and professionals. We had plethora of books of records. I remember when I was there for a bank audit, a later stage, when I got qualified, I was sent by my boss to do a bank audit. There was another auditor. And that time this was being digitized, right? Because after some time, computers came, laptops came, printers came. Those printers were dot matrix and line printer. It used to take huge time to print a, say, 100-page ledger and with a maximum noise. So I was with my client at Jamshedpur and I saw they have tried to digitize. They have bought computers. I thought, as an article that time, I will take a walk through. I was given an admission to the room. The room was freezing cold. And with 20 huge machineries making huge noise, that was the computer. They said, we have computerized. We have spent good fortune. In fact, as a human being, we were not given air-conditioned room. But the computers were given freezing cold air-conditioned room. So the journey. Then the first software, I got trained on WordStar, Lotus, COBOL, spreadsheet, if you recall. Then it got transited to MS Office, Excel, Word, PPT. Today you have ERP. ERP came in around, I think, 1998, 99. So SAP, Oracle, and these are all integrated now. When they wanted to digitize, I was talking about the bank audit experience. Somebody was given, control over a desktop. So he did the audit. He checked the document advances, standard, substandard, doubtful, loss, classification, income recognition, everything was over. So while leaving the branch, he said, I have to have evidence, documentation. What do I carry? I can't carry your laptop, desktop. No, sir, I'll give you a CD. What CD? I don't understand CD. Who will run the CD? I don't have a desktop. So he wanted to carry the whole printout of 1,000 pages ledger. That was the concept of acceptability. That was the acceptability of computerization, that I will do the audit through computer, but ultimately I will carry. This is my evidence. If tomorrow institute asks me to produce an evidence document, I will produce the 1,000 pages ledger. So they came, rushed to me, said, Vijitji, the other auditor, he's asking for the whole printout. So I convinced him, you take a CD, you have your laptop or desktop, you can run it. Today, going forward, today the chartered accountants know what is big data. Actually, data was even big that day. But we are not having capacity to handle. Today, the computer, through computers, we are handling big data. It's a challenge. We know what is blockchain. We know what is robotic process automation. We are learning every day. We know what is machine language. We know what is AI, artificial intelligence. A huge paradigm shift. It's a paradigm shift. And I'm sure in next 20 years, the young chartered accountants will see another sea change. Plethora of changes are coming every day. We chartered accountants are resilient, right? We can accept all the challenges. We can accept all the changes. We adapt ourselves. So transition from financial reporting, typical financial reporting today, it's narrative reporting, integrated reporting, 3P reporting. The profession of accountancy, look, you are in public practice. Today, first of all, 65-70% are going for industry job. Those 30-35% are joining public practice. They are not typical auditors or accountants or tax professionals. They are into financial advisory, merger, acquisition, transformation. They are into IT consulting. IT, when I was very young, they used to say IT consulting. Today, IT consulting is an old word, conventional word. IT has so many processes and sub-processes. You are master of cyber security. You may not know how to handle data analytics. You are expert in data analytics. You may not know the coding. You are expert in coding, SAP or Oracle or JDWat or what. There are so many branches in IT consulting, but chartered accountants are doing extremely well. In my office, I have seen we have recruited 3,000 employees across the country, out of which 2,800 actually were chartered accountants. Because they are more, I'll tell you why chartered accountants are considered to be better. And of course, the globalization has helped. Suddenly, when the word globalization came into existence, we are asking, what is that? World is a global village. The world will become village. I thought I'm living in a city. Actually speaking, the whole transition, paradigm shift has become possible because everything has become globalized through cloud, through satellite. So we can actually think of doing a business where the boundary is not there. Geographical boundary has become old concept. Now we talk about efficiency. I'm trying to analyze the whole phrase. Why we talk about globalization, global shift towards efficiency? Globally, there is a requirement for more efficient will survive. It's like Darwin's theory, struggle for existence, and who will survive, the more competent. So you have to be more efficient. Volatility in the global capital market and global markets. Everywhere, volatility is a very key word which actually is shaking all the professions, not only CS. Volatility in market, it is not only capital. Volatility in revenue, volatility in assets, maintaining assets, everything. You don't know what will happen today. The world is moving so fast, so fast. You are sitting here spending 2-3 hours, you go out and suddenly came to know, the market has crashed. There could be n number of reasons. Then the requirement of ESG, governance, all these things are getting introduced. As I said, financial reporting is become narrative reporting. We talked about 3 Ps, right? Profit, planet, and people. So it is not profit which is important. It is profitability or profit sustainability is important. You are making huge profit. You are growing fast. Doesn't mean anything. Are you doing something for your employees? Are you doing something for the society? Are you leaving mark there? You are doing huge profit. You are making huge profit and you are generating carbon gas. Does not mean anything. You are not a good industrialist, good businessman. So one has to leave sustainability for the whole world, not only for his own family. So the reporting also has become narrative. One has to have resilience. There are crises. We had severe crisis during COVID days, right? Unexpected, unanticipated. Who knew COVID would come? When COVID came, we all were caught unaware globally. USA, developed country, European countries, very developed. They were into maths. Nobody anticipated even. Then only we came to know the medical industry. They did not have a medicine. They started researching. Even today they are researching. It came out of the blue and suddenly vanished. We are in the hands of God. So one has to have resilience, which probably we have. We have, definitely. So one has to have resilience and trust. These are the two key words which will actually make us survive, not just growth. Today, the companies, if you are attached to large companies, you see there is a huge pressure on the CFOs. Make more profit, make higher profitability, make sustainability, as if he is the man who has to run the company. It is not only, you have to have capital and then less capital, because capital intensive, it is becoming capital intensive. So capital is needed, but reduce the cost of capital. Less capital, more profit, more profitability are the buzzwords which are surrounding the CFOs. Now, how chartered accountants can bring efficiency? Yes, there is a need for efficiency. How chartered accountants? Let me tell you, technology is a great enabler, not enemy. As I said, there was little acceptability of computerization. I'm talking about 30, 40 years back. Today, they talk about AI, artificial intelligence. What is, President ICI said, there is AI in ICAI. So I thought I will also say there is AI in my name, Abhijit. ABHIJIT. So AI in my name. Perhaps everybody will say AI is there. Yes, artificial intelligence. There are millions of people working on different tools. What we have learned in the certificate course for AI and all, chartered accountants, medical professionals, engineers, everybody has to learn AI. Are you going to learn how to prepare an AI? I don't think that's possible. That's the job of the engineers. Coding is the writing of the programs. An AI tool will have billions and billions of codes. That it makes it generative AI. You have heard about the term. What is generative AI? Generative AI is the artificial intelligence tool which can actually think like a man. So there are three senses it can. It can hear, listen, it can speak, it can write. It cannot feel, of course, that is yet to come. But generative AI is something, when you throw a problem to them, they have solutions. So the good part of it is, in an AI tool, you throw millions of problems, it will give you millions of solutions. Where in your office, your assistant and all has limitations. Human being has limitations. We may not have that knowledge, skill, competence, but AI is unlimited, generative. And today, it is working as an office assistant, so it is called agentic AI. So the recent term is agentic AI. They work like an agent. You attend a meeting, they will attend a meeting on behalf of you. They will keep a record. They will keep a minute. They will help you as if you have attended the meeting. So these are all concepts and actually practice. Who are working? Technologists, chartered accountants also are involved. But what we learned is how to make use of AI tool. But let me tell you, my take is artificial intelligence is artificial. Huge development has already come, and there would be significant developments. Every day they are doing research work. But at the end of the day, it is artificial. And to run this, there is a need for a human natural intelligence. People talk about losing of opportunities and employment. AI is coming. I saw AI tool is doing accounting. I saw AI tool is doing auditing. It all depends on how you give a prompt. So prompt engineering has come. That's something to learn. If you give a garbage in, that will throw garbage out. If you give your prompt well, this can do havoc for you. So somebody used it and said that I'll say, show me all the non-compliances with Ind AS or accounting standard in the financial statements. It threw in a few seconds. Then he said, show me the non-compliances or departure from standards on auditing provisions as prescribed by ICI. In a few seconds, it has thrown many. So that financial report review, everything is being handled by them. Similarly, every work, everything, and they said that once AI comes in, the coder, the programmer are going to lose jobs. My take is, it's not going to substitute human being. Yes, those who are not using AI tools for their day-to-day work will become redundant, will have to vanish. Anybody who has been trained in AI tool, not that you have to make AI, it's how you use the AI tools for your own work. For accounting, if you can use this as a tool for audit, you are most welcome by your clients. I mean, there are levels and there are discussions going on. But at the end of the day, those who can use the AI as a tool for their own work will definitely survive, because finally, AI largely depends on the prompt. How you order it, what you are asking it to do. And that, finally, when they give an output, how to use it for the benefit of the society, for benefit of stakeholders, that's important. So AI definitely is not going to substitute us, rather it will complement, provided we welcome. We know what is AI and we use it, and we use the output for the benefit of the stakeholders. There are many other areas where chartered accountants are actually have done a lot, and they are in advantage to bring efficiency. Standardization as a tool for efficiency. One language, globally IFRS has been accepted as a Esperanto. What is Esperanto? A common understandable language. US has its US GAAP. There are departures. India has a carve out. Every country has their own standards. Singapore has Singapore standards. At the end of the day, all are aligned with IFRS. So standardized code, we speak the same language globally. So any financial statements prepared by you or audited by you shall be acceptable globally. Is it not an advantage? Cross-border is CAs navigate multiple jurisdictions. Today, as I said, world is a large global village. And we can, I'll show you another slide, how on taxation and other areas we can actually service global clients. So the efficiency, reducing friction in international trade. I have another slide. Sustainability, the new balance sheet. The balance sheet is not going to have only assets and liabilities. Try to understand what is ESG and what will be impact. Let me tell you, 80% of the balance sheets and profit loss are estimates. We have a separate standard for accounting estimates. We have a separate auditing standard for auditing accounting estimates. Why? The whole balance sheet has some impact of the estimates. And let me tell you, the estimates are largely dependent on factors which will get impacted by ESG. If a company is run on, say, fuel, what fuel they use? Coal or petrol, diesel, whatever. We don't have many solar plants or hydel plants. Hydel plants actually have failed. So all this depends on your consumption of fuel, which will be scarce, which will not be there tomorrow. So the companies will have impact. Then the geography, you see, southern coast are having tsunamis and storms and natural calamities every year. So if you have a manufacturing plant there in the coastal border, one has to look at the future use of your plant and machinery. The useful life you have taken 35 years could be reduced to 20 years. Now, since you are emitting a lot of carbon gas, you will have loans, debts at a very higher cost. Government has already promoted green finance. Those who are managing carbon emission, they will have a lesser rate of interest. So your profit loss is impacted. So the whole balance sheet, I'm not getting into the details, but if you look at the balance sheet items, assets and liabilities, profit and loss account, income and expenditure are largely going to be impacted by ESG. So the balance sheet will be a green balance sheet. Ethical leadership. When a chartered accountant becomes qualified, he is qualified as good as we have qualifications. But to become a professional, what is that which makes a qualified as a professional? Because the chartered accountants have a strong ethical codes, which is globally accepted. I have represented India in an international board on audit and accounting, audit and assurance standard, and I worked with the ethical standard board. Indian ethical standards are rated topmost, highest, because chartered accountants have ethics and ethical standards. They are reliable. So that definitely is a charter difference. So we work as a gatekeepers, right? Frauds. We try to stop fraud. We cannot detect fraud. We cannot go on, making roving inquiries. But in our audit inquiries, if there is a chance of fraud, that can be reduced, that can be stopped. That's why our motto is Ya Yasha Shupteshu Jagrati. One who is awake amongst those who are asleep peacefully. Because we are awake, the other people, stakeholders are sleeping. So basically, we dominate the financial efficiency. We chartered accountants dominate the financial leadership. One is capital allocation. As I said, reduce capital requirement. Capital is volatile. Global market is volatile. So there has to be a discipline. Yes, we can throw that discipline. We have that in our mind. Risk-adjusted decision-making. Chartered accountants are playing a major role in decision-making, and we always have risk in mind. Strong control, assurance, and governance. Yes, that's another challenge, where chartered accountants have a better, advantageous position because we talk about assurance. We give assurance. So once you have a, mind of giving assurance, you always think on the back of mind, if there is a risk, has somebody identified, assessed, mitigated, responded, how to respond to the risk. So strong control mechanism we expect from management. Otherwise, we say control departure, control lapse. So any decision made, any conclusion made by chartered accountants will have a risk-based analysis. Ability to translate numbers. We are not number crunchers today. The chartered accountants, with the aid of lot of tools from ICI, training from ICI, today's chartered accountants and chartered accountants of my age, when I became, I think there is a huge difference because you can create value. Today, the chartered accountants actually creating value add. The conventional services, if you say I'm a good auditor, accountant, honestly, you will be outdated. Today, the whole accounting office of the world depends on us, the chartered accountants. India's accounting market was estimated by a survey at 15.9 billion USD in 2023, and today 2025, if they have another survey, probably it will reach 18-19 billion USD. GCCs, I'll take you through GCC slides later, is changing the whole concept of providing our services. Again, a journey from auditor and accountant to service providers. Yeah. So the reality is we are not the back office, we are the head office. The changing role, CFO has become Chief and Future Officer. What is a GCC? We'll talk on GCC for the whole day, but my idea is it's a collaboration. It's a complementary, attitude. You have strength on a particular skill and competence. The other fellows will have skill and competence in something else which you do not have. Merge. You cannot merge, you collaborate. So today the global capability centers are, if you have a global strength, say market in US, you can sell, you can manufacture, you can trade, you can do whatever, but you do not have enough talent to deliver. Earlier concept was delivery center. So you will ask somebody to deliver for you. Process outsourcing, job outsourcing, business process outsourcing, knowledge process outsourcing. GCC is not merely that, is much more than that. GCC is, they will own their business part. They will depend on you, they will recruit. So there are GCCs in India where more than 1 lakh people are working. And naturally, you can anticipate the number of chartered accountants. So it's an integrated platform where strategically they make it to leverage on the lower cost of talent, higher level of efficiency, skill and competence. That's the marriage. It's a win-win situation, right? So that actually they get more value add, It's a strategic platform, as I said, and finally, wholly owned. The ownership lies with them. So that's the concept of GCC. The reasons is business impact. You see your space is very costly. So you take space in some other country, some other location where it is less costly. You do not have talent, so many number. India has huge number of pool of talents. You do not have particular skill competence, particularly on the technology. India is very strong on the technology. Now we have heard about TCS, Wipro, Infosys. They have actually grown on business process outsourcing because of their technology strength. They have exported technologists. Today, you don't have to export. If you want to open a GCC, GCC is why it is different. Just to sum up, talent, expense savings, we know. Business capabilities, as I said, you did not have. Somewhere in the world you identified. So developed world will have the business and developing world will actually export services. And every country is very skeptic today to allow people from other countries to take immigration visas. US, what is happening. So that way, if you have somebody in India, let them be Indians, let them sit in India and service for the US company at a very higher rate. What we are getting employment, we are getting higher salary, we are getting a better life, but US is also getting our services at a leveraged cost. So this is the concept of GCC, and it's a strategic, business. So since time is not there, I am skipping something. Global taxation. Again, chartered accountants are best placed because we know the global taxation policies. We know the regulations. Tsunami of regulations coming in. Every day there are regulations changes. Who can be better service providers than the chartered accountants who know Indian taxation, who can learn the global taxation, who can align the global taxation requirement? It's not only transfer pricing, it's much, much more than that. Direct tax, indirect tax, globally there are standardized norms. So Indian chartered accountants are better equipped to handle them. Again, I'll skip this, chartered accountants. If you see GCC value index, see the value of enterprise is ever growing. It's more matured is the GCC concept. The value to the enterprise is much more. It starts with incremental savings. Now that has gone. Is it increasing the efficiency? Yes, but it's much more. What is that? Talent score, talent scale, talent level, talent quality is much better in a GCC. Transformation engine. So it has transformed my business. Again, not to make more profit, make it sustainable growth. Finally, it impacts revenue and business. So more the model is matured, more it is value addition to the enterprises. How do we do it? I am told that Jaipur has around 3 or 4 GCCs already opened up, but I am sure you would like to ask a question to yourself. Okay, you have said a lot, but how do we go ahead? What are the steps to open up GCC? As I said that the conventional business is with us. Nobody is going to take it away from us. Audit, accounting, and tax. But then we should do something more because for the next generation, they are more in numbers. So what is that we can do to set up? Evaluate. First, you see whether we are GCC ready, whether you have that location, we have the space, you have the infrastructure. So set up, before setting up, plan, assess whether you can deliver. And it is much more than a delivery center. So you have to take the ownership, right? Then you design. While designing the business case, the functional intake, design and approvals, talent, into space, all these things are to be designed. The next step is setup. So just don't go and set up immediately. First, you evaluate, assess how it's going to work, design, and then set up and then operate. When it goes to the operation, I can't tell you how many employees will work under you. It's not in 100. It will be in 1,000, and there are GCCs who employ more than lakh. India has that pool of talent. So finally, I said and I repeat that we have to think a little more than thinking very conventional way. Those who are very seniors probably will guide you, will leave something to you for sustainability of the profession and professionals. What is the call to action in Jaipur? Why we are talking a lot about GCC and professionals and how chartered accountants should be at the helm of GCC at global efficiency. Upskill, imbibe technology. I said technology is not an enemy. Imbibe technology, otherwise you are simply out of the race. Global mindset. We cannot really think that we should sit here and will satisfy my family and all. If you really want to grow, as I said, growth does not mean your profit grows. I know many of us will have that kind of wealth or profit God has given us. But we have to grow means we have to leave a larger organization. We have to collaborate and get a lot of people with us. Tomorrow, when we will not work, my organization will continue. So have a global mindset. I am in an advantageous position. I can serve the whole globe, right? And you have to lead. Be prepared to sit at the board level, the policymakers level. The global capital market is in our hand, should be in our hand. So think big, have a mindset that I will run the board. I will make the policies, not that I will follow the policies. So don't just advise, drive the strategy. Somebody will make policy, somebody will make strategy. Okay, let it come, some changes will be there and I'll learn it. We are already there today. There are so many changes by the regulators. We learn and we deliver. But tomorrow we should be advising the government, right? Nation, partner in nation building. So show the world that chartered accountants are pilots, not the passengers. Efficiency is our product and trust is our brand. Who can have better advantage to run the whole GCC movement? So don't compare or compete, collaborate. As I said, the size of the cake is very, very huge. In this world, globe GCCs and all, the size of the cake is very, very large. We all can share, not that it's competitive. Either I eat or he eats. You and he and she and everybody can collaborate, merge, and we all can eat, right? So collaborate, join hands, become larger, make your chartered accountants firm larger. As some Prime Minister said, we'll have big 4 Indian firms. I say big 40. Why not big 40? Why not big 400? We can actually take our mindset to the global, beyond Indian territory, beyond Indian boundary, and we can actually leave a larger organization for our next generations. The future of global finance actually does not belong to economists, technologists. What we feel, that's a wrong idea. The future lies in the hands of chartered accountants because we are much, much better placed. So we should be at the helm of global finance efficiency. Thank you so much. Sorry, I've taken a little more time. Thank you. Any questions we'll take. Thank you.
Thank you, Bijit sir, for sharing your vast experience and enlightening us how we chartered accountants can switch our roles from the record keepers and auditors to the strategy makers and be the backbone of this global economy. Thank you, sir, for traveling miles from Kolkata to Jaipur to sharing your experience. And thank you to Ankit Bhaiya, please, sparing time from your busy schedules. Thank you, sir. Over to for next schedule, Pawanji. Kamalji.
Thank you so much, sir. We are just going to start the next session in just 2 minutes. Then, please. पांच पांच बस 5 लगा ना A very good morning, Shubh Prabhat, and Sat Sri Akal. On behalf of the group to promote India as accounting GCC, operating under the esteemed aegis of DITS and WTA Directorate, and graciously hosted by the Jaipur branch of CIRC of ICI, I, CA Kamal Jain, welcome you all to the 6th edition of GCC Summit here in Hotel Hilton Jaipur. Today, Summit stands as a strategic platform reflecting India's growing leadership in global capability centers and the expanding role of chartered accountants in shaping global finance and accounting ecosystems. For starting this inaugural session, I would like to invite our Vice Chairman Raja Mordas sir, Secretary Yash Gupta, all management committee members, our Program Director Rohit Rohatia sir, our Program Director again Satish Gupta sir, and all the management committee member, Ruchi ma'am, and all is present here. Abhijit sir is with us. Please join us for the lighting of lamp.
या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डवण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीम्.
I request for the please be here for the motto song, ICI motto song. I request to everybody please stand up for the ICI motto song.
यैष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति यैष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्लं तदेव शुक्लतब्रह्म तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः श्रितः सर्वे तदुक्तान्यतश्च नान्यपीतश्च एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I have honored to formally invite our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. So first, I just want to request CA Raja Murdo Sharma, sir, Vice Chairman, Jaipur Branch, please come on the dais. CA Yash Gupta, Secretary, Jaipur Branch, please come on the dais. I request CA Rohit Ruhati Agrawal, sir, Central Council Member and the Program Director, please come on the dais. I request CA Satish Gupta, sir, our Program Director, please come on the dais. May I please welcome all of them and a huge round of applause for the dignitaries. Without taking much time, now I want to invite CA Raja Moda Sharma, sir, Vice Chairman, Jaipur Branch, to deliver his welcome address and set a tone of today's summit.
Thank you, Kamal Bhaiya. Respected Central Council Member Satish Gupta sir, Rohit Ruwadia ji, Secretary Jaipur Branch Yash Gupta ji, Regional Council Member Ruchi Gupta ma'am, Ansul ji, Kamal ji, Speaker Ankit Maisri ji, Past Chairman, and all participants. I, CA Raja Mordu Sharma, Jaipur Branch Vice Chairman, welcomes all of you. सबसे पहले तो मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा दोनों काउंसिल मेंबर्स का जो जीसीसी प्रोग्राम जयपुर ब्रांच को दिया और ये इतना अच्छा प्रोग्राम कमेटी से अप्रूव करवाया. थैंक यू सो मच सर. आज का जो इवेंट है वो ग्लोबल कोलैबोरेशन, प्रोफेशनल एक्सीलेंस और शेयर्ड लर्निंग का एक एग्जांपल है. इंडिया का जो सीए है वो हाई स्टैंडर्ड्स ऑफ गवर्नेंस, कंप्लायंस एंड प्रोफेशनल इंटीग्रिटी के लिए जाना जा रहा है. एंड आज का जो चार्ट अकाउंटेंट है वो ओनली अकाउंटेंट ना रह के बल्कि एक ट्रस्टेड एडवाइजर, स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर है. और ये जो इवेंट है ये जैसा रोहित सर ने बताया कि पहली बार आईसीआई पहली बार ऐसा इवेंट कर रहा है. तो थैंक यू रोहित सर अगेन. ये इवेंट जिससे कि मतलब नेटवर्किंग बढ़ रही है और सब लोगों का जो ग्लोबली एक्सेप्टेंस है वो बढ़ रहा है. ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ जयपुर ब्रांच हमारे काउंसिल मेंबर का एक बार मैं फिर से धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि रेगुलरली प्रोग्राम अप्रूव कर रहे हैं और मतलब हर वीक कोई ना कोई प्रोग्राम चल रहा है. थैंक यू सो मच. जय आईसीआई, जय हिंद.
Thank you, Raja sir, for your gracious word. Now, I would like to invite our program director and our council member, CA Rohit Ruhatia sir, please give his word of wisdom.
Thank you, Kamal Bhai. Very respected Central Council member, Satish Gupta sir. Vice Chairman of the branch, Raja Murdwaj. Secretary Yash Gupta ji. Honorable Speaker from Kolkata, past Council Member Abhijit Bandopadhyay sir. Thank you sir for coming here right away from Kolkata. Ankit Maheshwari ji and my good friend, the moderator of the session, Ruchi ji, all the managing committee members and the team of officials of RICO who are present over here. So, and all the participants, a very good morning to one and all present over here. So today we have gathered here in the GCC summit. When we discussed this idea of doing GCC summit at Jaipur, so it was felt that whether our members will be able to connect with what we are planning to do or not, there was quite ambiguity in our mind that if we are doing such summit, so whether our members will be able to understand what GCC is all about. So eventually we took a risk, and across India, Institute has a committee in the name of WTO in international trade who look after the, like, in ministries, we have external ministries. In the same way, Institute has a committee in the name of WTO in international trade. Under that committee, there is a group formed this year only in the name of GCC group. So I think during the first session, we must have understood what GCC is all about. Am I right, or still we need to understand something about it? Yeah. So, but Desi, let me also articulate in my own way to understand what you people have understood, because I was there out and not able to hear sir's full session. But I also come to know 2-3 days before what exactly GCC is all about. And the day before yesterday, we went to RICO and DIC, the Industrial Department of Rajasthan. So in the recent Pravasi Rajasthan Summit, this policy was unveiled by the government state of Rajasthan. There is a document, we'll be unveiling the document soon when our chairman Abhay Chhajarji and vice chairman Sanjay Singhal will be coming. They are on the way. So that's why, but we don't want any delay. So we started. So when we discussed with them, they said immediately how chartered accountants are doing this event. So there was very surprised notion by all of them that why you people are doing this. We are delayed. Like the industry department said they are delayed. Then I just candidly said to them, sir, your policy has a definition of GCC and I think it is wrong. So immediately they called all their officers. Their consultant was there, senior DGM, GM, all are here. So we sat together and they said, now say what you are saying. So I just suggested that, okay, this is what I feel that this should be the definition. That suppose if Pepsi, I will just give an example. If Pepsi is working outside India anywhere in the world, और Pepsi का बैक ऑफिस यदि यहाँ खुलता है और Pepsi के नाम से ही खुलता है, तो Pepsi का वो GCC माना जाता है. ये डायरेक्टली इसको समझते हैं, बट पेप्सी में कोको कोला को सर्विसेज नहीं दी जाएगी, चाहे वो सेम प्रोडक्ट है. तो उन्हीं की एसओपीज को फॉलो करते हुए यदि यहाँ पे उनको सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करी जाए तो उसको एक जीसीसी के माध्यम से एक डेजिग्नेशन है. अभी तक लगभग 1800 के आसपास जीसीसी पूरे भारत में रजिस्टर हुए. तो इंस्टीट्यूट के अंदर जब ये एजेंडा आया तो एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है नेस्कॉम करके, so that organization is doing events related to GCC. But when it felt that there are more than hundreds of GCCs who are owned and managed by chartered accountants, and in Rajasthan and especially in Jaipur, we have 3 major GCC who are actually chartered accountants. So we discussed with them and we thought that why not do something related to this, and looking way forward, how institute and how profession should evolve with the passage of time. On the one side, we talk about ITRs, audits, GST. Of course, they are the main source of income and bread butter for a common professional. But at the same time, when we look to these enterprises, they are employing more than 2,000 professionals. Sometimes we feel unimaginary that a chartered accountant is employing 2,000 employees in the organization. So you can connect and you can understand that how big this industry is all about. But when we see that there are different types of module, outsourcing accounting is one way. Earlier, when it used to happen a call center, then it converted into back office, then it converted into outsourcing accounting, then it converted into GCC. So a beautiful name given by the authority, the Global Capability Center, and each government is behind these policies like anything that we should have. So the people of Rajasthan, even I would say the Rajasthan is also aggressively moving forward in developing the GCC policy for state so that we can invite more and more investors here. After this session, they will be discussing what incentives state government is giving to the establishment who are coming to state of Rajasthan. Tomorrow, it may happen that your counterpart in any country in the world may wanted to come to Rajasthan, or you can explain them that the state policies gives you so much of benefit. You please come here, you please invest here, because these capability centers give employments to thousands of people, and there is a long way to go. So that's why the thought, and Satish Gupta sir guided me that Rohit bhai, we have to do this. You take lead and you please do it motivated, because he's engaged in the most awaited event of the year. On 30th and 31st December, the fiducia is there. So he's taking lead all the way. And I said that let us do a small experiment, because at times when we did this program in Bangalore, there were 700, 800 professionals. But when we see here, we restricted ourselves to up to 200 participants. So we are discussing, we are understanding, and we want our professionals to be with the pace of the economy, be with the pace of the profession, be with the pace of the financial structure of the country, so that we are relevant. And I would like to congratulate each one of you that you people understood that what GCC is all about, and you are here. Because yesterday night only the details of the speakers was launched, and we tried to bring some GCCs over here. In this event, 3 authorities are participating. One is SEPC, Service Export Promotion Council. This is the regulatory body for the export of services. Another one is IFSCA, that is the Gift City. They have nominated the Gift City is the ecosystem partner in this GCC summit with us. And thirdly, the state authorities, the industry department and the RICO, with which in future, the investments will be done, the license will be done for bringing investments in the state of Rajasthan, for cordially discussing, dialoguing with them, so that the investors are confident and comfortable in coming to the state of Rajasthan. So in this small environment, in this small event, we are able to do partnership with 3 major authorities who are big stakeholders in terms of developing the financial ecosystem of the country. So this is all about GCC, which we are planning, and throughout the day, there are sessions in which we'll be discussing much more things. We'll be hearing the point of views of the already established GCC. We'll be hearing the policy of the state, so that we can guide further to our professionals and even those who are looking forward to collaborate. During our lunch session, we can also have the networking amongst each other, so that there are people who are doing different fields. They can come together, they can also collaborate and make such structure that going forward, if we can create our own GCC. And even yesterday, I requested the authorities, the RICO authorities sitting there. I said, sir, in the state of Rajasthan, you are providing grants and subsidies to many industries hub, but there are no grants and subsidies for the financial service sector. So we are the financial professionals, and if few financial professionals come together, like believing to the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, who is continuously focusing on building big 20, big 30, big 100 CA firms, consulting firms in the country, we want some handholding from the authorities also. If such kind of ecosystem comes there in place, and they try to employ 400, 500,000 employees, and they come together, so some kind of support from the authorities can be developed, and it will state CA firms to come together and work in standard board has cleared many initiatives which was pending from large couple of years. We are in regular dialogue with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, because
So that is the best opportunity for we chartered accountants as far as we talk about the GCC. And my dear friends, why India as the best destination to GCC? Why India? The number one thing that we have talent. We have talent within the reasonable cost. And the second one, time zone. जब हमारे यहाँ दिन होता है वहां रात होती है, जब हमारी रात होती है वो दिन होता है, तो उन लोगों का टाइम तो 24 आवर वर्क शुरू हो जाता है. और हमारे यहाँ बिजनेस एनवायरनमेंट स्टेबल है, कॉस्ट एफिशिएंट है, और पूल हमारे पास अच्छा, टैलेंट पूल अच्छा है. तो दीज आर द रीजन दैट इंडिया इज द बेस्ट चॉइस, द फर्स्ट चॉइस फॉर ऑल ऑफ द MNCs टू ओपन GCC. राइटली टोल्ड बाई रोहित भाई दैट अभी हमारे 1800 प्लस सेंटर्स है, बट करीब करीब 1.6 to 1.8 मिलियन लोग यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं. यू कैन सी द साइज ऑफ वन GCC. And that's why Rajasthan has come forward to bring their own policy on GCC. No state can miss this. बस ये बस है जिसमें सबको चढ़ना है. तो अगर आप आज जो 70, 80, 100 लोग हमारे यहाँ बैठे हैं, you may be the leader in the front of this GCC. But just apply your mind, start work immediately, have a proper consultation, and you can open your own GCC, my dear friends. So friends, this was Bengaluru is the hub as of now, Hyderabad is hub as of now, but Rajasthan may be hub because we have come with several benefits, several concessions. So kindly go through the policy of Rajasthan and visualize that you can open your own GCC and you can have a collaboration with the MNC. And if you talk about these KPOs, like NAV in Jaipur, difference. NAV we may also treat NAV as also a GCC, but there is a big difference. GCC generally handles only one client. GCC generally handles only one client. KPO handles various clients. So we can make a mix of these also. We may have 2, 3, 4 clients and can work better than the basic model of the GCC, or we can compare with the KPOs also. So with this, friends, this is about GCC, which was the today's program, but I have been given an opportunity to speak here, and I would like to share some of the informations at ICI, which as a council member, I and Rohit Bhai are dealing very rigorously, very seriously, very dedicatedly. So some of the information just to share with you all. Number one, before that, I would like to bring you on Jaipur National Conference Fiducia 2025. Fiducia 2025 में किसने रजिस्ट्रेशन कराया आप लोगों ने? तो कांग्रेचुलेशन टू ऑल. जो लोगों ने नहीं कराया उनके लिए 2 दिन के लिए और खोल रहे हैं, आज और कल. ऐसा नहीं रजिस्ट्रेशन हुए नहीं है. वी हैव क्रॉस्ड अवर बेंचमार्क बहुत पहले कर चुके हैं. 1500 का बेंचमार्क था. नाउ वी आर एट 2000 सम odd. Why we are opening? Because we discussed at the management committee, all are of the opinion that the program level which we have created in this Fiducia 2025 is a very high level program, where the entire leadership of institute, entire except 2, 3 members of council members, all are coming to Jaipur. They will give us their vision, and the faculties are, for example, in income tax we have Giri Sahuja ji and Kapil Goyal ji also, and in international taxation we have our past president. In GST we have Vimal Jain ji and Atul Gupta ji. In AI we have Jangir Saab from Bangalore and Vittal Bhai from he's from also South. We have one session on the emerging opportunity for the new age chartered accountants. And several, beside more than 18 sessions will be there. One will be open house. where you can ask any question from the president, vice president, and the past presidents. Any question for the profession. Apart from this, on the first day of the conference, we have arranged one stand-up comedian show in Birla Auditorium itself. On the second day, we have a cultural evening, fully cultural evening with the Indian Idolist finalist two. One is the Savai Bhat from Rajasthan. Another is the Anjali Gaikwad from Pune with their team. That will be held at EP with dinner. So this is the program. I think अभी भी कोस्ट ज्यादा नहीं है, 2500 रुपए ही है. और अपने साथियों के लिए अभी हमने उसमें अब you can take the extra passes also for 600 rupees. 600 rupees, that is the cost of dinner only. What we are paying, dinner is not 600, dinner is of more than 1000. But 600 रुपए हम दे रहे हैं उसको होलसेल के कारण, तो खाली वही पैसा आपसे cost center के हिसाब से ले रहे हैं. So apart from this, now from something about the institute, friends, I am heading CPE committee this time, Continuous Professional Education Committee. And just to inform you, friends, we are coming up with the new portal of CPE, very good portal, very easy to use. But something very important, but that will not affect you people, because you are the regular and very dedicated chartered accountant. You come on the time, you attend all the programs. But we are coming up with, my dear friends, अगर आपने 12 घंटे का रजिस्टर कराया प्रोग्राम और 4 घंटे अटेंड किया तो 4 घंटा एक क्रेडिट मिलेगी आपको, चाहे पैसा आपने 12 घंटे का दिया हो. एग्री विद मी? तो ताली वाली बजा दो अगर अच्छा लग रहा है. नहीं लग रहा तो बजा दो, अच्छा तो होना तो ही. अब दूसरा, आई एम ऑल्सो हेडिंग यूडिन दिस टाइम. यूडिन में फ्रेंड्स नया पोर्टल वहां भी आ रहा है विद वेरी स्मूथ एक्सपीरियंस. बट वी हैव मेड 3 चेंजेस, very important 3 changes. Number 1, कि 60 टैक्स ऑडिट के बाद 61वीं टैक्स ऑडिट के लिए आपका यूडिन जनरेट नहीं होगा कोई भी क्लॉज में. ताली बनती है ना? दूसरा, अगर आपका ऑडिटी, आपका क्लाइंट 1 साल आपसे ऑडिट कराकर अगले साल दूसरे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के पास चला जाता है और आपको फीस नहीं दी या आपको कोई टेक्निकल इश्यू पेंडिंग छोड़ के चला जाता है, क्योंकि आपको अगले चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का नाम मालूम नहीं होता है, तो आप उससे कनेक्ट नहीं कर सकते हैं, ना चिट्ठी लिख सकते हैं, ना फीस मांग सकते हैं, ना फीस मांगने के लिए उसको फोर्स करवा सकते हैं क्लाइंट को. तो हम आपको यूडिन के माध्यम से अब आपके सक्सीडिंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का नाम बताएंगे. फिर ताली बनती है इसमें तो पक्का, कोई झटका ही नहीं किसी को. एंड थर्ड वन जो हमने इस बार किया, माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, बहुत लोगों को अच्छा नहीं लगा होगा क्यों समय लगता है, बट वी हैव इनकॉर्पोरेटेड ऑडिटर्स ओपिनियन इन यूडिन फॉर्मेट. आपको दिखी भी होगी इस बार जिन्होंने ऑडिट करी होगी. वी आर आस्किंग देम ऑडिटर के वेदर यू हैव क्वालिफाइड, यू हैव गिव डिस्क्लेमर और यू हैव एडवर्स ओपिनियन ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर ऑडिट. व्हाई दिस पर्टिकुलर clause was incorporated? Because friend, whenever we meet the government and government asks what your chartered accountants are doing, we don't have any data with us to tell them. Before this, I want to tell you, friend, this data is only for you or for the ICI. It will not be shared anywhere to anybody. No verifier can see those data. So now we have the data that how many reports have been qualified, how many disclaimers have been given, and how many adverse opinions have been given by our chartered accountants. So now we can represent before the government in better way. So 3 changes in the UDIN. One very important change, CMP. CMP में 6 कोर्स हमने लॉन्च कर दिए हैं या करने वाले हैं, और 6 कोर्स आपको निश्चित रूप से एक नया माइलस्टोन देंगे, नया विजन देंगे और आपकी प्रैक्टिस की एरिया को निश्चित रूप से बढ़ाएंगे. Just to brief, first course is the GST litigation. Second course is the real estate 360-degree view. Third course is the virtual CFO. Fourth course is that whatever benefits we can get out of import and export or custom procedures. And 2 more courses are there. So we are bringing all these courses just to have a very depth knowledge. Very, जैसे रियल एस्टेट में हम क्या काम करते हैं, वी डू सिंपली वन इज केपीओ. जैसे आज जो बात हो रही है, ये तो हो रही है कि क्या नियम है, हम केपीओ में बताएंगे काम कैसे आएगा आपके पास. हाउ कैन वी ब्रिंग द वर्क फ्रॉम आउटसाइड द कंट्री, व्हाट, हाउ कैन वी मूव अहेड इन दैट डायरेक्शन.
वो सही है, वो चलेगी.
पीएमपी में आई एम हेडिंग ए वन ग्रुप फॉर द मेंबर्स बेनिफिट. माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, अभी आपको एयू बैंक से कितने लोग परेशान कर रहे हैं? जस्ट रेज योर हैंड्स. कम ही लोगों को परेशान किया. और कितने लोग क्रेडिट कार्ड या उनका अकाउंट खुलवा चुके हैं? तो कुछ अच्छा लगा इसमें? अच्छा लगा ना? तो ताली उली बजा दो यार, इतना बड़ा काम कर दिया है. जस्ट फॉर योर इंफॉर्मेशन माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, इस टाइप में अगर आप क्रेडिट कार्ड ले लेते हैं, आपकी इच्छा पर है, और आईसीआई की मेंबरशिप फीस रिन्यूअल का पेमेंट उस क्रेडिट कार्ड के थ्रू करते हैं, तो आपको 25% डिस्काउंट, जो फीस आप देंगे उस पर क्रेडिट कार्ड कंपनी देगी. 25% डिस्काउंट. तो अगर आपने नहीं लिया है, और बाकी लोगों को जिन्होंने ताली नहीं बजा, उनको लेना नहीं है, मतलब क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं लेना, डिस्काउंट लेना है. आई एम रियली हैप्पी. नहीं, नया खाता खोलो ना. तो वो मैं करा दूंगा. अब जैसे ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये बता दीजिए, वी विल मैनेज दैट, दैट इज नॉट इशू. इसके अलावा उसका 8 डोमेस्टिक लोन फ्री मिलेंगे आपको साल में. और थर्ड, जो 8x पॉइंट का रिवार्ड पॉइंट है, 8x, सपोज यू पे योर टैक्सेज थ्रू दैट क्रेडिट कार्ड, तो सब्जेक्ट टू मैक्सिमम 5000 रिवार्ड, 5000 पॉइंट. दैट इज मतलब सपोज जो आपका 5000 बनेगा, मान लो 1250 रुपए आपको वैल्यू इन इंडियन रुपीज 1250 हर महीना आपको क्रेडिट कार्ड पे मिल सकती है, बाय पेइंग टैक्सेज, बाय पेइंग योर सॉफ्टवेयर फीस थ्रू दैट क्रेडिट कार्ड. तो दिस अरेंजमेंट वी हैव डन. एंड उनका जो कासा अकाउंट खोला है वो रॉयल अकाउंट है, कार्ड मेटल कार्ड है, क्रेडिट कार्ड मेटल है. आप अपने बैंक अकाउंट आपके मेंबरशिप नंबर के साथ एसोसिएट करके खाता खोल सकते हैं. तो दिस आर द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर्स विच आई थिंक यू विल गो इन डिटेल, यू विल फाइंड वेरी यूजफुल. पर कॉल इज योर्स. एचडीएफसी से हमने ये करना था प्रोसेसिंग. हाँ हाँ, कितने हैं, कितने हैं उसमें? 400 बचेंगे क्या? चलो वो बात करते हैं, ठीक है, अगर उनके हाथ में वो बात कर लेंगे. इसके बाद में माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, एक एचडीएफसी का टर्म लोन कराया हमने, उसमें 10.60 पे अनसिक्योर्ड विदाउट कोलेटरल, और काफी बढ़िया रेस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है उनको. आई वॉज रियली सरप्राइज टू नो दैट आवर मेंबर्स को इतना जरूरत है क्या पैसे की, बट दे आर गेटिंग द बेनिफिट वाट एवर दे हैव इन देयर माइंड. वी आर वर्किंग in a group that how we can determine the minimum audit fees this year. हम चाह रहे हैं कि हमारी ऑडिट फीस में हम सिटी वाइज और वर्क वाइज मिनिमम फीस डिटरमाइन करें, नॉट रिकमेंडेटरी, स्टेट्यूटरी मिनिमम फीस, जो कि आपको लेनी ही होगी. एक और प्रपोजल रोहित भाई ने दिया था, बताया नहीं, मैं बता देता हूं. रोहित भाई ने एक प्रपोजल दिया हमारे को, बहुत ही यूजफुल प्रपोजल दिया, वो स्वीकार भी हो गया है, कि अब आप फीस जो लेंगे वो सारी बैंकिंग चैनल से लेंगे, आप कैश फीस नहीं ले पाएंगे मेंबर्स. मतलब रोहित भाई ने बहुत कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि इसको रिकमेंडेटरी से मैंडेटरी पे ले आए, तो वी आर ट्राइंग. बट फ्रेंड्स, व्हाट आई वांट टू कन्वे, कि एंटायर आईसीआई इज वर्किंग फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ फ्रेटर्निटी एंड बेनिफिट ऑफ द प्रोफेशन. अकाउंटेंट की डेफिनेशन को एज इट इज रखवाने के लिए जो लीडरशिप ने काम किया है, आई वॉज ऑल्सो द मेंबर ऑफ दैट ग्रुप विच मेट द सेलेक्ट कमेटी ऑफ द पार्लियामेंट, जस्ट टू रिप्रेजेंट वाई अकाउंटेंट डेफिनेशन शुड नॉट बी, इधर उधर नहीं करना आपको, एंड वी कुड गेट सक्सेस. दिस टाइम वी आल्सो हैव चैलेंज, वी हैव चैलेंज थ्रू कंपनीज अमेंडमेंट बिल, वेयर गवर्नमेंट इज थिंकिंग टू bring no audit for companies having turnover up to ₹1 crore. Government is thinking to extend
the entire
Recording
world.
in
I
progress.
wish all of you a very, very happy learning. And once again, thanks to Jaipur branch and to both the program directors, Rohit Bhai and Satish Bhaiya, for wonderful support. I'm really sorry for not being there because I had prior commitments, but I'll definitely look forward to come back again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev sir, for your great words and and give us the insights of this GCC. And we will miss you because if you able to come, then it will be great for us and honor us. And thank you so much. Now we are moving for the next important session. We are having insights and make this GCC policy for the Rajasthan. So a huge round of the applaud for all the dignitaries. It is our pride and we are privileged to. We just want to felicitate our guest and speaker of this session, Kulveer sir. I would like to invite CA Pawan Lakhotia sir to present a plant and memento to our guest. Thank you, Pawan sir. And now I just want to acknowledge the presence of these other dignitaries. So I just want to
Recording in progress.
Chajad sir with us as well. So I would like to invite on the dais Abhay Chajad sir. A huge round of applause for the Abhay Chajad sir. He is again a deputy convener of this group and convener of the directorate. I would like to invite Abhay Chajad sir. Please join us on the dais. In the meanwhile, Sanjeev Singhal sir is again deputy convener of this directorate is also joining us in a meanwhile. So I would like to invite CA Shailendra Agrawal ji to facilitate our deputy convener of this group and convener of directorate CA Abhay Chhajar ji. So by presenting plant and memento. A huge round of applause for the sir. Thank you, Shailendra. So, in continuation, I just want to invite CS Sanjay Begaria, sir, DGM RICO. Please come on the dais. We just want to acknowledge your presence by presenting a plant. I would like to invite Saurabh Baheti ji, please come on the dais and acknowledge sir's presence by giving them a plant. A huge round of applause for the sir. Thank you so much, sir. And I just want to acknowledge another person, Ashok Minaji and Nakash sir, Vibhushit sir, and Vipul sir in the continuation of this session, because sir is just want to start this session by presenting the policy. Before starting this, I would like to invite Abhay sir to give their valuable word of wisdom to all of us and guide us about this GCC policies, which we are going to be shared with the peoples. So I would like to invite Abhay Jhajar sir, please come and share his word of wisdom.
Thank you. Thank you, Kamal. So almost the morning is over. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think it's just 1 minute before 12. So good morning and good afternoon to everyone. Highly respected on the dais, Kulveer Singh sir, and of course the Kamal, the member of the managing committee of Jaipur branch, and my two esteemed colleague in the council, Satish Gupta ji and Rohit Ruwatia, of course the program directors also, the coordinators of organizing this very important one-day seminar, or I would say the GCC summit, the 6th GCC summit, which now we are organizing in last 6 months. Started the journey in June 2025, where we had the first GCC summit in Delhi, and now is the 6th one. So thank you so much, Rohit and Satish ji. A big round of applause for both of them for this opportunity, which I think this GCC, we have traveled from Delhi to Ahmedabad, to Hyderabad, then to Pune, and then to Bangalore. And now we are in Jaipur. So we are now covering states, now maybe going to tier 1 and tier 2 cities, and then later to smaller cities, smaller branches, to have the opportunity of GCC or the global capability centers, which we call, I think is an opportunity for all the members. I also welcome my esteemed colleague in the council and the deputy convener of the WTO Directorate, the chairman of the Accounting Standard Board, Sanjeev Singhal ji. And of course, past Central Council member Abhijit Bandyopadhyay sir, all the respected managing committee members of Jaipur branch, Ruchi Gupta, the regional council member, senior members from our profession, and my dear professional colleague. So, of course, it's an honor and privilege to be here once again among all of you to speak on something which is close to my heart. And of course, the deputy convener also is here. He'll be sharing his experience. And Sanjeev Sanghi, the group convener, where we created a group under the WTO, where he is heading, and that he initiated this GCC, that we should have Global Capability Center Summit. This is an area of opportunity now we are looking at for members, a number of initiatives, or I would say recent developments, which we have taken in this WTO Directorate, more importantly on how we can get the export of, how we can do export of services or create opportunities among ourselves. Or I can say, especially an area, creating a new vertical for all of you in terms of getting the outsourcing work, doing outsourcing services for foreign clients, foreign entities, foreign accounting firms, through the Indian entities, through the management consultancy services if you have, or through the firms which you're already running, or a partnership firm or an LP which you are already having for last so many years. So the opportunities are abundance. Looking to this opportunity from the outsourcing, we started the certificate course for US market under the WTO. This was started in November 2023, where the first batch for the outsourcing services, I'm sure some of you may have done this, the US certificate course on outsourcing. We started the UK certificate course, which was launched in September 2025. 2 batches already done for UK. Looking to the success of these 2 certificate courses on US and the UK. And more importantly, just to share with you, how we can make ourselves updated, how we can upskill ourselves. These are certificate courses which gives you an opportunity to reach out to the foreign entities, foreign clients, and create opportunity. Learn specifically on, I would say, the accounting work which comes from abroad or from the foreign jurisdiction or entities which you give work to you. Learn the payroll management, how it has to be done within the office. If you have staff, competent staff who can handle these payroll management, what work to be done, how the ITR filings of these areas or the jurisdiction can be done by entities in India or the Indian firms in India. I think this is, and some related to rules, regulations of that respective jurisdiction. And then there are certain general modules, there are special modules which we have bifurcated, and 20 days, 3 hours each, 60 hours, the total certificate course goes. And this is on US services and on the UK. Looking to the success of these 2 certificate courses, we thought we should reach out to jurisdiction, which is Australia, jurisdiction, which is Canada. I'm just speaking on the recent development which has happened at ICI under the Directorate.
maybe the opportunities. I'm sure there are some of you already into GCC. Some of them already done the work of outsourcing or are doing it. But I'm sure there are many of them looking for these areas of opportunity, how we can reach out to foreign clients, especially small and medium practitioners. So looking to the success of US and UK, we thought that we should start Australia, reach out to the Australia jurisdiction, reach out to Canada, 2 certificate courses which we got approved in the council with, of course, 3 council colleagues already here on the 10th and 11th in the December. That was on Australia and Canada. So we'll be starting our first batch for Australia jurisdiction in the month of January, and then following would be the Canada. So these 2 important jurisdictions now we are connecting. The certificate course is ready, the structure is ready, the speakers are ready. So certainly I would request, these are markets where we have to reach, we have to create opportunities and get work for ourselves through the outsourcing services. This is one. And then another important initiative which we took in the development directorate was with respect to creating an accounting process portal, apo.icai.org. I'm not sure how many of you have reached out to this outsourcing portal. It is called the Accounting Outsourcing or Accounting Process Outsourcing Portal. apo.ici.org gives you an opportunity to register yourself with the portal, which is an authentic portal created by ICI for Indian firms, where we are reaching out to entities through our chapter offices, through our representative offices abroad. We have almost 81 offices now in all over the world with 47 countries. So we are reaching out to these places. And of course, Rohit, was already part of the WTO earlier last 2 years. I believe November 23, when we started this US certificate course, the discussion started. But finally, the February 25th, we launched the APO portal. So I would request, please register at this portal. We are in process of approving. Almost 700 firms have already registered. We are in process of approving these firms. Based on the credentials, based on their ranking points, we'll give them a ranking in the location-wise based on the points they have achieved as per the credential. This will help them to showcase themselves. When they have their own website, they can mention on the website that this authentic portal, which is of ICI, apo.ici.org, they are registered and they have validated by ICI and is approved firm for reaching out to them and creating opportunities for themselves. So this is an area where you should certainly look at, because a lot of foreign entities now we are reaching out through chapter offices, creating awareness, asking them to register. And of course, there are various events which are organized throughout the year. There also we are creating awareness, exhibiting ourselves, having a stall of ICI, telling them about this portal and how the best technical experts now available in the country as a chartered accountant, all of you, with most cost effective and most responsive. These are the people who can provide services to the entire world. And I can tell you, friends, UK, absolutely, the accounting firms are big in numbers, but there is no succession planning. The accountants have been at the age of, or are at the age of 70, 72, 75, but they have a lot of accounting work which they are ready to outsource. So we have to look up to such entities where they can get into an arrangement, get into an agreement, give you an opportunity, reach out to them. You can have their FTA, of course, we have signed with UK. Now we have opportunities going forward for audit services also on reciprocal basis. But accounting, bookkeeping, taxation, financial services, you can still continue to do and provide service in UK. Even in US, members now are not getting into a CPA, not registering for CPA, not doing CPA just because they are getting into some other services. So there's a lot of opportunity for our Indian chartered accountants where we should reach out. I can only say that please list down those events which are there in 2026. If you are looking for networking, you're looking for collaboration, I think these are the places where you'll have to reach out, meet, interact, network, exchange cards. Tell us or tell these entities about your credentials, tell the website which you have, what services you can provide, and how you have updated and upskill yourself to create opportunities for yourself. These are some of the initiatives. And of course, WOFA is one of the best place. Now we can network 30th January, 31st of January and 1st of February. This is there. All of us, almost 10,000, 12,000, we expect that members will be registered. We'll have complete sessions on outsourcing. We have sessions on global capability centers, breakout session, 1 full day. we'll have a lot of section, and sessions would only be how to create opportunities, how to market yourself, how to reach out to foreign clients, how you can get work from jurisdiction out of India. So these are sessions which we have already planned the entire day. Under the WTO, we have got the opportunity. But I can only say, after the Ethical Standard Board opening up on the advertising guidelines, opening on certain areas, there is a lot of opportunity where you can showcase yourself with, of course, Vice Chairman being Rohit Ruwatia. There are a lot of initiative now has been taken, and now we have opened up so much. You should certainly, once the guidelines are framed, it comes into place, you'll find that there are a lot of opportunities which through the advertising, of course, we have to draw a line between advertising and solicitation, but definitely is an opportunity now through the advertising on the website, mentioning the firm names, wherever you are, maybe as a speaker, you are there, you have your own YouTube where you are giving sessions or giving lectures, or you are recording lectures. There also now the firm names and other details can all be mentioned. So there are certain opening up which is done. And especially I can say firms who are already into practice, but certainly should look for management consulting services, because MCS is something where we are coming up with clear guidelines. MCS is the best platform where you can provide non-assurance service, consulting service, other than audit services. So look up to MCS, collaborate, create your own MCS, become directors. Even when you become directors in MCS, you still are able to do bank audits, you are still able to do CNAG audits in case you still continue with the firm. But MCS allows you to be a whole-time director. They allow you to become a managing director. They allow you to become a director in entities. And here you can create vertical by creating foreign work, creating opportunities of outsourcing. So these are some of the initiatives, recent development which happened in the WTO Directorate. Of course, there are other initiatives already in pipeline. We're looking up to New Zealand also as a jurisdiction where if any one of you are doing it, I'm not sure. But New Zealand, again, is an area where we are discussing with them, creating opportunities for the members, especially small and medium practitioners, or there are smaller firms who are looking for foreign entities, opportunities, connect them and create opportunities for themselves. Global Udan is a series which we started where we are bringing the foreign chapters, foreign experts to come and speak on different topics, how you can create and connect with these chapter offices, representative offices, and create opportunity. And of course, on the GCC policy, I must say that once again, I thank you, Kulbir Singh ji, for giving us time here out of his busy schedule. But policies, of course, each state, just 2 days back, Bhubaneswar, we had the principal secretary, the IT principal secretary, where we had a discussion with the GCC policy. Kolkata, we have submitted suggestions. Madhya Pradesh now has an excellent GCC policy. Jaipur, Rajasthan, we have been discussing. Suggestions have been given. 7 states have already now implemented. Other, of course, in process of doing. And I can tell you with respect to opportunities in GCCs, the subsidies which even some of the states are giving us to have our own GCC in different states, the time has come for us to reach out to foreign clients, reach out to foreign entities, and create opportunities for ourselves and create your own vertical within the firm. I once again compliment our council members, Rohit Ruwatia ji, Satish Gupta ji, all the managing committee members of Jaipur branch for initiating this very important one-day GCC summit, the 6th summit. And I'm sure the first session and the subsequent sessions which are there would be really interactive to know about what's happening around the world with experts coming. And I also see Anil Agarwal ji, who's here, who has so much experience now for last 20 years plus doing work from export of services, creating opportunities for a lot of young members. I think this is the time where we'll have to listen to them, get, or I would say take away what certainly will be there for all of you. And you can think a new vertical which you can create for yourself. But definitely the time is to upscale expertise. You have to upscale yourself when you reach out to foreign clients, not just we get the work and do investments or make ourselves ready. First, you have to upskill, you have to update, you have to do certificate courses, you have to learn the accounting, the software, the technology, and then I'm sure you'll be able to reach out to foreign entities with your credentials home. So thank you very much for the patient hearing. And of course, I wish this entire day success on learning and opportunities for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhay sir. And give us the insight of this directorate, and you have just tell us about the apo.ici.org. And it is very, I'll just check when sir is saying, already I've checked, but I'll just, whatever he's saying, I'm just checked continuously. So there's the option of registration of the CA firms in the directorate as well. So we should do this initiative which we have taken by the ICA. Now, I just want to acknowledge our deputy convener of this directorate, Sanjeev Singhal sir, with us. I would like to invite them on the dais. Please come on the dais, sir. A huge round of the applaud for the sir. Sir is coming from the Khatu Sham ji. So हम लोगों के लिए blessings लेके आए हैं और definitely कुछ अच्छी चीजें हम लोगों को definitely बताएंगे. Before inviting him to his deliberation, I would like to invite Dinesh Kulwal sir to present a memento and plant to facilitate him. Please. Thank you, Dinesh sir. Now I would like to invite Sir Singhal sir to please give your word of wisdom and give the insight of this GCC Summit initiative.
Thank you, Kamal. My respected council colleague, CA Rohit Ruwatia ji, the chief architect of this program, because, you know, this is the 5th GCC program, which is being this is the 6th GCC program, which is being done. But the manner in which Rohit Bhai has done it, the cost at which he has done it, and the effectiveness with which he has done it, only Rohit Bhai could do it. Compliments to you, Rohit Bhai. And स्पेशल थैंक्स इस देवभूमि राजस्थान में बुलाने के लिए. मेरे ख्याल में किसी भी टाउन में जितनी बार आया हूँ, जयपुर उसमें से सबसे ज्यादा है. मेरी आर्टिकलशिप के टाइम से थॉमस कुक का फॉरेक्स का सबसे पहले असाइनमेंट था. जब मैं फर्गुसन से आर्टिकलशिप कर रहा था, तब से मैं जयपुर आ रहा हूँ 1994 से. तो 30 साल जयपुर आते हुए हो गए और हमेशा मौका मिलता है खाटू श्याम जी जाने का. फिर सालासर बालाजी हैं, झुंझुनू हैं, जीन माता है, मतलब बहुत सारे. आई थिंक देवभूमि उत्तराखंड को और राजस्थान को कहा जाता है. तो आज जब मौका मिला तो मुझे लगा कि श्याम बाबा के पास जाना चाहिए. तो मैं मॉर्निंग में श्याम बाबा के यहाँ गया. इसीलिए इस इनॉग्रल में नहीं आ पाया मैं, बट मुझे लगा कि वहाँ का आशीर्वाद भी जरूरी है. मेरे दूसरे काउंसिल कुलीग आपके जयपुर से सतीश गुप्ता जी, जो कि सीपी कमेटी के चेयरमैन भी हैं एंड दूसरी टर्म में इलेक्ट होकर आए हैं. ही इज माई बैचमेट. जब फर्स्ट टर्म में हम दोनों साथ आए थे इंस्टीट्यूट की सेंट्रल काउंसिल में. एंड माई चेयरमैन अभय चाजड़ जी, यंग डायनामिक लीडर हु इज स्टीयरिंग दिस डायरेक्टरेट वेरी एबली एंड वेरी एफिशिएंटली. काफी सारे इनिशिएटिव इन्होंने बताए जो कि हम लोग अपने डायरेक्टरेट में ले रहे हैं. मैं सिंस ही हैज ऑलरेडी स्पोकन अबाउट दोस, मैं उनके बारे में बात न करके कुछ और टॉपिक्स में जीसीसी के बारे में बात करूंगा. पास्ट काउंसिल मेंबर अभिजीत बंदोपाध्याय जी, who was the chairman of AASB for 6 years and I was the chairman for 3 years. तो अभिजीत भाई की जो लेगेसी है AASB में, स्टैंडर्ड्स, जो ऑडिट स्टैंडर्ड्स जो आज हम प्रेजेंट फॉर्म में देखते हैं, इसका फर्स्ट वर्जन जो है वो अभिजीत भाई लेकर आए थे. एंड ऑडिट स्टैंडर्ड्स एंड अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड, ये दो कोर हैं हमारे प्रोफेशन के. इनफैक्ट मैं आज आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, आज का इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स जरूर देखिएगा. पूरे 4 पेज इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑफ इंडिया के बारे में छपे हैं, पिलर्स ऑफ गवर्नेंस के. और 2 दिन पहले हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स में ऑल ओवर इंडिया 4 पेज इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में. आज तक किसी प्रोफेशन के बारे में 4 पेज किसी भी अखबार ने नहीं छापे. तो ये 2 लीडिंग जो नेशनल न्यूज़पेपर्स हैं, मैं तो कहूंगा इनकी कॉपी रखिएगा अपने पास. परसों का HT और आज का इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स बहुत ही जरूरी है, ताकि हमें भी अच्छा लगता है ना जब अपने प्रोफेशन के बारे में बताते हैं. एंड फ्रेंड्स, नाउ लेट मी टॉक अबाउट GCCs, ग्लोबल कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर्स. कुछ साल पहले, रफली 5 years ago, during my election campaign, when I was running for my second term in the Central Council, I started talking about GCCs. और मुझे याद है अमृतसर में मेरा पहला सेशन था GCCs पे. वहाँ की एक पास्ट चेयरपर्सन है अमृतसर ब्रांच की. उन्होंने कहा, सर आप खाली सपने दिखा रहे हैं हमें। आई सेड ये सपने नहीं है, ये हकीकत है। एंड देन अभिषेक गुप्ता जी, जिन्होंने पायरियन का ऑफिस है जयपुर में ही जो एस्टेब्लिश किया यहाँ पर, अभिषेक को लेके मैंने काफी रोड शो इंस्टीट्यूट के लिए किए, 10 से 12 प्रोग्राम अभिषेक गुप्ता के साथ मैंने किए। मैं क्यों ये हिस्ट्री बता रहा हूँ कि आज से 5 साल पहले शायद हम अपने प्रोफेशन के लिए सोचते थे कि जीसीसी नहीं, ये तो सिर्फ एक टर्म है, बाकी जीसीसी एक रियलिटी नहीं है। और अभिषेक ने 5 साल पहले ही जीसीसी पे काम शुरू किया था। और एक स्पेशल सेशन अभी हमने रिसेंटली जीसीसी को लेके ही पिछले करीब 2 साल पहले अमृतसर में किया था। तो अभिषेक ने 2021 में कोविड के टाइम पे जीसीसी की अपनी प्रैक्टिस शुरू की थी, 2020 में रादर मार्च में। एंड जैसे ही प्रैक्टिस शुरू की तो कोविड आ गया और उनके पास ऑफिस का रेंट देने के भी पैसे नहीं थे। एंड टुडे 5 साल बाद आज उनका दिल्ली, जयपुर, चंडीगढ़, मुंबई एंड यूएस में ऑफिस है। 300 से ज्यादा चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स उनके पास हैं। 100 करोड़ का उनका फर्म का रेवेन्यू है। बेकर टेली से जेवी है और आज उनका जो फर्म का वैल्यूएशन है वो 300 करोड़ से ऊपर है। अभिषेक गुप्ता हमारे ही चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हैं, हमारे ही मेंबर हैं। मैं कहता हूँ जब लोग कहते हैं ना कि सिर्फ एक ये ड्रीम है, ये एक डिस्टेंट ड्रीम है, तो मैं वो एग्जाम्पल एक बताता हूँ कि 5 साल पहले अभिषेक जो आज पाइरेग है, PIERAG, अगर आप गूगल पे डालेंगे, जैसे कमल ने कहा वो साथ साथ देख रहे थे गूगल पे, तो आप देखिएगा उनकी लास्ट सेशन में आ रहे हैं, अच्छा उनके ऑफिस से आ रहे हैं। तो अभिषेक के साथ मैंने बड़ा क्लोजली अपनी फर्म में काम किया। ही वाज अ सीनियर मैनेजर इन आवर फर्म और जीसीसी उन्होंने 18-19 साल एज एन एम्प्लॉय उस पर काम किया था। तो आज 5 साल में 100 करोड़ के रेवेन्यू पे अगर कोई पहुंचता है और 100 करोड़ के इसमें जो वैल्यूएशन, मैं आपको ये बता रहा हूँ कि ये जो ड्रीम्स होते हैं ना, ये कुछ ही लोगों के सच होते हैं, लेकिन किन के होते हैं? जो उस पर काम करते हैं, और जो काम करते हैं उनमें ऑलमोस्ट सभी के होते हैं सच। अगर ये इक्वेशन कैसे वर्कआउट करती है, अभय भाई ने बताया हम क्या क्या कर रहे हैं, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं हमें क्यों करना है। अगर 100 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू की मैं बात करूं, आपका इसमें जो इबिडा है, जो अर्निंग बिफोर इंटरेस्ट, डेप्रिसिएशन, टैक्स एंड अमोर्टाइजेशन जिसको बोलते हैं, इबिडा कम से कम इसमें 40% का आता है। जयपुर जैसे शहर में आपका 50% का इबिडा आएगा। अगर आपका 50% का इबिडा आता है तो आपका 50 करोड़ का इबिडा हुआ। और जो आपका पैट है, जो प्रॉफिट आफ्टर टैक्स है, 30% जरूर आता है आपका इसमें पैट। बड़ी बड़ी फर्म्स का भी जिनके ओवरहेड ज्यादा होते हैं उनका 30% पैट आता है, आपका भी 30% पैट जरूर आएगा। अगर आपका 30% पैट आता है तो 30 करोड़ रुपीस का आपका पैट हुआ। आज के दिन अगर आप स्टॉक मार्केट का मल्टीपल देखेंगे ना, 23 से 25 टाइम्स है। मैं कहता हूं अगर आपको 15 गुना भी मिला इस बिजनेस में तो 30 इंटू 15, 450 करोड़ का वैल्यूएशन। सर जिंदगी लगा दीजिएगा और एरियाज की प्रैक्टिस में, ये नंबर नहीं अचीव होगा 5 साल की मेहनत में। और अभिषेक सिर्फ एक एग्जाम्पल है। अभिषेक एक ऐसा एग्जाम्पल मैंने क्यों दिया, जयपुर में ही उसका ऑफिस है, मैंने उसके साथ फर्म में काम किया हुआ है, मैंने देखा है। इसी तरह से अगर आप अहमदाबाद की तरफ जाएं तो इंटीग्रिटी नाम से एक फर्म है, शॉन है, वैसे उसका नाम शालीन है, लेकिन वो यूएस में अब काम करता है तो उसने शॉन अपना एब्रिवेशन रखा है। 1800 एम्प्लॉइज हैं उसके पास। पर पर्सन प्रोडक्टिविटी इस बिजनेस में 20 से 22 लाख आती है। 1800 एम्प्लॉइज इंटू 20 से 22 लाख, 400 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू। अगर आप ये देखेंगे तो ये जो वैल्यूएशन बनेगा 1800 करोड़ के आसपास बनेगा। क्यूएक्स है वहां पर, क्यूएक्स ने ऑलरेडी प्राइवेट इक्विटी रेज किया है। तो आज हम सोचते हैं कि ये बड़े नाम हैं, शायद आप में से कुछ लोगों को ये नाम शायद पता भी ना हो, लेकिन ये बड़े नाम आज हैं, पहले नहीं थे। मैं आपको एक छोटा एग्जांपल देता हूं। जयपुर तो बहुत बड़ा शहर है, हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में बठिंडा एक शहर है और बठिंडा का एक छोटा सा गांव है मानसा। मानसा में जब मैं अभी पीछे अपने इलेक्शन कैंपेन में गया तो 2 बहुत यंग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑस्ट्रेलियन टैक्स पे काम करते हैं, कहते सर शुरुआत हमने $5 पर आवर से की थी। ऑस्ट्रेलियन डॉलर 54 रुपए का, 56 रुपए का है, और आज बोले हम $25 पर आवर लेते हैं। $25 पर आवर को आप 54 से मल्टीप्लाई करें तो 1350 रुपए पर आवर, और कहते इतना काम है, फुर्सत नहीं होती। हम मंडी गोविंदगढ़ गए, अगेन एक छोटा सा शहर। जयपुर में तो अगर 12-14 हजार शहर सीएज हैं, शायद ज्यादा होंगे रोहित भाई। मंडी गोविंदगढ़ में 200 सीए अब हुए हैं, अब वो ब्रांच बनी है, खुल्लर साहब है। उनकी प्रैक्टिस आज 5 करोड़ रुपए की है जीसीसी से, मंडी गोविंदगढ़ जैसे शहर में। तो मैंने आपको ये एग्जांपल इसलिए दिए कि आज ये जीसीसी सिर्फ एक ऐसा एक फ्रेज नहीं है जो कि हम सिर्फ डायस से बोलें, ये रियलिटी है। और आज अगर मैं जीसीसीज की बात करूं तो रफली 1800 जीसीसीज इंडिया में हैं, एंड देयर आर अबाउट 20 लाख पीपल हु आर वर्किंग इन जीसीसीज, एंड विच आर वर्ल्ड्स ऑलमोस्ट 40% ग्लोबल वर्कफोर्स ऑफ जीसीसी। यानी कि पूरे वर्ल्ड में अगर 50 लाख लोग जीसीसीज में काम कर रहे हैं तो उसमें से 20 लाख इंडियन जीसीसीज में काम कर रहे हैं। और ये प्रोजेक्शन है कि 2030 तक करीब 2400 से 2500 या 3000 जीसीसी सेंटर्स होंगे। हर तीसरे दिन एक जीसीसी सेंटर इंडिया में खुलता है। कई बार हम कह सकते हैं कि एक भेड़ चाल है, लेकिन अगर भेड़ चाल में आपको प्रॉफिट हो रहा है, आपको बिना अटेस्टेशन एक काम अगर आप कर सकते हैं, कोई रिस्क नहीं, कोई यूडिन जनरेट नहीं करना, कोई झिक नहीं कि किसी का नोटिस आ जाएगा, बस अपना ईमानदारी से काम करते रहिए, तो $100 बिलियन का पोटेंशियल है इस बिजनेस को 2030 तक पहुंचने का। और हम ये सोच सकते हैं कि ये मेरे लिए नहीं है, बिल्कुल सोच सकते हैं, तो फिर आपके लिए बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। लेकिन जो ये सोचेगा ये मेरे लिए है, ये उसके लिए है। बड़े बड़े शहरों में ऑलरेडी जीसीसी है। बेंगलोर में रफली इंडिया के 40% जीसीसीज बेंगलोर में हैं। दिल्ली एनसीआर में करीब 15-16% हैं। और जयपुर में अगर आप एनएवी देखें, शायद वो भी स्पीकर हैं, ओके, आप एनएवी से हैं, या पायरैक की मैंने बात की, और भी यहाँ पर जीसीसी खुल रहे हैं। और एडवांटेज क्या है, देखिए मैथमेटिक्स कैसे काम करता है, बड़ा सिंपल मैथमेटिक्स है। $15 से $20 पर आवर का मिलता है, हो सकता है एनएवी को कुछ डिफरेंट रेट मिलता हो। पायरैक 35 से $40 लेता है। अगेन आई सेड बिकॉज आई नो देम वेरी क्लोजली, $35 से $40 पर आवर का रेट वो उठाते हैं। अगर आपने $15-20 पर आवर का रेट भी उठाया, आज $90 का डॉलर हो गया है, तो 1350 से 1800 रुपए का पर आवर का आपका रेवेन्यू आया। सर अगर आप अकाउंटिंग जीसीसी चलाते हैं, अगर आप ऑडिट जीसीसी भी लेते हैं, तो एक सीए पे आप 3 जो है सेमी क्वालिफाइड आराम से चला सकते हैं, 4 भी चला सकते हैं, कहीं कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है उसमें। एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट जो है उसे 3 नॉन सीएस को आराम से वो काम दे सकता है। एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की सैलरी में अगर 10 लाख रुपए जयपुर में लेके चलूं, और एक नॉन चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की सैलरी में अगर 4 लाख रुपए लेके चलूं, तो 12 लाख प्लस 10 लाख 22 लाख रुपए में कितने घंटे निकाले? एक रूल ऑफ थंब है, 1800 घंटे एक आदमी काम करता है साल में। आप कुछ लगा लेना, आप चाहे उसे 6 दिन काम करा लेना, चाहे 12 घंटे काम करा लेना, प्रोडक्टिविटी इससे ऊपर नहीं आती। 1800 घंटे काम करता है, 1800 घंटे को आप 4 से मल्टीप्लाई कर दो, 7200 आवर्स। 22 लाख को 7200 आवर्स से डिवाइड कर दो, 300 रुपए की कॉस्ट आती है जो डायरेक्ट कॉस्ट है। ये तो 50% ओवरहेड भी आप इसमें पकड़ के चल लो। जयपुर जैसे शहर में शायद 50% ओवरहेड नहीं होते, पर आप 50% ओवरहेड पकड़ के चलिए, आपका 450 रुपए का। देखिए मैं मतलब एक गवर्नमेंट स्कूल से पढ़ा हूं और उंगलियों पे हिसाब करना जानता हूं, तो मैंने ये सीधा सीधा आपको हिसाब बताया कि 300 रुपए पे आपने 150 रुपए ऐड किया, 450 रुपए का आपका कॉस्टिंग आया। आपका रेवेन्यू है 1350 से 1800 रुपए पर आवर। आप कितना भी मार्केटिंग कॉस्ट वगैरह भी ऐड कर दीजिए, 600 रुपए पर आवर से ऊपर का कॉस्टिंग आपका जयपुर में नहीं पड़ता। ठीक है, जैसे जैसे आप लेवल बढ़ाएंगे, फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं एनएवी के बारे में मैं नहीं बात कर सकता, मैंने उनको क्लोजली देखा नहीं है, लेकिन अगर मैं इंटीग्रिटी की बात करूं या पायरैक की बात करूं, तो आज उन्होंने अपना एक अलग लेवल बनाया है, एक अलग टाइप की फैसिलिटी अपने एम्प्लॉयज को देते हैं। तो अब 100 रुपए पर आवर की कॉस्टिंग और पकड़ के चल लीजिए। अगर आपने बेस्ट ऑफ द फैसिलिटीज, बेस्ट ऑफ द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अपने एम्प्लॉयज को देना है, प्लस सुपरविजन आपने अच्छा रखना है, तो भी 600-700 रुपए से ऊपर पर आवर का कॉस्ट नहीं आता। 50% मार्जिन का धंधा साहब, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी प्रोफेशन में ऐसा, जो कि आज मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा कि लाइन लगा के लोग खड़े हैं आपको काम देने के लिए, खड़े हैं, लेकिन कॉम्पिटेंट आदमी को देने के लिए खड़े हैं। और ऐसा नहीं कि आप रोड पे जाएंगे आपको काम मिल जाएगा। हाँ, आप अमेरिका के रोड पे जाएंगे, यूरोप के रोड पे जाएंगे, ऑस्ट्रेलिया के रोड पे जाएंगे, सही दरवाजा खटखटाएंगे तो आपको काम मिलेगा। और उसका दूसरा तरीका होता है कि आप एग्जीबिशंस में पार्टिसिपेट करें। टू गिव यू एन एग्जांपल ऑफ एन एग्जीबिशन, वन इज अकाउंटेक्स, जहां हमारे अभय भाई और संजीव भाई गए थे। अकाउंटेक्स लंदन में होता है, हर साल होता है, मई में होता है। अकाउंटेक्स कनाडा में होता है, अकाउंटेक्स ऑस्ट्रेलिया में होता है। और एक हमारा अपना अकाउंटेक्स का वर्जन होता है, हमारा इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस। वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस हुआ, ग्लोपैक हुआ, वोफा 1.0 और वोफा 2.0 है। पूरे वर्ल्ड के लोग वहां पर आते हैं, हमारे सारे चैप्टर्स भी आते हैं। सो दैट एक्ट्स एज अ कनेक्टिंग पॉइंट, क्योंकि आप लंदन जाएंगे, अमेरिका जाएंगे, तो आपका खर्चा ज्यादा पड़ेगा। यहाँ तो आपका 8,000 का रजिस्ट्रेशन प्लस आना जाना और थोड़ा सा आपका स्टे का कॉस्ट 25-30 हजार रुपए में यू विल बी एबल टू इंटरेक्ट विद 15-20-25,000 पीपल। और मैं कहूँगा अकेले ना जाइए, अपने टीम मेंबर्स को लेकर जाइए। तो आपको जो एक इंसाइट मिलता है, पूरा एक दिन का जीसीसी सेशन है, लोगों के स्टॉल्स भी हैं, जो एक आपको इंसाइट मिलता है ना, जब आप देखते हैं कि हाँ ये रियलिटी में ये लोग हैं, हमारे जैसे ही लोग हैं और इन्होंने ये अचीव किया है, तभी लगता है हाँ ये पॉसिबल है। I started post qualification. My first job from campus was for 7,500 rupees per month in Small Industry Development Bank of India. And probably I feel that I dreamt very less. I thought that I should grow 100 times in 25 years. And I believe that my dreams were pretty less. अगर मैंने शायद ज्यादा सोचा होता तो ज्यादा अचीव किया होता। But 25 साल हैं, those dreams were achieved, and rather I've traveled beyond. Today I can tell you, everybody in this room, if you know that India is going to grow 10 times in next 25 years, there is no reason why all of you cannot grow 25 times in next 25 years. And 25 is a bare minimum. Today, if you mark my word, 25 year, if we happen to meet again, and if we cross-check what we have achieved in life, if you pursue your goal passionately, you will say that 25 times dream was too lesser dream that you showed to all of us. There's a potential to grow much beyond. But then what is required? You pick up an area. Either you pick up GCC or you pick up ESG or you pick up, now there's a new area which we have opened for all of you is Gold Council. I'll briefly talk about that Gold Council also. You pick up any area, you pick up compliance dashboard, automation of compliances. I have a friend, Avinash Agarwal, who heads a firm called AKGVG. They are able to file 50,000 tax returns in 1 month through technology. 50,000 tax returns or through automation. I have a friend, Shubham Garg from Amritsar. So he's doing GCC in AI, and they are working for the best of the companies in US, and they started very small 3 years ago, and today they have more than 1,000 people. Think a boy from Amritsar now having a shared service center or a GCC of 1,000 people in Delhi in AI. So think of a dream, pursue that dream. But for that, what you need a fire in the valley. You need the knowledge, you need the technology, you need the know-how. Today I have a friend in Delhi, and why I'm saying real names, because you can cross-check them. Vinny Jain. Vinny Jain has an office in Patel Nagar. His father is Hemchand Jain. Both are chartered accountants. So today they, see, earlier accounting was that maybe Rohit Bhai will put one person for doing accounting of one company, another person for another company. Now they are able to do the accounting of 10 companies. One person is able to do accounting of 10 companies. Not that he's working 10 shifts in a day, but he's working on 10 computers. They use technology, and he just have to see that downtime is not there. He just sees one by one that all computers are working and batch processing, data processing is happening on their own. My firm has a technology, and same will be with Abhijit's past firm also, that the invoices, while doing audits, there is a software which can recognize all the fields, what was the invoice date, what was the PO, what was the price, and they can do all the matching, and you can do 100% audit with technology. There are drones who can do stock verification. So this accounting technology is also there. It is already there, that there is one person who can operate 10 computers, and thereby the transaction processing of 10 companies can happen at a point of time. I have a friend, Kapil Bagadia, who makes excellent PowerPoint for his foreign clients, and they pay him 4,000 to 5,000 rupees an hour, because for them, labor is a labor, and their qualified professional in US cost not less than $200 an hour. So it could be any field. It could be HR, it could be payroll processing, it could be accounting, it could be sustainability. It could be simply, as I said, a dashboard making or a PowerPoint making, or it could be as complex as AIs. What you need to think is that what is the area that I want to pursue, And do I have the right skill set for that or not? And then you also need a size of the firm. For example, those who are seniors or who will be from my age. For example, if you have a 2-partner or a 3-partner firm, hire a person not as an employee but as a partner, and give him the confidence that for next 2 years we'll bear your salary, and you just work on this new area. We will not bother you with the tax audits, we'll not bother you with the tax returns, etc. And whatever salary we are drawing, we'll give you that salary, right? And 2 years to just work on this new area, it will do wonders for you. Finally, let me also talk about this Gold Council, which I mentioned. So the World Gold Council approached us, and they were looking for some professionals to do the SOP audits for the gold value chain partners. So they said, then, we will, they were looking for an affiliation fee. I said, question doesn't arise. Then they said, okay, success fees. I said, question doesn't arise. Then they said, we'll open it for multiple professionals. I said, sorry, that's not acceptable. And finally, they landed up with us as an exclusive partner. And what you have to do, there are 6 lakh gold chain partners. For example, jewelers हैं सबसे ज़्यादा जयपुर में ज्वेलरी बहुत ज़्यादा popular है. Plus there are refiner, there are miners, etc., which are lesser in numbers. तो अभी stages में एक आप IAGES का ad भी देखते होंगे, वो ad भी आना शुरू हो गया है. अभी इन्होंने महाराष्ट्र से शुरू किया है, गुजरात से शुरू किया है, and now they are spreading their wings across India. So there is a process audit that you have to do for a gold value chain partners. And we believe that in 3 to 5 years' time, all the 6 lakh value chain partners will be going for this accreditation. Even if I put the value of one accreditation as 25,000 rupees and multiply by 6 lakhs, it comes to 1,500 crore rupees. If I add up the bank branch audit fees and the central statutory audit fees and the CNAG fees of all the sectors in India, all the government sectors, it is 900 crore rupees. And this opportunity is 1,500 crore rupees itself. So, and 25,000 is a very meager number which I have spoken. So there is no dearth of opportunities. GCC is an area which is very, very lucrative, but becoming very competitive. You need to sharpen your skills, you need to adopt technology, and you need to have killer instinct. And more than that, you need to have a belief in yourself कि हाँ, this is doable for us. क्योंकि अगर अपने आप में बिलीफ ही नहीं होगा ना, तो आप ये सोचेंगे ये मेरे लिए तो नहीं है, ये अभय चार्जर जी के लिए हो सकता है, ये सतीश गुप्ता जी के लिए हो सकता है, ये अभिजीत भाई के लिए हो सकता है, मेरे लिए हो सकता है, किसी के लिए भी हो सकता है, बट मेरे लिए तो शायद नहीं है. लेकिन अगर आपने ऐसा किया तो मे बी 10 साल बाद फिर आप सोचेंगे, यार मैंने तब क्यों नहीं सोचा इसके बारे में, जब ये इसके बारे में बात हो रही थी, जब रोहित भाई ने प्रोग्राम यहाँ पर किया था, तब हमने क्यों नहीं सोचा. मैं एक देयर इज अ स्मॉल पोएट्री जिसमें मैं काफी बिलीव करता हूँ. ये है, और इसके साथ मैं कंक्लूड करूंगा. सपनों में रख आस्था, सपनों में रख आस्था, कर्म तू किए जा. सपनों में रख आस्था, कर्म तू किए जा. त्याग से ना डर, आलस परित्याग किए जा. गलती कर ना घबरा, गलती कर ना घबरा, गिरकर फिर हो जा खड़ा. समस्याओं को रास्तों से निकाल दे, चट्टान भी हो तो ठोकर से उछाल दे. रख हिम्मत, रख हिम्मत, तूफानों से टकराने की. जरूरत नहीं है किसी मुसीबत से घबराने की. जो पाना है बस उसकी एक पागल की तरह चाहत कर. करता रहे कर्म मगर साथ में भगवान की भी इबादत कर. फिर देख किस्मत तेरी क्या रंग लाएगी. तुझको तेरी मंजिल मिल जाएगी, तुझको तेरी मंजिल मिल जाएगी. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful words and give the insight of the GCC. Now, without wasting the time, I'll just want to invite CA Kulveer Singh, sir, for giving us the insight of the Rajasthan policy, which which they have taken us for all of us. Thank you.
Can I have the presentation, please? Good afternoon to everybody. Jai Hind. काफी इंटरेस्टिंग डिस्कशंस चल रही हैं सर. इट्स आई ओपनर. और इतने ब्रिलियंट माइंड्स एक साथ एक रूम में बड़े रेयर मिलते हैं हमको. तो आई एम वेरी हम्बल्ड एंड ऑनर्ड दैट यू फेल्ट द नीड टू listen from us, such an elite group of people. So I'll speak in very short on what we in the state government of Rajasthan are doing in the GCC space and ठीक है और राजस्थान का जो पोटेंशियल अनलॉक करने के लिए जो हमारे प्रयास हैं सर उस पे वील टॉक सिंगल साहब ने जैसे फरमाया कि सपने से शुरू होती है चीज और एवरीथिंग इज बिल्ट ट्वाइस यू नो फर्स्ट इट इज बिल्ट इन ड्रीम्स एंड इन द माइंड एंड देन इट इज बिल्ट ऑन द ग्राउंड तो अभी हमारा जो पर्पस है एक बार आपका माइंड में तो एक बार आइडिएशन जनरेट हो एंड देन ओनली थिंग्स कैन कम ऑन द ग्राउंड पीछे देखने की जगह एक सेकंड में मोबाइल में खोल लेता हूँ जी सो ये जो जीसीसी है बेसिकली एक तो इसमें एट द अपफ्रंट वी वांट टू डिफरेंशिएट कि ये शुरू हुए थे एज बिजनेस प्रोसेस आउटसोर्सिंग जिसको हम शॉर्ट में बीपीओ कहते थे बट बीपीओ और इसमें बीपीओ व्हेन दे स्टार्टेड वो स्टार्ट हुए थे कि इनहेरेंटली मल्टीनेशनल्स को ऐसा लगा कि इंडिया में पूल जो टैलेंट पूल है वो लो कॉस्ट है But in times to come, हुआ क्या? They realized that not only was it low cost, but it was high quality. In fact, it was better quality than the original people sitting abroad, you know, the original offices. So they started opening, rather than outsourcing and giving on contract, they started opening offices in India. And अभी we are aware of some case studies where जहाँ पे जो India based उनका जो extension office था वो उनके ओरिजिनल हेड ऑफिस से बड़ा हो गया इनफैक्ट द सीईओ नाउ सिट्स इन इंडिया एंड दे ऑपरेट द पीपल यू नो सिटिंग इन यूरोप एंड ऑल दैट सो दैट इज एक तो स्ट्रेटेजिक इनोवेशन ड्राइव कर रहा है इंडिया इस टाइम ग्लोबल कंपनीज की fully integrated BPO GCC is integrated in their global operations. It's an extension of their international operation. That's how we look at GCCs. और high value services आ रही हैं अब not only low cost. इंडिया का जो डोमिनेंस है अभी करीब 1900 ऑपरेशनल जीसीसीज हैं इंडिया के अंदर जहां 20 लाख लोग इंडिया में एम्प्लॉयड हैं जीसीसीज में अभी एंड इट्स एस्टिमेटेड दैट बाय द ईयर 2030 ये रेवेन्यू ट्रिपल हो जाएगा आउट ऑफ द फॉर्चून 500 कंपनीज 174 कंपनीज ऑलरेडी इंडिया में अपने ऑफिसेज खोल चुकी हैं करीब 390 कंपनीज के खुद के मतलब सेंटर्स हैं इंडिया के अंदर और मेजरली हैदराबाद और बेंगलोर में हैं अभी तक 9.5 लाख पर्सन्स अभी फॉर्चून 500 द्वारा एम्प्लॉयड हैं एंड द रेस्ट ऑफ दैट आर इवनली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड इन लोअर साइज कंपनीज और वेरी इंपॉर्टेंटली अराउंड 30 to 32% ऑफ द एम्प्लॉयज ऑफ दीज जीसीसीज आर विमेन. So there's a lot of potential for, removing the gender disparity in India and widening the talent pool. Just a snapshot of where we stand in India. Right now, Bangalore is leading the GCC space with over 1/3 of the pie and followed by Hyderabad, Bombay, which is very expected. Gurgaon is surprisingly around also 20. Along with Bombay, not a very big player. Bangalore and Hyderabad are leading the journey. Surprisingly, Pune, a small city of the size of Jaipur, is employing around 2 lakh people in the GCC space. And that's where, we need to build a better dream for ourselves in Jaipur. So, हमें थोड़ा सा पुणे के लेवल पे तो एटलीस्ट आना ही चाहिए अगले 5-7 साल में. अगर हम देखें ओवरऑल जीसीसी स्पेस में अगर हम सीएस के पूल से बाहर जाकर जब भी बात करते हैं तो लोग जीसीसी और आईटी को कंफ्यूज कर जाते हैं दे थिंक कि दे आर इंटरचेंजेबल टर्म्स व्हिच दे आर नॉट ओनली अबाउट 40% ऑफ द ग्लोबल कैपेबिलिटी सेंटर्स आर फोकसिंग ऑन द सॉफ्टवेयर चेन करीब 20% हैं जो बीएफएसआई और फिनटेक स्पेस के अंदर हैं 15% are doing research and development even in automobiles, even in major engineering firms. वो भी इंडिया के अंदर R&D भी हो रही है, which is a subset of the GCC thing. Consulting में we are big 10%. Healthcare and biotech में सारी major pharma companies जो हैं उनके इंडिया में बड़े-बड़े ऑफिसेज हैं. Like for example, रोशे कंपनी है फार्मा की इंटरनेशनल. उसके करीब I think around 4,000 people are working in India. you'll be surprised जैसे जो others में 5% है chemicals and materials एक छोटा सा कॉमा लग के लगा हुआ है, ब्रिटिश पेट्रोलियम के 10,000 एम्प्लॉइज इंडिया के अंदर हैं. So that is, and what they are doing is an eye opener की जो नॉर्वे स्वीडन के ऊपर आर्कटिक सी में जो ड्रिलिंग रिग्स हैं उनका कंट्रोल यहां से हो रहा है. द ट्रेलर मूवमेंट द टैंकर मूवमेंट अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड इज being operated from India. So this is the scope of how India is driving, the global strength and the global economy right now. और somehow हमें जयपुर में, राजस्थान में, we need a share of this pie. This is our dream for which we are. It starts with a dream. I was very impressed by Sangvi Saab's initial lecture focusing on the Sapna thing. What is happening, the changes, abhi major tier 2 city mein, see, we missed the first wave of GCCs in Jaipur. Let's be candid and let's acknowledge our failure in that. हम लोग वो मिस कर गए for variety of reasons. बट मेजर अभी क्या हो रहा है कि टीयर 1 सिटीज जो अभी पहले मेंशन की उसमें एम्प्लॉय टर्नओवर बहुत ज्यादा है. आज उन्होंने कोई एम्प्लॉय एंगेज किया और वो 6 महीने या 1-2 साल में जंप करके कंपनी छोड़ जाता है. सो कंपनीज आर नाउ फेड अप ऑफ द टीयर 1 सिटीज इन टर्म्स ऑफ द एम्प्लॉय टर्नओवर. फर्स्टली द कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग, द पोल्यूशन, द ट्रैवल टाइम फ्रॉम वर्क एंड टू वर्क. तो उसके अंदर अब when we engage with companies at a multinational, international level, we are finding that many of them want to move to tier 2 cities like Jaipur, Indore, Bhopal, or let's say Mohali, or some other competitors. Of course, Pune is leading that pack of the tier 2 cities right now. So एक तो ये मेजर मूव हो रहा है और एक ये जो H1B वीजा के ऊपर रिस्ट्रिक्शन हुआ है उससे अचानक से एक अपॉर्चुनिटी क्रिएट हुई है हमारे पास कि क्योंकि ग्लोबल कंपनीज को वहां पर एम्प्लॉयज बुलाने अब थोड़े मुश्किल होंगे तो दे आर ओपनिंग ऑफिसेज एंड एक्सपेंडिंग देयर ऑफिसेज इन इंडिया. जयपुर का एडवांटेजेस ऑफ कोर्स हम लोग जो जयपुर के रहने वाले हैं वी नो, बट वी नीड टू अंडरलाइन इट हियर कि एक तो हमारे पास एयरपोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी बहुत अच्छी है जो कि मेन ड्राइवर होता है ग्लोबल कंपनीज का. टैलेंट पाइपलाइन ऑफ कोर्स, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का बहुत बड़ा पूल है हमारे यहाँ. मैंने फिगर इसलिए नहीं डाला बिकॉज मैं फिगर आपसे लूंगा एग्जैक्टली मेरे प्रमोशनल पिच के लिए कि कितने चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स वगैरह हैं हमारे यहाँ. क्वालिटी इंस्टीट्यूट्स इंजीनियरिंग में, R&D में है, मेडिकल साइंसेज में है. कॉस्ट एफिशिएंसी है हमारी, ग्रेड ए ऑफिस स्पेस वगैरह हमारी सस्ती रहेंगी दूसरी सिटी से, और हमारी वर्कफोर्स के अंदर स्टेबिलिटी रहेगी, टर्नओवर नहीं. जैसे अब जयपुर में जैसे जेनपैक्ट में फॉर एग्जांपल जो बच्चे हैं एक बार जो ज्वाइन कर लिया वो करियर बन गया. इट्स नॉट अ जॉब फॉर देम, इट्स अ करियर. तो राजस्थान में एक ट्रेंड है कि इफ यू हैव गॉट अ गुड जॉब यू डोंट शिफ्ट टू मच. तो ये एक स्टेबिलिटी ऑफ मैन पावर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. पॉलिसी जो हमने ड्राइव करी है 2025 की रीको के यहाँ से, इट हैज बीन पिच्ड and we have been able to get it through we have got the support of Honorable Chief Minister and the government of the day, and it is their focus, and so we have come out with objectives. Of course, I have already discussed most of them. राजस्थान के अंदर एक वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जीसीसी का प्रोवाइड करना हो, एनेबलिंग एनवायरनमेंट प्रोवाइड करना इन टर्म्स ऑफ इंसेंटिव्स, दैट्स द ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ स्कीम. और मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव इट ऑल कम्स डाउन टू एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड पुलिंग द सिटी, और उसका जो इकोनॉमिक अपलिफ्टमेंट है शहर का और स्टेट का, दैट इज द कोर ऑब्जेक्टिव विच टाइज ऑल दीज पॉइंट्स टुगेदर. प्रोविजंस में मेरी टीम पूरे दिन यहाँ पे है. वी कैन डीप डाइव इनटू द पॉलिसीज. यू आर ऑल एक्सपर्ट्स इन पॉलिसीज एंड इम्प्लीमेंटेशंस. This is a snapshot of the policy, some eligibility criteria, reimbursements of payroll subsidies, the major thing which we are doing. We are reimbursing the rental space to them with certain caps. Of course, you can refer to the policy. There's bandwidth agency assistance, their training of the employee manpower cost. We are reimbursing some of that. And for bigger incentives, there'll be bigger companies, there'll be customized packages as well. Some of the incentives are aligned with the Rajasthan Investment Promotion Scheme 2024. which includes capital subsidy, land cost incentive, 50% of cost of purchase of land, important one. Certain exemptions with regard to stamp duties, electricity duty, green incentives, training incentives, and for IP creation. इस पे मैं ज्यादा डिटेल इसलिए नहीं जा रहा because you are the people who will drive it and you can deep dive it better than I can. So copy यहाँ पे share हो जाएगी. We will send PDFs also to everybody and my team will be here to address all concerns. जो हमारी approach RICO में है, our starting point was the policy thing, so we have taken up that. The next step is to create the infrastructure and to enable the infrastructure. अभी कोई अगर 20,000 employees वाला GCC जयपुर में अगर ऑफिस खोलने के लिए आज स्पेस ढूंढेगा तो it will be a challenge. But we are addressing the challenge. We are creating inventory within RICO. We have outlined some chunks of land in the prime of the city where we can come up with GCC towers we are planning. We are already built up infrastructure of the government of Rajasthan. We are getting it reserved for GCCs. So एक तो infrastructure में we are pretty sure that within the next 6 months we'll have a seating space within RICO controlled infrastructure for around 10,000 chaps. और बाकी state city ready है and I will look forward through your network of CS to prime up the real estate companies in the city and elsewhere so that we start building infrastructure which can match the expectations of the global company. Right now, we have a gap in that infrastructure stage which we need to address. And of course, we'll be approaching the big ones, the fortune companies and the smaller ones. What is happening is now that the companies who have offices in Bangalore, Hyderabad and other big cities, with a hub and spoke, they are now opening extension offices also. So that is one thing. We are approaching the companies already in India. We are approaching the ones not in India. Just our promotion branding strategy. We are promoting Rajasthan as the next destination. We'll be doing engagement with through embassies, industry bodies, consulting firms and CAs like you. ICI, of course, will be keen that. Existing GCCs, I think Jaipur has pretty good GCCs also, some of them, which are operating quite, effectively, but under the radar, we are not much aware of them. So we'll be trying to leverage them and some of them may be in this room also. So this is one thing which is right now our focus. I'll seek support from your institute, firstly for the data support because you have longer arms than we have in many cases because you are the insiders, you know who are right now expanding. You may know sometimes our information is a reactive, generates a reactive approach. So we come to know that a company is expanding after it starts the expansion and already decides on a location. So we would hope that some insider information from ICI members who was particularly engaged to develop Rajasthan and Jaipur as a destination can come forward and pitch Jaipur, Rajasthan as a destination to those companies. We will reach your support in in the fintech space, especially of course, given your expertise, and we would seek your support in dissemination of Rajasthan policy through the ICI network across India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights of the Rajasthan GCC policies. So after this session, we are just concluding this session by acknowledging, we just want to acknowledge your team, which help you for making this policy. So I just want to acknowledge them. By presenting them the plant. So I invite Ashok Kumar Meena, sir, the Deputy Manager RICO. Please come on the dais. And I request Praveen Goyal, sir, please come forward and present a plant to our Ashok Kumar Meena, sir. A huge round of applause for the sir. because these are the people who give their day and night for making this GCC Rajasthan GCC policy. Now I would like to invite Naka Chandrakanta sir, please come on the dais. I request Abhishek Khandelwal ji. Abhishek Khandelwal ji, please come on the dais. I request Shiv Sharma ji, please come on the dais and present a plant to sir. Now I request Shri Vibhushit Saxena sir. Please come on the dais. I just want to invite C. Naman Jain. To felicitate him. I think Vibhushit sir is not here. Vipul Sharma sir is. Vibhushit sir. I would like Ruchi ma'am, please. Now I want to invite C. Vipul Sharma sir. Please come on the dais. I request Anshul Agiwal sir to please present a plant. Thank you, Anshul bhai. And thank you, Abhay sir and Kulveer sir, for your giving your insights for this GCC summit. And we are signing off this session. And I just want to invite Anshul Agiwal sir for the next session. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all in the third technical session of this 6th GCC summit. The session is tech-driven GCCs. For going forward, I would like to invite Chairman Sikasa Jaipur branch, C.A. Shivakumar Sharma ji, our on speaker, C. Anurag Totuka, and main speaker, C.A. Anil Agrawal sir, MD NAV. Sir, please come on dais. To felicitate our speaker, I would like to invite C.A. Arav Bangad. Please come on dais. I present a plant to our speaker, Anil Agrawal sir. Sir, please come forward. I also like to invite C.A. Shubham Dangayach to present a memento to our speaker. Please have a big round of applause for our speaker. C.A. Anil Agrawal sir has spared time for Jaipur branch from his busy schedule. I request C. Akhil Pachori to please come and present a plant to our speaker, C. Anurag Totuka. Anurag sir, please. I request C. Ravi Gupta to please come forward. Requesting Saurabh Bhaiti to please come forward and present a memento to our speaker, C. Anurag Totuka. Thank you, sir. As we have seen in last session, the Rajasthan state government and RICO has made some policies and infrastructure, has given the robust policies for development and growth of the GCCs. So with all efforts of team of RICO and our branch management, we have made a guideline for GCC, how GCC can use the Rajasthan state government policies. So for unveiling of the same, I would like to invite C. Rohit Ruate ji, Program Director, C. Abhay Sajjan sir, CCM, C. Sanjeev Singhal sir, C. Ruchi Gupta ma'am, RCM and all management committee member of Jaipur branch to please come on dais for unveiling of GCC guideline. Thank you, Rohit sir. Thank you, Abhay sir. Thank you, Ruchi ma'am. Many of senior members are present here. They have seen just last 40, 50 years ago when the calculators first came in the professional life and make the calculations faster. Then the time came for desktops. The 80s, 90s, the time was for desktop and the things have changed from manual working to desktops. Last 2 decades was a time of gadgets and internet. And we can't imagine our life without internet and mobile, even for 10 minutes. Now the time has changed. Initially, the time was changing in 20 years, 25 years. Now the things are changing in every 5 years. So the time for the AI, machine learning, and the softwares and tools depending on the same. So for this session is discussing these things, how the tech-driven things are helping the GCCs to establish and grow in this global economy. So for opening remarks, I would like to invite C. Anurag Totuga to please give the highlights of this session.
Thank you, Anshulji. Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, and dear members, it is a pleasure to welcome you to this forward-looking session on tech-driven GCCs, where advanced software meets machine intelligence. As global capacity centers evolve from cost-efficient delivery units to strategic value creators, technology has emerged as the most powerful enabler of this transformation. Today's GCCs are increasingly driven by advanced software platforms, data analytics, automations, and machine intelligence, reshaping finance operations, fund administration, compliance, and decision-making at a global scale. Chartered accountants, with their strong domain expertise and growing technology orientation, are uniquely positioned to lead this convenience of finance and intelligent systems. We are privileged to have with us CA Anil Agrawal ji, Managing Director, NAV India, a leader who has been at the forefront of leveraging technologies to deliver scalable, high-quality fund administration and financial services globally. Under his leadership, NAV India has played a significant role in integrating advanced systems and intelligent tools into complex global financial operations. His experience in building technology-enabled teams, driven process innovation, and aligning machine intelligence with professional judgment makes him exceptionally well situated to address this session's theme. I extend a warm welcome to C. Anil Agrawal ji and invite him to share his insights with us. Thank you so much.
Respected Rohit ji, Abhay ji, other managing committee members of Jaipur branch, distinguished guests, colleagues, my friends. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, मैं आपको एक practical scenario बताना चाहता हूँ. जैसे हम लोग फंड अकाउंटिंग करते हैं, we don't do an audit. तो हमारे जो क्लाइंट्स हैं यूएस में, उनके ऑडिटर कोई और बिग फोर में से होते हैं, केपीएमजी या बिगर फर्म्स. वंस दे स्टार्ट ऑडिट प्रोसेस, उन सबके ऑफिस इंडिया में है. So our team is start talking to their Indian counterparts. तो काम आपस में वहीं से बात करके शुरू हो जाता है, and it becomes very convenient from communication point of view. It's a truly honor to stand before you at the 6th edition of the GCC Summit today. I want to highlight how advanced software, artificial intelligence, and cloud technologies are transforming global capability centers. From cost-effective support function into strategic hubs of innovation. Over the past decade, GCC has become essential in driving digital transformation, developing new products, managing risk, elevating customer experience, and building resilient organization for global enterprises. Technology has fundamentally changed how we analyze data, design solution, and respond to market needs, placing GCCs at forefront of this evolution. In this dynamic landscape, chartered accountants plays a pivotal role by bringing in financial expertise, governance, and strategic direction that strengthen the core capability of global impact of GCCs. So now I would like to talk about AI and cloud together, certainly a new phase of growth. So one of the most important change we are seeing today is coming together of artificial intelligence and cloud computing. Individually, both technologies have already delivered strong value. AI helps us understand large amount of data, automate tasks, and support better decision making. Cloud platforms gives us flexibility, speed, scale, and strong security to run system across the world. But when AI and cloud come together, they create something even more powerful. They form a foundation that is smart, flexible, and secure. The results are clear. Faster turnaround time, better risk control, and deeper business insights, all delivered at a speed we could never imagine a few years ago. Since we are talking about AI, let's not forget to empower people or our human-machine collaborators. So while we talk a lot about AI, it's important to remember one thing. Real transformation happens when people and technology work together. At NAV, we strongly believe in this approach. We focus heavily on upskilling our teams, training them in data analytics, automation, and AI. We encourage curiosity, problem solving, and continuous learning so our people stay adaptable and confident in fast-changing environment. We do not adopt technology just because it's new or trending. We adopt it where it creates the real value, improves security, and strengthens client service. Most of our systems are on-premise and closely linked to our domain expertise. This allows us to innovate responsibly while maintaining the highest standard of data protection. For us, security is not optional. It is a foundation of the trust we build with our clients. We truly believe that the future belongs to organizations that empowers their people to use AI effectively, where everyone can use data and automation to deliver better outcomes. Now let's talk about security and ethics implementing the same. As leaders face growing responsibilities and stricter regulations, and the critical role of data security, governance, and ethical AI use are becoming more top priorities. At NAV, we lead by example with a disciplined, impact-focused approach, deploying technology that strengthens security and improves client outcomes. Our secure on-premise domain-integrated systems ensure innovation while keeping data protection in central, reflecting our ongoing commitment to clients and stakeholders. Let's together ponder on our nation's AI journey now. So I'm particularly optimistic about what is happening in India. In March 2024, the government of India approved the India AI Mission, a 10,000 crore 5 years initiative aimed at making AI accessible across the country. This mission focused on building shared AI infrastructure, including large-scale GPU capacities and AI marketplace, Indian foundational model, and platform for non-personal data. The vision is simple and powerful, making AI in India and making AI work for India. The rollout will make computing power available over the next 18 to 24 months with support from private companies to scale responsibly. India is also making strong progress on data privacy. The Digital Personal Data Protection or DPTP Act now has its final rules notified with 18 months transition period. Organizations like ours are actively mapping data flows, automating consent processes, and ensuring that any data incidents can be reported within required timelines. Language inclusion is another exciting area. Through the Bhashini initiative, the government is enabling real-time translations and transcription across Indian languages. For GCCs that support users across the country, this is truly transformative. We also see continued expansion of the Meghraj or Government of India Cloud, which support secure, scalable, and AI-ready infrastructure. By combining government and private cloud providers, it enables fast and cost-effective digital transformation across central and state bodies. India has also shown how open digital network can scale successfully. Platforms like ONDC and account aggregator framework demonstrate how cloud-based system and AI can serve millions while remaining secure and consent-driven. These developments create a strong momentum for GCC Innovation India. I would also like to throw some light on why Rajasthan is a great place for GCCs. The speaker from RICO has already highlighted a lot of government policies. So definitely Rajasthan is a very good choice for future GCCs. So since we operate from Jaipur, I want to briefly highlight why Rajasthan is an exciting place for AI and GCC growth. The draft Rajasthan Artificial Intelligence Policy 2025 proposes a structured approach to AI adoption, including a center of excellence and a strong governance mechanism. This opens door for collaboration, pilot programs, and innovation at the state level. RCAT, the Rajiv Gandhi Center of Advanced Technology, is creating skilled talent through industry-aligned training in AI, cloud security, cybersecurity, and robotics. It also supports entrepreneurs who are ready to move from ideas to execution. The iStart program, iStart Rajasthan program, and Techno Hub Jaipur have grown into a strong startup ecosystem, offering incubation, mentoring, and investor connections. For GCCs, this provides an excellent environment to test ideas and build in partnerships. In addition, IIT Jodhpur's Innovation Hub and generative AI initiatives offer strong opportunities for research, internship, and joint development in advanced technologies. Together, this ecosystem gives us access to policy support, talent, startups, research right here, helping us move faster from ideas to real solutions. The next and final thing I would like to address is the road ahead, GCCs of the future. As we look ahead, I'm confident that GCC will go far beyond operational excellence. They will become center of AI-driven decision-making, innovation, and strategic influence. They will help global enterprises build secure digital system, resilient supply chain, and meaningful customer value at scale. The organization that succeed will be those that combine strong leadership, smart use of technology, and a deep commitment to learning and innovation. In this age of AI and cloud coming together, progress depends on our willingness to learn, our ability to adapt, and our confidence to lead. As per one of the media report, JP Morgan is building their largest GCC in Mumbai, which will employ 30,000 people. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for showing your vast experience. You and NAV India has proved that Jaipur and Rajasthan is not going to be a global hub just because of availability of manpower. It is just because of the smart and intelligent professionals are here and how fast we can adopt the technology and the software skills. Just due to the Jaipur and Rajasthan is going to be a global hub. Going forward, I would like to invite Chairman Sikasa, Shiv Kumar Sharma, for his vote of thanks.
Respected C. Anil Agrawal sir, C. Anurag Totuga जी, मेरे हमारे कमेटी मेंबर अंशुल आगीवाल जी और काउंसिल मेंबर रोहित रुआटिया जी एंड अभय छाजर जी. हमारा जब भी हम प्रैक्टिस में आते हैं या फिर आईसीआई इलेक्शंस आते हैं और हम जब वोटिंग करने के लिए आते हैं तो सब क्वेश्चन होता है कि आईसीआई लीडरशिप हमारे लिए क्या करती है. और आज ये जो प्रोग्राम हो रहा है, ये प्रोग्राम इसका साक्षी है कि पूरे इंडिया के अंदर 6th टाइम और राजस्थान में पहली बार हम ये जीसीसी समिट कर रहे हैं, जो हमारे काउंसिल मेंबर्स की वजह से ये संभव हो पाया है, जो हमारे लिए नए अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्रिएट करता है, हमारे प्रैक्टिस के नए आयाम क्रिएट करता है, जिसके अंदर हम इसका फायदा उठा सकते हैं. 2017 के अंदर जब रेरा आया, जीएसटी आया, जिन लोगों ने उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी समझकर उसमें काम करना शुरू किया, आज उन्होंने एक बड़ी प्रैक्टिस स्थापित की है. आज जीसीसी भी वैसी एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है, हम इसका फायदा उठा सकते हैं. अभी मेरे बड़े भाई अनुराग तोतुगा जी मुझे कह रहे थे कि हमेशा लोगों का ड्रीम रहता है कि हम यूएसडी के अंदर कमाएं और आईएनआर के अंदर खर्च करें, और शायद इसके बाद में हमारा ये सपना भी पूरा हो सकता है कि हम डॉलर के अंदर कमाएं और आईएनआर के अंदर खर्च करें. मेरी थोड़े टाइम पहले सर से बात हुई, एक बार अनिल अग्रवाल सर से मुझे बात हुई, तो सर ने बोला कि जब मैंने एनएवी शुरू करी यहाँ पे, तो हम उस समय इंटरनेट भी इतना अवेलेबल नहीं होता था. हम सुबह हमारे पास में डेटा वहां से आता था, पूरे दिन काम करते थे, वापस शाम को हमारे को इंटरनेट मिलता, तो वापस से हम वहां पे अपना जो किया हुआ वर्क था वो पहुंचाते थे. आज एआई आ गया है और बहुत सारी चीजें स्मूथ हो गई है, हम बहुत नई अपॉर्चुनिटीज पे काम कर सकते हैं, और जीसीसी उसी के अंदर से एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है, ऐसी एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है हमारे लिए कि हम इसका फायदा उठाकर अपनी प्रैक्टिस को ग्रो कर सकते हैं. और जो लोग कहते हैं कि प्रैक्टिस के अंदर अब स्कोप कम हो रहा है, तो ऐसा नहीं है. आप नई अपॉर्चुनिटीज का फायदा उठाइए, और आज आपने इस इवेंट को अटेंड किया है, इसके लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं. हमारे काउंसिल मेंबर्स का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने इस इवेंट को हमारे को एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दी. हमारे लिए प्राउड की बात है कि हम यहाँ पे इसको ऑर्गेनाइज कर पा रहे हैं. और थैंक यू सो मच, और स्पीकर्स जिन्होंने हमारे को इन सब के बारे में डिटेल के अंदर बताया. थैंक यू सो मच. जय हिंद, जय आईसी.
Thank you, Shiv bhai. We again wish to convey our thanks to Anil Agrawal sir and Anurag Totuga ji for sparing time. Now it's time for lunch, and we will join back again at 2 p.m. sharp. So please have a lunch. Thank you. Summit. The session is tech-driven GCCs. For going forward, I would like to invite Chairman Sikasa Jaipur Branch, C.S. Shiv Kumar Sharma ji.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm overwhelmed. I'm excited looking at the crowd that has come here. And I'm reminded of the days when your institute started. All of you are aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. Last message of the day. We have to keep performing for this great country, making it the superpower of the world and empowering our fellow members so that all of us can create history, reach benchmarks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm overwhelmed. I'm excited looking at the crowd that has come here. And I'm reminded of the days when your institute started. All of you are aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. Last message of the day. We have to keep performing for this great country, making it the superpower of the world and empowering our fellow members so that all of us can create history, reach benchmarks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm overwhelmed. I'm excited looking at the crowd that has come here. And I'm reminded of the days when your institute started. All of you are aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. Last message of the day. We have to keep performing for this great country, making it the superpower of the world and empowering our fellow members so that all of us can create history, reach benchmarks. Thank you. Thank you so much. ladies and gentlemen. I'm overwhelmed. I'm excited looking at the crowd that has come here. And I'm reminded of the days when your institute started. All of you are aware that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949. Last message of the day. We have to keep performing for this great country, making it the superpower of the world and empowering our fellow members so that all of us can create history, reach benchmarks. Thank you. Thank you so much.
नहीं नहीं वो कर देगा लाइव तो
world discovered India, multinational companies from the United States and Europe began outsourcing information technology and back office work here. Call centers, help desks, data processing. India became the natural choice. Why? Low cost, skilled English-speaking talent, and the magic of time zone advantage. By the late 1990s and 2000s, outsourcing wasn't enough. Companies wanted more control, better protection of intellectual property, and less dependency on vendors.
So just like China has emerged as the factory to the world, India is now emerging as the office to the world.
So they set up their own offshore offices in India, and then they rebranded into what we know today as Global Capability Centers, or GCCs.
Global capability centers are actually deeper functions.
No longer just about saving costs. They began driving analytics, research, product engineering, and even global financial strategy.
India's global capability centers ecosystem is expanding rapidly, with over 1,700 centers employing 1.8 million professionals and contributing over $64 billion annually. With significant growth projected by 2030, chartered accountants are poised to play pivotal roles, not only in governance, ESG and digital finance, but also in building and scaling GCCs, driving global tech strategies, talent acquisition, and upskilling initiatives.
I think this is the time we have to come out of box, think differently, think out of those traditional practices which we have been doing for years.
By the 2010s, India had become the GCC capital of the world. Multinational corporates tapped into India's deep talent pools. In the 2020s, GCCs are not just execution engines. They are the leadership hubs. They drive artificial intelligence, automation, ESG, and even entire global CFO offices.
Chartered accountants are at the heart of this transformation, not just as financial experts, but as strategic leaders driving governance, compliance, ESG, global tax planning, automation, and digital finance.
Sustainable finance need is 57 lakh crores in the next 5 years. And similarly, ESG reporting is already mandatory in India. ESG assurance or impact assessment is already mandatory in India. Nowhere in the world at this scale it is mandatory. We can certainly make India as the ESG GCC capital of the world because
India now hosts 53% of the world's global capability centers, and we are on track to cross $100 billion GCC industry by 2030.
Earlier, the concept of export, like in services, the 4 modes. But now we have noted that GCC is also emerging.
What began as cost advantage has now become one of India's greatest strategic strengths. India's edge begins with unmatched talent. Every year, more than 1.5 million chartered accountants, professionals, MBAs, and finance experts graduate.
Perception to bring the difference. A perception to say, let's come out from ledgers to global leadership.
India has the largest number of CFA, CPA aspirants outside the United States. Today, India is a rare and powerful blend of finance and technology.
We are talking about, if we chartered accountant, 450,000 chartered accountants, 11 lakh students come together, we can be the world accountant. We can be the global accountant. And we are all the knowledge. If for this 25 years experience, which I had working with this GCC, I've seen the knowledge and the domain specialization which we own is uncomparable.
That is what our mindset has to be if we are talking about GCC or anything new.
India is also among the world's top 3 artificial intelligence ecosystems. With over 2,000 AI startups, GCCs here are testing the future. Artificial intelligence-driven finance, blockchain compliance, robotic process automation and audits, advanced analytics piloted in India, and then scaled across the globe. The Indian government's push adds another layer. From Gift City's IFSC to Startup India to the National Artificial Intelligence Mission, policy is becoming GCC friendly. progressive tax structures, simplified compliance, and global finance laws all attract Fortune 500 companies to the Indian subcontinent. When one GCC sets up in a city, others follow. The ICAI brand itself is a seal of trust. With MRAs with 8 professional accounting institutes and MOU with 16 professional bodies, 54 overseas chapters, and 31 representative offices spanning 85 cities across 47 countries across the globe, Indian chartered accountants are globally mobile.
I think you guys, chartered accountants, you are the custodian of trust today.
Looking ahead to Bharat at 2047, India is aiming for a $300 billion GCC industry. From ledgers to leadership, chartered accountants are rising as architects of global strategy. Catering to this, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has come up with a group to promote India as an accounting GCC. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is also set to work closely with the government ministries in structuring GCC policies across the country and collectively work in enhancing the GCC industry. The group to promote India as an accounting GCC has introduced a series of GCC Summit for the year 2025 across the country. The first series of the summit at New Delhi on 27th and 28th June was an astounding success, bringing together over 7 ministries of the government, several sponsors, partners, dignitaries, and a forward-thinking crowd of delegates. ICII then brought the second edition of the GCC Summit 2025 to Ahmedabad, India's own global finance hub at Gift City, on the 29th and 30th of August. The summit turned out to be even bigger, with the participation of 12 government ministries, over 400 delegates, 40 distinguished dignitaries, and the support of several leading partners and sponsors. It became a true 2 days convergence of chartered accountants, policymakers, industry leaders, and finance professionals, further reinforcing India's position as the undisputed leader in the GCC landscape. Riding the wave of success, the ICAI GCC Summit 2025 stormed into the tech capital of India, Hyderabad, on the 9th and 10th of October at HICC Novotel. The 2 days wasn't just another event, it was a convergence of finance and future tech. The Hyderabad edition confirmed that when Indian chartered accountants meets cutting-edge technology, the result is nothing short of global leadership. The Summit Series next made its way to the Oxford of the East in Pune. On November 28th and 29th, the Sheraton Grand played host to the 4th edition of the ICAI GCC Summit 2025. True to its theme, from ledgers to global leadership, these 2 days successfully brought the entire GCC ecosystem under one roof. The grand finale of the ICAI GCC Summit Series 2025 is sprinting towards a spectacular finish with a powerful doubleheader. First, we are here to storm the Silicon Valley of India, Bengaluru, on the 12th and 13th of December. Amidst the tech giants, we are to decode the intelligent ledger. Moreover, the momentum doesn't stop there. We immediately pivot to the Pink City, Jaipur, on the 19th of December at Hotel Hill.
This is the time when we can say that if we are signing the audit report, today is the day when we are going to sign $1 billion decision.
With one of the 2 GCCs in the world, millions of professionals, and billions in impact, and at the center of it all, the chartered accountant. In the early 1980s and 1990s, the world discovered India. Multinational companies from the United States and Europe began outsourcing information technology and back office work here. Call centers, help desks, data processing. India became the natural choice. Why? Low cost, skilled English-speaking talent, and the magic of time zone advantage. By the late 1990s and 2000s, outsourcing wasn't enough. Companies wanted more control, better protection of intellectual property, and less dependency on vendors.
So just like China has emerged as the factory to the world, India is now emerging as the office to the world.
So they set up their own offshore offices in India, and then they rebranded into what we know today as Global Capability Centers, or GCCs.
Global capability centers are actually deeper functions.
No longer just about saving costs. They began driving analytics, research, product engineering, and even global financial strategy.
India's global capability centers ecosystem is expanding rapidly, with over 1,700 centers employing 1.8 million professionals and contributing over $64 billion annually. With significant growth projected by 2030, chartered accountants are poised to play pivotal roles, not only in governance, ESG and digital finance, but also in building and scaling GCCs, driving global tech strategies, talent acquisition, and upskilling initiatives.
I think this is the time we have to come out of box, think differently, think out of those traditional practices which we have been doing for years.
By the 2010s, India had become the GCC capital of the world. Multinational corporates tapped into India's deep talent pools. In the 2020s, GCCs are not just execution engines. They are the leadership hubs. They drive artificial intelligence, automation, ESG, and even entire global CFO offices.
Chartered accountants are at the heart of this transformation, not just as financial experts, but as strategic leaders driving governance, compliance, ESG, global tax planning, automation, and digital finance.
Sustainable finance need is 57 lakh crores in the next 5 years. And similarly, ESG reporting is already mandatory in India. ESG assurance or impact assessment is already mandatory in India. Nowhere in the world at this scale it is mandatory. We can certainly make India as the ESG GCC capital of the world because
India now hosts 53% of the world's global capability centers, and we are on track to cross $100 billion GCC industry by 2030.
Earlier, the concept of export, like in services, the 4 modes. But now we have noted that GCC is also emerging.
What began as cost advantage has now become one of India's greatest strategic strengths. India's edge begins with unmatched talent. Every year, more than 1.5 million chartered accountants, professionals, MBAs, and finance experts graduate.
Perception to bring the difference. A perception to say, let's come out from ledgers to global leadership.
India has the largest number of CFA, CPA aspirants outside the United States. Today, India is a rare and powerful blend of finance and technology.
We are talking about, if we chartered accountant, 450,000 chartered accountants, 11 lakh students come together, we can be the world accountant. We can be the global accountant. And we are all the knowledge. If for this 25 years experience, which I had working with this GCC, I've seen the knowledge and the domain specialization which we own is uncomparable.
That is what our mindset has to be if we are talking about GCC or anything new.
India is also among the world's top 3 artificial intelligence ecosystems. With over 2,000 AI startups, GCCs here are testing the future. Artificial intelligence-driven finance, blockchain compliance, robotic process automation and audits, advanced analytics piloted in India, and then scaled across the globe. The Indian government's push adds another layer. From Gift City's IFSC to Startup India to the National Artificial Intelligence Mission, policy is becoming GCC friendly. Progressive tax structures, simplified compliance, and global finance laws all attract Fortune 500 companies to the Indian subcontinent. When one GCC sets up in a city, others follow. The ICAI brand itself is a seal of trust, with MRAs with 8 professional accounting institutes and MOU with 16 professional bodies, 54 overseas chapters, and 31 representative offices spanning 85 cities across 47 countries across the globe. Indian chartered accountants are globally mobile.
I think you guys, chartered accountants,
You are the custodian of trust today.
Looking ahead to Bharat at 2047, India is aiming for a $300 billion GCC industry. From ledgers to leadership, chartered accountants are rising as architects of global strategy. Catering to this, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has come up with a group to promote India as an accounting GCC. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is also set to work closely with the government ministries in structuring GCC policies across the country and collectively work in enhancing the GCC industry. The group to promote India as an accounting GCC has introduced a series of GCC Summit for the year 2025 across the country. The first series of the summit at New Delhi on 27th and 28th June was an astounding success, bringing together over 7 ministries of the government, several sponsors, partners, dignitaries, and a forward-thinking crowd of delegates. ICII then brought the second edition of the GCC Summit 2025 to Ahmedabad, India's own global finance hub at Gift City, on the 29th and 30th of August. The summit turned out to be even bigger, with the participation of 12 government ministries, over 400 delegates, 40 distinguished dignitaries, and the support of several leading partners and sponsors. It became a true 2 days convergence of chartered accountants, policymakers, industry leaders, and finance professionals, further reinforcing India's position as the undisputed leader in the GCC landscape. Riding the wave of success, the ICAI GCC Summit 2025 stormed into the tech capital of India, Hyderabad, on the 9th and 10th of October at HICC Novotel. The 2 days wasn't just another event, it was a convergence of finance and future tech. The Hyderabad edition confirmed that when Indian chartered accountants meets cutting-edge technology, the result is nothing short of global leadership. The Summit Series next made its way to the Oxford of the East in Pune. On November 28th and 29th, the Sheraton Grand played host to the 4th edition of the ICAI GCC Summit 2025. True to its theme, from ledgers to global leadership, these 2 days successfully brought the entire GCC ecosystem under one roof. The grand finale of the ICAI GCC Summit Series 2025 is sprinting towards a spectacular finish with a powerful doubleheader. First, we are here to storm the Silicon Valley of India, Bengaluru, on the 12th and 13th of December. Amidst the tech giants, we are to decode the intelligent ledger. Moreover, the momentum doesn't stop there. We immediately pivot to the Pink City, Jaipur, on the 19th of December at Hotel Hill.
This is the time when we can say that if we are signing the audit report, today is the day when we are going to sign $1 billion decision.
With one of the 2 GCCs in the world, millions of professionals, and billions in impact. And at the center of it all, the chartered accountant. In the early 1980s and 1990s, the world discovered India. Multinational companies from the United States and Europe began outsourcing information technology and back office work here. Call centers, help desks, data processing. India became the natural choice. Why? Low cost, skilled English-speaking talent, and the magic of time zone advantage. By the late 1990s and 2000s, outsourcing wasn't enough. Companies wanted more control, better protection of intellectual property, and less dependency on vendors.
So just like China has emerged as the factory to the world, India is now emerging as the office to the world.
So they set up their own offshore offices in India, and then they rebranded into what we know today as Global Capability Centers, or GCCs.
Global capability centers are actually deeper functions.
No longer just about saving costs. They began driving analytics, research, product engineering, and even global financial strategy.
India's global capability centers ecosystem is expanding rapidly, with over 1,700 centers employing 1.8 million professionals and contributing over $64 billion annually. With significant growth projected by 2030, chartered accountants are poised to play pivotal roles, not only in governance, ESG and digital finance, but also in building and scaling GCCs, driving global tech strategies, talent acquisition, and upskilling initiatives.
I think this is the time we have to come out of box, think differently, think out of those traditional practices which we have been doing for years.
By the 2010s, India had become the GCC capital of the world. Multinational corporates tapped into India's deep talent pools. In the 2020s, GCCs are not just execution engines. They are the leadership hubs. They drive artificial intelligence, automation, ESG, and even entire global CFO offices.
Chartered accountants are at the heart of this transformation, not just as financial experts, but as strategic leaders driving governance, compliance, ESG, global tax planning, automation, and digital finance.
Sustainable finance need is 57 lakh crores in the next 5 years. And similarly, ESG reporting is already mandatory in India. ESG assurance or impact assessment is already mandatory in India. Nowhere in the world at this scale it is mandatory. We can certainly make India as the ESG GCC capital of the world because
India now hosts 53% of the world's global capability centers, and we are on track to cross $100 billion GCC industry by 2030.
Earlier, the concept of export, like in services, the 4 modes. But now we have noted that GCC is also emerging.
What began as cost advantage has now become one of India's greatest strategic strengths. India's edge begins with unmatched talent. Every year, more than 1.5 million chartered accountants, professionals, MBAs, and finance experts graduate.
Perception to bring the difference. A perception to say, let's come out from ledgers to global leadership.
India has the largest number of CFA, CPA aspirants outside the United States. Today, India is a rare and powerful blend of finance and technology.
We are talking about if we chartered accountant, 450,000 chartered accountants, 11 lakh students come together, we can be the world accountant. We can be the global accountant, and we are all the knowledge. If for this 25 years of experience which I had working with this GCC, I've seen the knowledge and the domain specialization which we own is uncomparable.
That is what our mindset has to be if we are talking about GCC or anything new.
India is also among the world's top 3 artificial intelligence ecosystems. With over 2,000 AI startups, GCCs here are testing the future. Artificial intelligence-driven finance, blockchain compliance, robotic process automation and audits, advanced analytics piloted in India, and then scaled across the globe. The Indian government's push adds another layer. From Gift City's IFSC to Startup India to the National Artificial Intelligence Mission, policy is becoming GCC friendly. Progressive tax structures, simplified compliance, and global finance laws all attract Fortune 500 companies to the Indian subcontinent. When one GCC sets up in a city, others follow. The ICAI brand itself is a seal of trust, with MRAs with 8 professional accounting institutes and MOU with 16 professional bodies, 54 overseas chapters, and 31 representative offices spanning 85 cities across 47 countries across the globe. Indian chartered accountants are globally mobile.
I think you guys, chartered accountants, you are the custodian of trust today.
Looking ahead to Bharat at 2047, India is aiming for a $300 billion GCC industry. From ledgers to leadership, chartered accountants are rising as architects of global strategy. Catering to this, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has come up with a group to promote India as an accounting GCC. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is also set to work closely with the government ministries in structuring GCC policies across the country and collectively work in enhancing the GCC industry. The group to promote India as an accounting GCC has introduced a series of GCC Summit for the year 2025 across the country. The first series of the summit at New Delhi on 27th and 28th June was an astounding success, bringing together over 7 ministries of the government, several sponsors, partners, dignitaries, and a forward-thinking crowd of delegates. ICII then brought the second edition of the GCC Summit 2025 to Ahmedabad, India's own global finance hub at Gift City, on the 29th and 30th of August. The summit turned out to be even bigger, with the participation of 12 government ministries, over 400 delegates, 40 distinguished dignitaries, and the support of several leading partners and sponsors. It became a true 2 days convergence of chartered accountants, policymakers, industry leaders, and finance professionals, further reinforcing India's position as the undisputed leader in the GCC landscape. Riding the wave of success, the ICAI GCC Summit 2025 stormed into the tech capital of India, Hyderabad.
We will start this next session within 2-3 minutes. So please be with us. We are going to start this session after 2-3 minutes.
Confirmed that when Indian chartered accountants meets cutting-edge technology, the result is nothing short of global leadership. The Summit Series next made its way to the Oxford of the East of Pune. On November 28th and 29th, the Sheraton Grand played host to the 4th edition of the ICAI GCC Summit 2025. True to its theme, from ledgers to global leadership, these 2 days successfully brought the entire GCC ecosystem under one roof. The grand finale of the ICAI GCC Summit Series 2025 is sprinting towards a spectacular finish with a powerful doubleheader. First, we are here to storm the Silicon Valley of India, Bengaluru, on the 12th and 13th of December. Amidst the tech giants, we are to decode the intelligent ledger. Moreover, the momentum doesn't stop there. We immediately pivot to the Pink City, Jaipur, on the 19th of December at Hotel Hilton.
This is the time when we can say that if we are signing the audit report, today is the day when we are going to sign $1 billion decision.
With one of the 2 GCCs in the world, millions of professionals, and billions in impact. And at the center of it all, the chartered accountant. In the early 1980s and 1990s, the world discovered India. Multinational companies from the United States and Europe began outsourcing information technology and back office work here. Call centers, help desks, data processing. India became the natural choice. Why? Low cost, skilled English-speaking talent, and the magic of time zone advantage. By the late 1990s and 2000s, outsourcing wasn't enough. Companies wanted more control, better protection of intellectual property, and less dependency on vendors.
So just like China has emerged as the factory to the world, India is now emerging as the office to the world.
So they set up their own offshore offices in India, and then they rebranded into what we know today as Global Capability Centers, or GCCs.
Global capability centers are actually deeper functions.
No longer just about saving costs. They began driving analytics, research, product engineering, and even global
We are starting the session soon. So can you please call upon your friends outside to join the session? We understand that the session post lunch is difficult, but I think considering the topic, it should be engaging. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Pleasure
Wonderful
meeting you.
to have you.
So, photograph के पास जाएगा ना? I'll get photograph.
ठीक है. Welcome back, everyone, after the lunch for the fourth technical session on GIFT IFSC, India's second engine of growth, opportunities for CAs, GCC expansion, revising talent migration. I welcome you all in the post-lunch session. Every structural reform creates a new professional class. GIFT IFSC is creating one such defining moment for CAs in India. For the session today, we have with us CA Ravi Mahmodia, founder, Master Insiders. I request you to please be on the dais. Shri Satyaraj CM, General Manager, International Financial Service Center Authority. Sir, I request you to please come on the dais. To welcome our speaker, I request CA Tara Chand ji to please present a plant and momentum to sir. To welcome CA Ravi Mahmodia, I request CA Pooja Jain to please present a plant and memento. Can we have a big round of applause, please? To formally start the session, I request CA Ravi Mahmodia ji for his opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. सर सेशन अगर लंच के बाद हो तो एक बार गुड मॉर्निंग कर लेना चाहिए, इसलिए गुड मॉर्निंग कर रहा हूं सर. अदरवाइज मैं गुड आफ्टरनून नहीं करता. हाँ सर, मैं ये बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि एक बार जाग जाना चाहिए. जीसीसी के अलावा गिफ्ट सिटी भी अच्छी ऑप्शन है. तो बिफोर वी स्टार्ट एंड मूव फॉरवर्ड विद द गिफ्ट सिटी, सो आई रियली थैंक्स टू ऑल ऑफ यू फॉर बीइंग सच अ वंडरफुल ऑडियंस, जिन्होंने खाना खाने के बाद में भी इतनी एनर्जेटिकली नेक्स्ट सेशन लेने का फैसला लिया. So I welcome you all in this Gift City IFSC, India's second engine of growth, opportunities for the chartered accountant, GCCs, and evolving the talent migration. It's a topic that we are going to cover today, and we have a wonderful speaker with us, Mr. Satyaraj CM sir, and he's a general manager IFSC, and he has been came across from the Gujarat. He's from Tamil Nadu. He worked in the Gujarat and came to Rajasthan to explain us that what exactly we as a chartered accountant can do in this field of Gift City. So Gift City is not only reshaping the India's economy, architecture, but also creating a lot of opportunities for the chartered accountants in a different kind of domain, like global financing, fundraising, different kind of regulatory frameworks and global capability centers, which we are talking today. So there's a lot of such opportunity globally, which is coming out of, and that is happening through the GCCs. So before we begin, I'll just quickly update you that what all we are going to get out of this session. So sir, I had a little conversation with him, and what we are able to understand that we are covering that what is GCC, what is Gift City, what is Gift IFSC, and what is IFSC A. बहुत बेसिक से स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, so that we can understand. मुझे तो पता नहीं था कि 3 अलग-अलग चीजें हैं, मैं इनको एक ही मानता था. To get a better clarity, we have Sir with us. He's going to clarify on all of these things. He'll also talk about what are the latest opportunities we as a chartered accountant can have there. I've requested him to explain us that we as a chartered accountant, how we can get registered ourselves, how we can make it ease of doing business of ours from the gift city. And we also talked that how we can earn in the dollars and can still save a tax, how we can recommend this to our clients, and how it can be beneficial for us also. Along with this, I really believe that this vision of what we are saying, that Viksit Bharat vision, that 2047, that all we are talking about, and for which we are seeing a lot of new opportunities are coming in. So this has become a wonderful dimension and wonderful area for the practice for all of us, because the growth is going to come. And if the growth is going to come, and if we'll participate into these areas in a different way, then definitely we are also able to contribute to this economy in this way. We as a chartered accountant has already worked into a different domain of auditing, taxation, compliances, and all of these things. But now I believe, sir, that there's a lot of new opportunities are coming, like a gift city, like a GCCs. And we really wanted to explore that how it can be beneficial for us, how it can grow, how it can multiply our incomes and stabilize our practices into different areas. I would also like to request you to please explain that how we can suggest to our clients that how they can go and which kind of client should we go and get themselves registered there. And as a chartered accountant, how we can go there and buy an office and get registered us. I'll give you a few cases, sir, that latestly I was talking with some of my family client, and we are helping them in the structuring. So in the structuring, every client keep on asking, why don't we go and take some office into the gift city? Whether or not they are able to understand the domain that what gift a benefit out of it. So we're looking forward that if you can answer us that how we can drive through these things and give a basic understanding to our client that how this concept of gift city can help and ignite to them. With this, I'll just hand over the session to Ruchi ji again to give a brief profile of her, sir. And let's look forward that how we as a chartered accountant can go our practice into this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raviji. Before we actually call upon Sir to deliver the session, I would want to know from all of you, how many of you are actually planning to work for Gift City? Anybody? Okay. How many of you don't even know anything about Gift City? Isn't anybody? Okay. Sir, so you can understand the audience present here. So accordingly, we have a lot of expectations from you today so that we can actually start a practice into Gift City now. So to formally call upon Sir, I would like to take a second to give a brief about Sir. Mr. Satyaraj CM is a seasoned public administrator with 13 plus years of experience in institutional development, regulatory affairs, and sports governance. He is currently General Manager at the International Financial Services Center Authority IFSCA, Ministry of Finance, where he has contributed significantly since 2020 in building the authority, handling registration, staffing, policy formulation, etc., etc. Currently, he is leading banking, supervision, foreign universities, and the financial support services regulatory division. Previously, he served in leadership roles in Sports Authority of India, driving Khelo India initiative and major national events, and also worked as Chief Administrative Officer at IICA. I now request him to please be on the stage and deliver his session. We are really privileged to have him here today. A huge round of applause for him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished members of professional services community, and my dear participants. A very good afternoon to all of you. It gives me a great pleasure to be here with you all today at this esteemed platform provided by an institution which has significantly played a pivotal role in shaping the corporate governance and professional services landscape of India. Friends, if you look at India's growth story, from 1947, it took almost 60 years to reach a $1 trillion economy by 2007. It took another 7 years to become a $2 trillion economy by 2014. From 2014, it took another 7 years to become a $3 trillion economy by 2021. And in less than 4 years, it has become a $4.19 trillion economy. That is in the world's fourth largest growing economy. And this is what something like we all must be proud of our country. Today, I'll speak about one of the deepest financial sector reforms undertaken by the Government of India in the recent past. When you talk about the reforms, the financial sector reform that is undertaken by Government of India through the IFSC Act 2019, which was passed in December 2019. So I'll speak about to you at a time when India stands at the threshold of an extraordinary transformation. A transformation not only in terms of GDP or economic growth, but in terms of institutional maturity, strategic vision, and global ambition. For India, as a country with strong macroeconomic fundamentals, huge democratic dividend, world's third largest startup ecosystem, a rule of law, a well-developed and sophisticated financial market, a strong domestic market with unlimited opportunities, India requires huge flows of foreign capital so as to realize its full economic potential to bridge the gap in the availability of domestic capital. As per the white paper issued by GE and EY, for India to meet its net zero emission commitments by 2070, it requires foreign capital to the tune of $10 trillion. That means it has to triple or maybe quadruple the flow of foreign capital to meet its investment needs. Where that investment needs are coming, if you look at India's population, today, the railways, the passenger traffic, today it stands at around 8 billion, and it is expected to grow 20 billion. Similarly, the roadways infrastructure, today it is around 1,45,000 kilometers, and it is expected to double by 2030, that is 2,90,000 kilometers. If you look at the urban railways expansion, today it is 700 kilometers, it is expected to grow up to 4,900 kilometers. And the sports capacity has to almost grow 6 times more. The aviation handling capacity has to grow 7 times more. So to build all this infrastructure, you need huge foreign capital. As per the BCG's report, for India to become a $30 trillion economy by 2047, the contribution of the financial services sector has to grow 20-fold. Achieving this goal requires us to pursue 2 parallel objectives with equal intensity. Number 1, to deepen and globalize our financial system. Number 2, to create more meaningful and skillful employment opportunity for Indian youth. What if I told you that both these objectives can be achieved by a single integrated platform, that is International Financial Services Center in Gift City, Gujarat. Friends, when India attained independence in 1947, our economy was largely agrarian. The contribution of the service sector towards GDP was almost 30%. And economy was inward-looking, highly regulated, and totally disconnected from the foreign capital and technology flows. All that have changed with the liberalization, privatization, and globalization reforms of 1991. This 1991 reform kind of catalyzed the India's services sector. Today, it contributes to 55% of our GDP, within which the financial services sector alone contributes to 23%. Again, when you look back at India's economic liberalization stage during early 90s, the question of whether the rupee should be made fully convertible was hotly debated. RBI in 1996 had constituted a committee popularly referred to as a Tarapur Committee 1, with the mandate to see whether India should go for full capital account convertibility. The Tarapur Committee has given a phased approach to go on full capital account convertibility. But due to this crisis caused like East Asian economic crisis, which was caused mainly due to the unbridled flow of foreign capital, so the recommendation of the Tarapur 1 committee could not be implemented. A decade after, in 2006, RBI has constituted another committee called Tarapur Committee 2 with the same mandate. The Tarapur Committee has given a 5 years phased approach to adopt a full capital account convertibility in India. The recommendations of the Tarapur Committee was partially implemented, like the liberalization, like kind of easing the restriction in external commercial borrowing, LRS scheme, and allowing the NRIs to invest into Indian capital market, incentive for NRIs deposits, etc. However, the recommendations of the Tarapur 2 committee also was not fully implemented because soon after it was followed by the global financial crisis 2008. During this time, in 2007, the Government of India constituted an expert committee to study whether India should have an international financial services center. So that expert committee under Persimistry had studied the global jurisdiction, and they come up with some salient features. They said they also estimated that the consumption of international financial services by the Indian household was around $13 billion in 2005. And they also estimated that it was expected to grow up to $120 billion by 2025. So the committee said that India should not only become the consumer of its own or India should not only meet the requirement of its own international financial services, it should also export the international financial services to the outer world. To achieve these two objectives, it has suggested to have an unified financial sector regulators, which will have a powers and functions of RBI, SEBI, IRDA, and PFRDA. It also recommended to have a full capital account convertibility in India and best-in-class regulations. Friends, if you look at International Monetary Fund, it kind of gives 3 types of international financial services center which are present across the globe. Number 1, the global financial services center like New York, London, which are full-fledged financial services center with advanced payment and settlement system. They are catering to the needs of global banks, global financial institutions, and also the requirement of the financial services requirement of entire countries. Then the second category is regional financial services centers like Singapore and Hong Kong. They are specifically created to meet the requirement of the regional financial services center of a particular region. The third category of financial services center is offshore financial services center like Mauritius, Cayman Island. Many of the entities, the professionals looked at this jurisdiction only to save money. So they are so-called tax havens. You have to look the GIFT IFSC from the above context. As per the economic survey 2022-23, it stated that the GIFT IFSC has been a path-breaking financial sector reform, underpinning the India's increasingly liberal outlook towards full capital account convertibility. So friends, India requires huge flows of foreign capital to meet its investment needs so as to realize its full economic potential. So that means India has to plug into the global financial system. So given the necessity to plug into the global financial system and impracticability of adopting the full capital account convertibility at one go, because Indian economy was not ready to expose itself to the vagaries of global financial system. Because if you look at the entire 1991 reforms, the narrative underlying the entire 1991 reforms was opening up of Indian economy to the outside world and dismantling the controls within the country, like removing the licensing Raj, abolition of permit Raj, easing the administrative pricing mechanism, etc. So, given the necessity to connect with the global financial system, at the same time, our Indian economy cannot be exposed to the entire globe. So, Government of India took a very conscious decision and adopted an enclave approach. This has led to creation of International Financial Services Center in 2015 in Gift City, Gujarat. So what are the unique features of International Financial Services Center? The IFSC is having a unified financial sector regulator. The full capital account convertibility is allowed within this zone. Your state-of-art infrastructure facilities. Under FEMA, it is treated as an internal jurisdiction within India. With this, just I wanted to set the context. Now I will make a first part of my presentation just to explain what is Gift City, what is IFSC, and what is the role of IFSCA. And then in the second part of my presentation, I will cover what are the opportunities available for the professional services providers, how you can utilize the Gift IFSC as a platform to serve the global market. So this is the Gift City structure. So Gift City is divided into two parts. Gift City is spread across 866 acres, with 260 acres is special economic zone, that is called Gift SEZ. The remaining called domestic tariff area, like any other part of India. So within that special economic zone, you have something called IFSC, that is International Financial Services Center. So at present, there are 47 buildings under construction within Gift City, and then 24 towers are fully operational. And it's a greenfield smart city, India's first operational smart city. And the location of the Gift City is located between the Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar. It is just 15 minutes away from the international airport, 15 minutes away from the proposed bullet train the station, 20 minutes away from the railway station, just centrally located, and it is near to the Gandhinagar. These are the state-of-the-art infrastructure available in Gift City. Just to give a flavor, because how many of you have visited Gift City before this? Oh, very few. Just to give a flavor of Gift City, these are the state-of-art infrastructure facilities: automated waste collection and segregation plant, district cooling plant, underground multi-purpose utility tunnel, water treatment plant. Then Lilavati Hospital, which will be inaugurated next year. You have a central park, work is in progress, riverfront development, and the residential towers. These are you have a Gift City Club. There are some social infrastructure, Brigade Hotel, Jammunabai Nursery School, some state-of-the-art sports facilities. These are some roads and street lights in Gift City. This is upcoming riverfront development. This is the present status. Once it is completed, it will be like that. This is the Central Park, the current status. This is the proposed phase 2 Central Park. If it is developed, it will look like this. The work is in progress. These are the other facilities which are coming up: Leelabaji Hospital, Hyatt Hotel, and then DMart. So if you look at the IFSC journey, so in 2015, they have notified the IFSC in Gift City, that is International Financial Services Center in Gift City. So from 2015 to till the establishment of an authority, the domestic financial sector regulators like RBI, SEBI, IRDI, PFRDI were given the responsibility to manage the respective functions in IFSC. For example, RBI has to take care of the banking vertical. Similarly, SEBI has to take care of the security market related functions. IRDI has to take care of the insurance vertical. PFRDI for the pension vertical within IFSC. That is IFSC spread across 261 acres. So the Government of India has passed a act called IFSC Act in December 2019, by which they have established a unified financial sector regulator called IFSC Authority on 27th April 2020. Then on 1st October 2020, the IFSC was vested with the powers and functions of all these 4 domestic financial sector regulator to develop and regulate the financial services market within IFSC. That means within IFSC, for the banking, security market, insurance, pension, and other areas, everything will be developed and regulated by a single unified regulator called IFSC Authority. See, this is the jurisdictional comparison. If you look at the first one is foreign jurisdiction, that means Dubai or Singapore or any other part outside India, that is foreign jurisdiction. The currency will be, if you look at from FEMA angle, it is treated as a non-resident. The currency is respective international currency, and the tax is offshore, whatever the tax applicable in the foreign country. Similarly, law will be the respective foreign country. If you look at the GIFT IFSC, it is like a country within a country. So from the FEMA angle, whatever the institution which are setting up in GIFT, that will be treated as a person non-resident. So typically you are in India, but located outside India, within India border. With respect to the currency, there are 15 specified foreign currency which we have notified under which you can undertake any business. With respect to tax, you are all the experts. Out of 15 years, 10 years tax holidays there. That means whatever the income you generate out of your company or firm or branch in GIFT IFSC, there is no tax for 10 years, 10 consecutive years out of 15 years. With respect to the jurisdiction, there are a lot of carve-outs given under the Income Tax Act, Companies Act, etc. Recently now, there is a plan to set up an International Commercial Arbitration Center also. So that requires an amendment to this International Commercial Arbitration and Reconciliation Act. So that is in progress. With respect to the regulator, you have a unified regulator in IFSC. So if you want to take a banking license, you come to the same unified regulator. If you want to do some security market related activities, again the IFSCA. But whereas if you look at the domestic, to do the banking related activities, you have to go to the RBI. For doing security market related business, you have to go to SEBI. For the insurance related business, you have to go to IRDA. So you have a different regulator for different activities in India, whereas in IFSC zone, it is a single regulator called IFSC Authority. So what is IFSCA? IFSCA has been vested with the powers and functions of Reserve Bank of India, Securities Exchange Board of India, Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority. So there are some 35 segments under which we have come up with the regulations. So an entity can undertake a business under 35 different regulations, and we have issued circulars also. These are some leading regulations just to give a flavor what exactly IFSCA does. That is, authority has issued this regulation to develop and regulate the financial services market in IFSC. So these are the major business segments. If you look at the banks, you have Indian banks, foreign banks, and if you look at the capital market, all these market infrastructure institutions having presence over there. From the fund management side also, from insurance side, other areas like India International Bullion Exchange, finance company, which includes aircraft leasing, ship leasing, core finance companies, foreign universities, tech fins, ancillary services provider, professional services providers also having presence over there. So this is just business highlights, overall business highlights. At present, we have given license to 1,050 entities. That means prior to authority, there were only 100 entities. Today, in 5 years, we have 1,015 entities which got registration and functioning in GIFT IFSC. These are the major business segment: banking, capital market, fund management. I will, in subsequent slides, I will explain you about the banking ecosystem, capital market ecosystem in separate slides. See, these are the leading entities, key entities present in each vertical. If you look at banks, all the international banks and domestic bank is having a presence over there. We have 17 Indian banks having a branch over there, 18 foreign banks having a branch in GIFT IFSC. One bank called 6th, they do not have any presence in India, but they have a presence in GIFT. Similarly, the professional services, you can call it as an ancillary service also. The leading ancillary services providers, they are having office in GIFT. Then finance company. Then if you look at capital market, fintech space, aircraft leasing, insurance, then we have GCCs also. I have a separate slide for GCC. So this is the banking vertical. If you look at banks, there are 35 banks, out of which 3 banks from Japan, 2 from USA, 1 from Singapore, 3 from UK, 4 from France, 1 Germany, 1 Australia, 1 from Qatar, 2 from UAE, and 17 banks from India. They are having presence. If you look at this banking asset size, it has already crossed $100 billion. If you look at credit outstanding, this shows that GIFT IFSC, that IFSC has built a very strong international banking ecosystem in GIFT IFSC. There are BNB, etc. This is a fund ecosystem. We have a full-fledged fund ecosystem there with 199 fund management entities managing around 323 funds. And you have this 3 category of fund managers for retail, non-retail, and others. And even you have a presence of sovereign wealth funds and pension fund also, like ADIA, Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, also having office over there. And you have also the support system for funds like trusteeship services, custodians, taxation services, legal advisory services also having a kind of supporting this fund ecosystem. This is a capital market. If you see the direct listing, Indian companies and foreign companies now can list in GIFT IFSC exchanges. And these are the leading market infrastructure institutions: India International Exchange, NSE International Exchange, depositories, clearing corporations, everything have office over there. This is a sustainable finance, is another the critical pillar of GIFT IFSC, which is aligning with this. You know, the India has to meet net zero emission target by 2070. India requires some $10 trillion. So if you look at now, the around every bank towards their loans and advances, 5% they should divert towards such green activities. Similarly, if you look at this sustainable, around the ESG lending till date stands at around 7.5 billion, and US $16 billion worth of this sustainable bonds have been listed at IFSC exchanges. Similarly, the insurance sector, there are some 50 regulations in domestic regulations that we have converted, and we have come up with some 15 regulations under the insurance market. It is globally aligned. And if you look at this, the presence of foreign reinsurers in India, we have almost overtaken that the number has been already crossed. So we have more foreign reinsurers in GIFT than in domestic India. With respect to the aircraft leasing and ship leasing, India is, one of the leading the consumer of this aviation market in the world. We have 35 aircraft leasing companies which has leased out this aircraft, helicopter, aircraft engine, ground support equipment. Almost 337 equipments have been leased out of GIFT IFSC. See, presently what is happening, all this leading this aviation, these companies, they go to Ireland to get this aircraft leased, either through operating lease or financing lease. So entire the requirement of Indian market is scattered through Ireland. So by way of enabling this regulatory framework, we wanted to bring back this India-centric business from Ireland back to GIFT IFSC. This is ship leasing. The 75% of India trade by value and 95% by volume is carried out by maritime transport. See, ship leasing also we have at present, we have 30 pleasures registered in Gift City, and the assets leased by these 30 ships, almost 28 ships have been leased out of Gift IFSC. This is India International Bullion Exchange. We also have vaults, major vaults. Almost 100 plus tons of gold have been traded through this exchange. 1,148 ton silver has been traded through this exchange. This is a TechFin and ancillary, and so we have a separate dedicated chapter. Subsequently, the slides are coming, so I will keep this one. This is a foreign university ecosystem. See, for any ecosystem to develop, you need a strong, high-end, skilled manpower. So the Government of India, they've notified this delivery of courses in fintech, financial management, and STEM subject as a financial services. So under this, IFSC has come up with the setting up of international branch campus or offshore education center regulation in 2022, under which presently we have given license to 5 foreign universities. 2 foreign universities are from Australia, Deakin University and University of Wollongong. They are fully operational. The first year of academic session got over. The second year, for the second year academic session, the admission is in progress. There are 3 universities from UK, University of Surrey, Coventry University, and Queen's University, Belfast. All 3 will start their academic session from next year onwards. That means if you are planning to pursue a course in Deakin University in Australia, it will cost around 45 lakh rupees. The same course you can undertake from Gift IFSC by spending some 15 lakh rupees. You will be saving your tuition fee 50%, and the cost of living, and even you can stay in India, get the same certificate. It will be similar and identical as if you have studied in Deakin in Australia. You'll be issued the same degree certificate if you study the same course in Gift. So knowledge cadre, there are leading educational institutions present. Faculty, they are all hiring the foreign faculty, and they are also hiring the leading Indian faculties also. But the faculty hiring and students hiring process will be similar and identical as that of their home jurisdiction. Yes, correct. So these are the leading educational institutions. If you look at Deakin, Wollongong, Gujarat Biotechnology University, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Gujarat National Law University, Rashtriya Rakshashakti University, Innovation University, PDPU, National Forensic Science University, IIT Gandhinagar, IIM Ahmedabad, everything like you name it, it is there in and around Gift City. This is a new vertical university campus which is coming up with infusion of 500 crore by the government of Gujarat, which will have a common facilities including for academic and non-academic facilities. This is a India International FinTech Institute with support of Asian Development Bank, financial support from Asian Development Bank, and academic support from Ahmedabad University, IIT Gandhinagar, and University of California from San Diego. So this is GCC ecosystem. You are all very much aware what exactly GCC is evolving. In the beginning, like GCC, normally they look at a country as a like to save money only. They will always like they used to set up GCC like looking at the talent, the infrastructure, connectivity, etc. But now it is no more a cost center; it is a value center. Normally they treat GCC as a value partner, strategic partner. For example, if you look at the Myco Bosch, which is there in Bengaluru, they have filed more patents than their headquarters in Germany. So that is how the GCC landscape is growing now. What are the opportunities available for the GCC in Gift that I will cover in the subsequent slides. So this is a regional concentration in India. In the initial stage, GCC, they always look at the tier 1 cities like Bengaluru, Chennai, Hyderabad, like that. Now, it is necessary for them to come to the tier 2 cities like Jaipur, the Coimbatore, Visakhapatnam, like that. So if you look at this GCC sector-wise, we have given in the BFSI sector, non-BFSI sector, and other automotive, pharma, semiconductor sector. Even that cyber security, IT related GCCs also, you can look at the statistics. What are the impact by way of promoting these GCCs, there is an impact on economic, social, environmental, human capital, innovation, and then reputation also. You remember at the beginning of my session, I said that for India to become a $30 trillion economy by 2047, the financial services sector has to grow 20-fold. To achieve that, we need to pursue two objectives. One is to deepen and globalize our financial sector. To deepen and globalize our financial sector, you can look at there are 35 regulations IFSC has come up with, under which you can undertake a lot of services. Basically, you can serve the international market by way of providing the international financial services. The second pillar is to create more meaningful and skillful employment opportunity. So by way of coming up with regulation for setting up of GCC, TechFin, and ancillary BATF service providers, we are planning to create more employment opportunities so that to supplement the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047. See, these are the various factors on which the GCC setup is being considered in India. First is cost element. See, if you normally, when any person wanted to set up a GCC, they will say a concept called follow the sun. Suppose US major joint, you wanted to set up a GCC. First, you will set up in Philippines. Then they will set up another unit in India, then Ireland, then US. So that 24 hours they can work. Even though you are sitting in US, you can make a call. You will feel that the person is talking from US. No, it is not like that. It depends upon your timing. The call may go to Philippines, it may come to India, it may go to Ireland, it may go to US. So that is how it is. So first, if you look at the labor cost in Philippines or Ireland, especially in Australia and all, it is like $25 per hour. In Philippines, almost $10. In India, I think it's less than $5. So first thing, and then availability of the talent. There is abundance of talent in India. See, if you look at this, there are more than 5 lakh chartered accountants, more than 80,000 company secretaries, more than 20 lakh legal professionals in India. As per the NAPSA report, it is estimated that there will be shortage of 3 lakh chartered accountants in US by end of 2025. It was also estimated that more than 75% of CPAs will retire in next 15 years in US. Similarly, if you look at the UK, the accounts and finance professionals are the most in demand profession in top 10 most in demand profession as per the Skill England report. You tell me, is there any country other than India who can cater to the needs of these big countries? For that, you no need to go to US or you no need to go to UK to serve their market. Now you come to GIFT and serve those market by sitting in GIFT. So you will get two benefits. One is that you can continue to be in India. Other one is you will get a tax benefit for whatever the income you earn. So what is the GIFT advantage? There are 10 years of tax holiday in GIFT, and there is no GST, there is no stamp duty. There is a separate incentive under the Gujarat GCC's policies, under CAPEX model, OPEX model, that subsequently I will cover. And India is the large talent pool in the world, which can serve the entire globe. Similarly, you have a state-of-art infrastructure in GIFT City, and also the best-in-class regulations in GIFT. So these are the major consideration factors for anyone to look at GIFT as a better advantage than any other city in India. So what are the salient features? We also have a regulation in IFSC that is called Global Innovation Center Regulations, under which you can set up a GAC to serve any person located outside India. For example, any financial institution can approach a chartered accountant firm also for supply of the manpower, like you can supply a lot of CA related services. Now, we are also allowed to serve any of the group entities located in India. For example, if you look at a financial institution group, suppose Bank of America. Bank of America is having a GSC in GIFT IFSC. In 2020-21, they have established their GSC with 830 people. Today, there are 2,400 people are working in Bank of America. So Bank of America GSC, now if you set up a GSC there, then you can serve any of the group entities of Bank of America located in India also, or also you can serve all the group entities of Bank of America located anywhere in the world. So like that. And again, you will get 10 years of tax holiday. There is no GST and there is no stamp duty on that. These are the leading GCCs present in GIFT IFSC, Bank of America, State Street. This is also leading US bank, DWM, leading fund manager from US, and Abans. These are the leading GCCs located in domestic tariff area of GIFT City. Start with Infineon, German-based company with 750 employees, Technip, France-based company with another 500 employees, Thales, Canada-based technology company with 500 employees, Tata, Accenture, Capgemini, NASCOM, and IBM. They're all having presence in GIFT City, but domestic tariff area of GIFT City. These are the incentives policy under the Government of Gujarat GCC IT/ITS policy. There are 15% of the OPEX available for first 5 years. That means there is something called gross fixed capital investment. Your gross fixed capital investment is less than 250 crore, then you will get incentive up to 20 crore. If your gross fixed capital investment is more than 250 crore, you will get up to 40 crore as an incentive under this OPEX model. Then there is something called the reimbursement of employer contribution to PF up to 12%. The Government of Gujarat will reimburse your employee contribution also, employer contribution. Similarly, under the employment generation incentive, the 50% of the 1 month employment cost is also being reimbursed by the Government of Gujarat. If you look at the capital subsidy, first one is OPEX model, another one is CAPEX model. In that, if your gross fixed capital investment is less than 250 crore, you will get incentive up to 50 crore. Similarly, your GFCA is more than 250 crore, you will get incentive up to 200 crores. If you see other electricity duty incentives, then interest subsidy scheme also, then quality certification also being reimbursed, then the direct benefit transfer is also being given for the employee. So now, what opportunities it has for the chartered accountant in GIFT IFSC? This is what I wanted to cover in next slide. Now, see, if you look at this Monetary Authority of Singapore, in its financial services transformation map, they have set a target to generate 3,000 employment opportunity every year, within which 1,000 only in fintech sector. Similarly, Ireland, in its financial strategy, they have set a target to create job opportunities for 50,000 people using their International Financial Services Center. And as per the Citi UK report, the Citi UK given employment to 2.5 million people, within which 1.4 million people only in professional services. Just imagine all these small economies, how they are leveraging their International Financial Services Center to create employment opportunity. Think about India with the abundance of skilled manpower, armed with GIFT IFSC, how much we can create job opportunity for our youth population. See, this is the professional services landscape, which I've already explained to you. So there are 2 regulations under which you have a huge opportunities in GIFT IFSC. You can serve the global market. Before entering into it, the concept of GIFT City, which was conceptualized by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi way back in 2007 when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat. And he has given his vision statement for GIFT IFSC. He said that GIFT IFSC connects India with the global opportunities and connects global investors with the India opportunities. When you integrate with the GIFT, you will be integrating with the entire world. And he also giving his vision statement that GIFT City, in the initial stage, within the 5 to 10 years, it has to become a global gateway for capital flows into and out of India. And during that second phase, after attaining the critical mass, it has to compete with the leading global financial centers like New York, London. And GIFT has to become a preferred alternate jurisdiction for the entire international financial services consumption. With this, there are two regulations. One is bookkeeping, accounting, taxation, and financial crime compliance services regulation, which was notified by IFSCA in 2024. If you study the entire Global Financial Services Center, nowhere in the world they have notified this BATF. Again, I'm repeating, bookkeeping, accounting, taxation, and financial crime compliance services as a standalone financial services. That means you can provide these services to a BFSI entity as well as a non-BFSI entity. That means what? You can provide all these four activities to a bank, the insurance company, to a pharma company, to an automobile company, mining company, even semiconductor company, even to a software company. That means this is a huge opportunity chartered accountant they have in GIFT IFSC. The second regulation, TechFin and Ancillary Services Regulation, under which in single registration, an entity can undertake 50 services. Out of 50, 27 are ancillary, or you can call it as a professional services, 23 technology-enabled services and solutions. These are the definition of accounting, bookkeeping, taxation, and financial crimes services. These are the activities you can undertake when you set up an entity in GIFT: preparation, compilation, reviewing, and analysis of financial statement or any other related support services. Similarly, classifying, recording the transaction, including the payroll ledger. And with respect to taxation, it's a tax consultation, planning and advisory, and filing of tax. Then all the services related to compliance with the AML and CFT will cover under the financial crime compliance services. So entity structure under BATF regulation, you can set up either in the form of a company or LLP. You can undertake the business in 15 specified foreign currencies. The service recipient in this case, either you can serve any other entity located in IFSC, or you can serve any entity located outside India also. But you cannot serve the domestic India. So these are the leading BATF service provider. They are having operation GIFT IFSC. I've given only few: BFree, PwC, Dhruva, BSR & Co, Incorp, etc. So, is there any doubt you want to ask under BATF regulation? Now I will cover the TechFin and Ancillary Services regulation. Okay, I will take questions after my presentation. So the objective is, see, in GIFT IFSC, we look at this professionals like a chartered accountant as backbone of a trustworthy and vibrant financial ecosystem. GIFT IFSC is not a zone on a map. It is a national strategic asset designed to connect Indian professionals and entrepreneurs with the global financial architecture. We have more than 1,050 registered entities across banking, capital market, insurance, and pension, finance companies, aircraft leasing, ship leasing, foreign university, etc. No matter how robust they are, they cannot thrive without the support of a strong professional services ecosystem, which is powered by a person sitting to your right and left, that is the professional services provider. The chartered accountant, by way of providing the services, they ensure regulatory compliance, legal robustness, financial integrity, and transparency. With their deep expertise and their financial integrity, they contribute to the resilience of any financial ecosystem. Friends, under this TechFin and Ancillary Services regulation, you can set up either in the form of a company or LLP or a branch. Even the partnership firm also can set up either as a partnership firm or a branch of partnership also allowed under TechFin and Ancillary Services regulation. So there is a requirement for appointment of principal officer and compliance officer. Today, there are 1,050 entities, means every entity should have one principal officer and one compliance officer. That means 2,100 jobs are ready almost, or maybe occupied by a chartered accountant. That means there's a huge opportunity for even chartered accountant as an individual practitioner also. You can be engaged, not on full-time. This is, you no need to be an employee of that particular firm, but you can be engaged as a partner or a practitioner as a principal officer or a compliance officer also. Similarly, you can undertake the business in 15 specified foreign currencies and reporting will be in US dollar. So there are four category of service recipient under this particular regulation. That means you can serve in entities located in India only for the purpose of setting up of their office. That means you can provide an advisory in terms of taxation or consultation to enable him to set up an entity in GIFT IFSC. That is the first category of service recipient. Second category is you can serve. That means there are 50 services which will be coming in subsequent slide. You can provide all these 50 services to any other entity located in GIFT IFSC. That is second category of service recipient. The third category is you can provide all these 50 services any entity located outside India, but for the purpose of delivery of financial services. What is that financial services? There are 11 financial services which are listed out in our IFSC Act, Section 31E 11. 1 to 11. So Section 31E 12 says that 1 to 11. Then there are fourth category. That means you can provide all these 50 services either directly to an entity which is like a bank or insurance company or anybody. The fourth category is you can also provide through an intermediary. That means you have an entity in Dubai, you have a group entity or a third party entity in Singapore, Dubai or Hong Kong. So you can provide all these 50 services to that entity. That entity need not be a BFS entity. But in turn, that intermediary can deliver these services with value addition or value addition to an ultimate service recipient. But service recipient has to be in the process of delivery of financial services. These are the four categories of service recipient under this TechFin and ancillary services regulations. These are the list of 27 ancillary services under which under this regulation, you are permitted to provide all these services. Starts from the actuarial, advisory, asset management support services, fund administration, EGRC, HR and payroll, insolvency, KPO, LPO, legal services, management consultancy services, marketing support services, all the outsourced activities which are permitted by the home regulator. For example, MAS has permitted DBS Bank to outsource certain activities. Those activities also you can provide from GIFT IFSC. These are the list of 23 technology-enabled services and solutions which are permitted under this regulation, right from this agri-tech, big data analytics, ERP solutions, IT support, maintenance, management like development of app, maintenance of app, subtech, regtech, tokenization support services, center of excellence, services related to data centers, etc. So how this TechFin and ancillary services regulation, that means an entity registered under this TAS can support this banking ecosystem. Similarly, how this TechFin and ancillary service provider can support the capital market ecosystem, market infrastructure institution, similarly fund ecosystem, similarly this insurance ecosystem. These are the leading ancillary services provider. We have 112 entities, out of which 16 entities are from foreign jurisdiction. If you look at this legal, auditing, consultancy, fund administration, trustee services. Similarly, these are the leading TechFin entities. Okay. It's not working or what? So you have a Infosys, Wipro, TCS, Cognizant, etc. HCL has committed to create job opportunity for 3,000 people over a period of 2 years. Infosys 1,000 people, CTS 1,000 people, Wipro 500. So if you look at over a period of 3 years, there will be 8,000 new jobs will be created in GIFT IFSC. This is the process flow for registration in IFSC. There is something called single window IT system in our website. If you go to the single window IT system, this is the process. Suppose you wanted to set up an entity. There is a concept called a developer, that is GIFT City. There is a concept called co-developer. That means all the real estate companies called co-developer. So they are having the office space. You can take entire office space, 5,000, 10,000 square feet, or you can start with a 1-seater or 2-seater also. There is something called plug and play model, under which once you approach them, they will issue a provisional letter of allotment. Once you get the provisional letter of allotment, if you want to incorporate, go to the MCA portal, incorporate as a company or LLP, or you want to come in the branch format also, existing company's branch format, that is also allowed. Go to our single window IT system, everything is there. So if you apply, there will be 2 approval process. One is that SEZ approval, another one is IFSC approval. SEZ is basically you become an SEZ entity. IFSC approval is under the regulation. If you get IFSC approval, we will give in principle approval with 180 days time. Within 180 days time, you have to open an INR account, dollar account, execute your lease deed. Then you will get a final certificate of registration. Once you get the final certificate of registration, you can undertake the business. So there are incentives which we have already seen, direct tax, indirect tax, and other incentives. And if you look at where GIFT City stands, ADGM is also started in 10 years before. GIFT also started in 10 years before. In terms of the banking asset size and number of banks, we have already crossed ADGM. And fund management, also we have 194 asset managers. They have only 144 asset managers. We have already we have already crossed ADGM market. These are the vision statement given by our Honorable Prime Minister for GIFT City, IFSC, and IFSCA. And next slide is very, very important, where you will exactly see where are we standing today. This is what in 2011, look at GIFT City, it was just a barren land. In 2015, when we set up IFSC, India's maiden IFSC, there was only one tower. Look at GIFT City today, 2025. This is GIFT City. So I would like to conclude my speech. The journey of India from an agrarian economy to service sector driven economic super powerhouse, economic powers is one of the most compelling stories of the modern world. To achieve the Viksit Bharat in 2047, we have to kind of create more institutional framework and build new engines of the growth. One of such engine is GIFT IFSC, and professional services like a chartered accountant. You people are the fuel to that. With this, I sincerely thank you everyone for your patience listening. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Satyaraj, for wonderfully delivering the opportunities available for CA firms and CA professionals in the GIFT City. This GIFT City opened doors for cross-border advisory, financial management, regulatory reporting, other many services available to the people. Now, it is on us how we are going to utilize this opportunity. This is going to be huge very soon. It is on us how quickly we capture these opportunities. So thank you so much, Satyaji. Thank you so much, Ravi, for handling the session. And thank you to all the participants present here for being so attentive and so collaborative in this summit. Thank you to all the organizers, both the Central Council members, for having such a great thought for organizing this summit, which is really important in this coming practices. So thank you so much. Handing over the session to the next MOC. Any question, anybody, for GIFT City? For you? Okay. We have some questions, sir. QR code is not working. So you have a question? Sir, having a question.
Cash pool. Generally, cash pooling is a problem. Foreign entities come to you. They have series of entities and they cannot do cash pooling. This is a fast interaction with Asia and others. I understand that cash pooling was something which was being considered that can be a solution to either no foreign. Can you take some updates of that cash pooling? So, for example, sir,
can I a little bit understand your question? Maybe what exactly you mean by like?
Five entities.
Yeah.
Five in one entity, which they either have to get loan or they have to get equity.
Correct.
This is concept of cash pooling where these five entities within the same group can have a common bank account where they can distribute funds and use their funds.
I'll just recently this Bank of America, they have a branch unit here in GIFT. So they wanted to transfer there are some 200 crore surplus which they wanted to transfer to their another entity in India itself. So there is no restriction in SEZ Act. There is no restriction in IFSC Act. So which we have allowed it. So that kind of thing is allowed. That means the repatriation of the capital is fully allowed. For example, if you want to invest in GIFT, if you want to repatriate that entire money, so foreign company setting up a branch in a GIFT, they can completely repatriate their money. Similarly, for an Indian entity, they wanted to set up a company here. So there are three kinds of things. Either you can come in the form of company or LLP or a branch, assume. So if you are a branch of an Indian entity, so whatever the revenue you earn out of GIFT, that can be fully taken back to the parent, but it's not taxable there. Okay, number one. Number two, you are having an LLP in GIFT. You wanted to take the whatever the income you generate or whatever the income you earn out of the GIFT to back to this that as a shareholder, that is also not taxable in India. But if you are starting a new company, your whatever the revenue you earn out of GIFT, if you are taking it back, that is taxable under the shareholders. So that is how it is, sir. Correct. IFSC said, I told you there are 3 GCCs. Fourth one, State Street, Bank of America, DWM, and Abans. They are an IFSC. Now, so if BATF itself is a financial services, that means suppose you have a CA firm in UK, assume you wanted to provide BATF services, that will come under GAC. But you can provide BATF services to manufacturing unit. So you can come as a BATF service provider, not as a GAC. I know the next session you are getting ready, but I actually wanted to answer all of your questions. If there are any questions, please. Yes, sir. Somebody is raising your hand. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ruchi ma'am. Good afternoon, all of you. I say good afternoon. On behalf of ICI, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this Insight panel full discussion, the GCC growth engine, the people, place, platform, and P is equal to the power. We are delighted to have such a distinguished gathering of the leaders, professionals, and thinkers who are shaping the future of the GCC regime. For this panel discussion, we have among us today's moderator, CA Sumit Dadda sir. I request CA Sumit sir, please come on the dais. A big round of applause for the sir. And I also request today's panelist, CA Nitin Somani sir, CEO for the co-founder of Promdin, also come on the dais. And Mr. Samar Harsaval sir, managing partner of Harsaval and Company LLP, USA. Please come on the dais, sir. Thank you. As a token of your gratitude and respect, we would like to facilitate your extreme panelists with the plants, the symbolized growth, sustainability, and the long-term impact, along with the memento as a remembrance of the today's association. For this, I request CA Vijay Agarwal to please come on the dais and present a plant and memento to Harsaval sir. A big round of applause. I also request CA Rohit Sharma sir, please come on the dais to present a memento and plans to the CA Nitin Somani sir. I also request CA Kalpit Agrawal, please come on the dais and present the memento and plans to your today's moderator, CA Sumit Dadda sir. तालियों में आवाज नहीं आ रही है क्या हुआ? Thank you, all of you. Now I hand over to today's moderator, CA Sumit sir. Thank you. Mukesh, mic.
So good afternoon, everyone. We welcome you all to the third discussion on people, place, platform, and PE that equals to power. With the talks of GCC going in, the buzzword going in, any idea how much revenue we are expecting by 2030 in India by GCC? Any approx number? As per the studies, anyone, any idea what number we are talking about? Any vague number? 100 billion. So the 100 billion is expected by GCC in 2030. Now, even if we get 1% of that, अच्छा लग रहा है सोचने में? So it will only happen when we think. Something can only happen when you think, then only you can dare to achieve. With this, we are going to have two stalwarts on our stage today who actually lived through it. So I'll start with Hashwal sir, who is managing partner at Hashwal and Company LLP in USA and have office in India and growing in Sitapura recently. I saw your LinkedIn pics where you are inaugurating the offices. Now, sir, since you have been in and out and majority time spent in US, from a US advisor's perspective, I'm sure you must be getting a lot of chartered meeting with you, and first question they'll be asking to you, sir, how can we? That would be the first question people are asking would be, how can we also do the same? So I'll have initial thoughts from you on that, and that will go on GCC part.
गुड मॉर्निंग. क्योंकि कुछ लोगों की इस जनरेशन की गुड मॉर्निंग ये टाइम पे ही हो रही है, तो हो सकता है एक आधा हो तो उसको क्या छोड़े. अभी एक पैनलिस्ट नहीं है तो हमारे पास में बहुत सारा टाइम है. ग्राउंड रूल्स यही है कि ध्यान से सुनोगे और जो बोल रहे हैं उसमें से अगर 5% भी ग्रास्प कर पाए तो डेफिनेटली अगले 5 साल तक रिलेवेंट रहोगे. अगर उस 5% को भी आप इधर उधर डालना चाहते हो तो फिर क्या मुश्किल होगी वो भी बोलेंगे बाद में. जैसे कोर्ट में जाते हैं तो क्या बोलते हैं, गवाह को बोलते हैं ना कि गीता पे रख के कसम खा के बोलो. तो आज मैं भी जो भी बोलूंगा सच ही बोलूंगा, सच के अलावा कुछ भी नहीं बोलूंगा. कुछ लोग बोलते हैं कि सच कड़वा होता है. नहीं, सच महंगा होता है. बोलने वाले को भी महंगा पड़ता है. सच को खोजने जाओ तो उसकी बहुत सारी कीमत लगती है, और सुनने वाले न सुनेंगे तो उनको महंगा पड़ेगा. इंफॉर्मेशन और ट्रूथ, दिस इज द ओनली डिफरेंस. इंफॉर्मेशन इज सो चीप. You can get it from different sources. Truth, hardly people will speak that one. So अभी GCC का बात करते हैं. मैं हिंदी, इंग्लिश, मारवाड़ी जो भी बोलोगे स्विच करता रहूंगा. GCC का मतलब जिस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट समझ रहे हैं ना, वो थोड़ा सा मेरे ख्याल से उसको ठीक से समझने की जरूरत है. जैसे मैं यूएस में प्रैक्टिस कर रहा हूं, मेरा वहां सीपीए फर्म है. एक ही कंट्री में, मेरा कोई दूसरा मल्टीपल कंट्रीज में नहीं है. लेट्स से मेरा 4-5 कंट्री में प्रैक्टिस चल रहा है, और वो प्रैक्टिस को सर्व करने के लिए मैं एक यहां सेंटर खोलता हूं जो मेरा ही काम. The moment I give the work or do the work for some other CPA firm, that is no more GCC. That has taken the color of outsourcing. सो दैट इज द जीसीसी। अब इसमें जीसीसी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में आते हैं तो इस हिसाब से तो जो फॉरेनर्स है या फॉरेन की कंपनीज है वही जीसीसी बनाएंगे। और आज हम लोग जितने समिट्स वगैरह जो कर रहे हैं वो जीसीसी नहीं है, हम एक दूसरे तरह के जीसीसी की बात कर रहे हैं। वो जीसीसी ऐसा होगा कि जैसे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हमारी ब्रांच है 10-15,000, हाउ मेनी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स आर देयर इन जयपुर ब्रांच? रफली
11,000, 12,000।
लेट्स ये 12,000 चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स है। आप सब इकट्ठे हो जाओ जस्ट फॉर द सेक ऑफ दैट जीसीसी, और जितना कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हो उतना कंट्रीब्यूट करो कैपिटल, भले ही वो 1 लाख रुपया ही हो। जस्ट मल्टीप्लाई 12,000 बाय 100,000, 1 लाख से गुणा कर लो आप, दुनिया भर का पैसा हो गया। जितना पैसा आप डाल रहे हो उतना मैं यहां बैठा आपको बोला हूं, सच के अलावा कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा, उतना मैं डाल दूंगा। अब हमारा जीसीसी कितना बड़ा हो गया, उसकी आप कैपेसिटी देखो। ये जीसीसी है बट इट इज ए को-ओन्ड जीसीसी। जिसने जितना पैसा डाला है उतना उसका ओनरशिप है। अभी मैंने जितना पैसा डाला है उतना मेरा ओनरशिप है। और वो जीसीसी है क्योंकि वहां कम से कम जैसे अभी एक सीपीए फर्म का काम हो रहा है, एक कंट्री का हो रहा है, लेट्स से इसी के अंदर मेरे साथ में और 4-5 सीपीए फर्म जुड़ती है, देन इट कैन बिकम बिगर लाइक एनीथिंग। कुछ क्वेश्चन बहुत सारे हैं, अभी इसमें मेरे ख्याल से 4 छोटे छोटे इसमें और पार्ट है, उसमें भी बता देता हूं कि एज जीसीसी जैसे अभी मैं यहाँ काम कर रहा हूं तो मैं किस तरह के लोग ढूंढ रहा हूं। कुछ भी नहीं खोज रहे हैं, खाली ये खोज रहे हैं कि जो बच्चा सुबह काम पे आता है शाम तक काम करे और ये बता दे कि कितना काम हुआ है और शाम को ईमानदारी से अपने घर चला जाए।
यही तो सबसे डिफिकल्ट है सर।
वो कर क्या रहा है कि घर नहीं जा रहा है शाम को, तो फिर सुबह काम पे भी टाइम पे नहीं आ रहा है, फिर उसके 100 बहाने, घर में जितने रिलेटिव नहीं है उतने उनको बीमार कर रहा है, उनको मार रहा है, कुछ कर रहा है। तो वो बच्चों में एक ही चीज देख रहे हैं, दूसरा कुछ भी नहीं देख रहे हैं, दूसरा क्वालिटी चाहिए ही नहीं। सिंपल जस्ट 1 लाइन ऑन 1 वर्ड एथिक्स। और उसमें हम लोग उससे एक्सपेक्ट क्या रहे हैं, जब हम ये प्रोडक्टिव परफॉर्मेंस नहीं एक्सपेक्ट करता हूं, मैं खाली यही एक्सपेक्ट करता हूं कि आप एक अपना जर्नल मेंटेन करो और शाम को अपने आप से पूछो कि आज मैंने क्या सीखा। बाकी कुछ नहीं, कहा क्या काम किया नहीं। अगर आप रोज कुछ सीख रहे हो तो महीने बर्बाद में 20-25 डिफरेंट चीजें सीख चुके हो। आपको नेक्स्ट जो महीना आएगा उसमें आपको कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं करेगा। तो लोगों में तो ये देख रहे हैं प्लेस, मेरे को अगर आप पूछोगे तो मेरे हिसाब से जयपुर से बढ़िया कोई जगह नहीं है जहां तक अकाउंटेंसी प्रोफेशन का है। और 4-5 साल बाद में आपको इसी शहर के अंदर आप जीसीसी बोलो, आउटसोर्सिंग बोलो, कैप्टिव बोलो, एक्सटेंडेड ऑफिस बोलो, जो भी बोलो, मैं इसको बैक ऑफिस नहीं बोलता हूं, मैं इसको बैकबोन बोलता हूं। उसकी वजह यह है कि बाहर के देशों में लोग नहीं है काम करने के लिए। आज हम यहां बैठे हमारे टर्म्स पे काम कर सकते हैं। लेकिन जैसे अभी सुमित ने बोला आर वी रेडी, उस पे बाद में आएंगे। थैंक
यू सर। एंड जस्ट वन पीस ऑफ एडवाइस, सर की सारी चीजों को प्रैक्टिकली फॉलो करें, कुछ चीजें अपनी रिस्क पे फॉलो करें। जैसे सर ने कहा सच बहुत महंगा होता है, तो अभी आपकी स्पाउस शाम को पूछे कहीं जाने से पहले पार्टी में कैसी लग रही हूं मैं, और आपने सच बोल दिया, तो you know how expensive it is, then you will take care. Now coming back to the one point which sir said and which I'll take with Nitin Somani ji, that is called Gen Z culture, which we are talking, that every organization needs an employee who can come on time, can actually give a productivity and go home by time. Everyone needs that. Now we have Nitin Somani ji, CEO and co-founder of 4Medium. Now Nitin ji, I would like to know, since you scaled up 4Medium, it is like your baby, you started from co-founder. How do you think people, place, and platform will discuss? Private equity will discuss later. So, because people, any organization, especially when we are talking of a GCC kind or an organization which works globally as clients in India, people are the first important thing. and then comes place and platform. Your views on that, that how do you handle and what do you also get employees like sir is expecting?
I think वो sir ने सही कहा है. Meaning what you said is, and I'll replace private equity with capital. That is easier to understand. So I think it's very true that people, place, platform. Platform is, of course, technology is backbone, and then the private equity, which let's assume it's capital for now. All these have to be work in sync or in a cohesive manner. Or when you think about running or building an organization, all these four things needs to go hand in hand. So you can get a scalable, whether GCC or any business. So think about it this way. People without platform or technology cannot scale. I mean, just the hard truth. And platform cannot be built or technology cannot be built without capital. And the third thing, if you connect that to capital given to right people, will result in can result in a lot of incremental benefit, and capital given to wrong people might destroy its value. So it's, I mean, all these four pillars or four levers working together in any organization would help, specifically in case of GCC, would be able to scale that GCC. I'll take one example of ours. Before we got into a business or hired a real or customer, basically we onboarded the customer. We spent initial year or more than a year actually, just to build the platform right. Because what happens is, if you onboard a customer without having technology, it becomes really difficult to change it later or reverse later. It's a whole lot easier to do it at first place. So yeah, I mean, and to summarize, all those four pillars or four levers are actually go hand in hand to scale any business, including GCC. Thank you.
Fair enough, Nitinji. And so Harshwal sir, my next question is, all the talent what you see here, they don't want to leave Jaipur. That's why they are here. Otherwise, they could have easily left any place in the world where they want. Now, if I want to have a leverage of staying in Jaipur and still want to serve global clients, so how do you think regulatory, tax, compliance consideration impacts? Like, is Jaipur is the only way for GCC, or do you think after 5 years it will fade away and go into other place? So shall I put some efforts in GCC now, or location will not have that much impact? If I just focus on creating a structure here, it can work out.
पहले जयपुर की बात करते हैं कि जयपुर में जो रहना चाहते हैं, जयपुर जिन्हें छोड़ना ही नहीं है, उनके लिए जीसीसी की क्या-क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज है. तो फिलहाल तो 2000 लोग हम हायर कर रहे हैं अगले 4-5 साल में. तो 2000 तो अगर नए बच्चे यहाँ रहना चाहते हैं, काम करना चाहते हैं, हमारा काम अगर उनको करना है तो हम हायर कर रहे हैं, उतने यहाँ रह सकते हैं. जनरली मेरे हिसाब से जयपुर किसी को भी छोड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है. काम यहीं आएगा. बाहर से जो काम आ रहा है जयपुर में बहुत सारा आएगा. अभी यहाँ न्यूज़पेपर्स में एक न्यूज मिलती है, वो बहुत सारी न्यूज बेचने के लिए भी होती है. कुछ एक रिसर्च होती है जो नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट, जो चैरिटीज टाइप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन फाउंडेशंस करती है. उनकी रिसर्च के हिसाब से Jaipur will be the biggest center for these kind of GCCs, particularly in the finance and all those. So that is there. Now coming back to the regulations and the taxes. GCC जो एस्टेब्लिश करते हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि वो टैक्स की वजह से यहाँ वहाँ चले जाएंगे. उनका मोटिव वो मेरा मानना ऐसा है कि नहीं है. करेंसी का डिफरेंस बहुत सारा है अभी भी। अभी लेटली देखो तो 90 रुपीज पर डॉलर है, तो उतना नहीं रहेगा। और जयपुर में भी टैक्स के बेनिफिट्स तो है। अभी हम लोग हमारा बिल्डिंग बना रहे हैं तो जो मटेरियल ला रहे हैं जीएसटी नहीं लग रहा है, तो एटलीस्ट 28% तो कॉस्ट हमारी वैसे ही कम हो गई। अभी बाकी लालच करेंगे नहीं, हम जीसीसी डाल रहे हैं तो आप सब हमको ही दे दो, तो थोड़ी बेकार सी बात है। टैक्स के बेनिफिट्स है। अभी हमें टैक्स आगे लगेंगे। अगर मुझे आप पर्सनली पूछो कि मैं कौन से शहर में रहना पसंद करूंगा, तो मैं उस शहर में, उस कंट्री में रहना पसंद करूंगा जिसमें सबसे ज्यादा टैक्स है। उसका वजह है कि वो शहर, वो कंट्री प्रोस्पर होगी, साफ सुथरी होगी, लॉ एंड एनफोर्समेंट होगा। आज हमारे यहाँ ही ले लो आप, आज अगर जितने भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स हैं या जो है, अब अगर हम अफोर्ड कर सके, लेट से उनको 10 गुना पैसा मिलना शुरू हो जाए। धारणा ऐसी है कि कितना भी दे दो कुछ नहीं होगा, लेकिन होगा। स्विट्जरलैंड है, सुन रहे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग जाके भी आए होंगे। हाईएस्ट टैक्सेज है, हर चीज की प्राइसेज बहुत ज्यादा है, लेकिन आप वहां जाओ तो ऐसा करता है कि यार यहीं रह जाओ, वापस नहीं जाओ। पूरा का पूरा सिस्टम देखो तो टैक्सेज से नहीं होगा, ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। अभी इसके अंदर जो बाकी के जो रेगुलेशन है, एक है ट्रांसफर प्राइसिंग, वो मेरे ख्याल से जो जो लगाया है स्लेब कितना 18% से, हमने हमारे कैलकुलेशन किया कुछ 18% कुछ आया, 18 या 15 कुछ है, लेकिन हम लोग उससे भी 4-5 गुना ज्यादा कर रहे हैं। हम उस ट्रांसफर प्राइस पे नहीं रुके हैं। हमने बोला ठीक है भाई, और चांसेस है कि अगले साल से वो जो ट्रांसफर प्राइस ही है उससे ज्यादा इनकम हमारा यहाँ होगा। काम करने वालों को टैक्सेस वगैरह का कुछ भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। आपका जो टैक्सेस, इनकम टैक्स वगैरह आपको जो लगना है वो लगेगा। थैंक यू।
So with regard to taxes, so we especially work in Bahrain. So we got an inquiry from a Dubai-based group that we'll be shifting 100 companies from Dubai to Bahrain because Dubai recently started corporate tax of 9%. So he started operating 100 companies in Bahrain. And then suddenly this December, Bahrain announced we will also put a 9% tax in Bahrain. Then I said to him that what will you do now? He said, now we will go to Oman, because Oman has no tax. When after 2 years, what you will do? Then we will go to Qatar. So he said, as long as we can save tax, because he says for us, for Indian, 9% is a throwaway price. You are paying 30% tax, 9% is nothing for you. But ask somebody who has not paid a tax single in life, for him 9% is a bigger amount. So they try to move away. But as rightly said, those who set up in India, you go anywhere in state, tax remain the same. So there is stability there. Now, Nitinji, talent is always the biggest differentiator for any GCC success. Beyond cost and talent, so what strategies have been successful in you for attracting and retaining and continuously upgrading compliance talent within GCC? Because everyone has an issue that अच्छे लोग नहीं मिलते। जब अच्छे लोग मिल जाते हैं, उनको बना लेते हैं अच्छे, फिर थोड़े टाइम बाद वो नहीं मिलते। So how do you retain? That is the biggest challenge, and especially in your case, because a foreign client would not like to have frequent change of staff. He would like to explain once only, because uska bhi cost लगता है to explain again and again. So how do you handle these?
Very relevant question, Sumit. And I'll answer it in a broader sense. Also, to attract the talent, or rather, the question is, how do you utilize that talent? वो आंसर कर देगा कि हाउ डू यू अट्रैक्ट, रिटेन और उन सारे क्वेश्चंस को। तो आई थिंक द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज एंड व्हाट वी हैव सीन ओवर द पीरियड, एंड इट्स इवॉल्व्ड when we think about pre-COVID, post-COVID, when we think about before AI, after AI. So upskilling also, and I'll divide it in two parts. One is upskilling, another is how do you give people or decentralize your decisions, day-to-day decision, barring any exceptions or escalations? How do you place trust in people so that so that they can make their day-to-day decision? Also, at the same point, they have freedom to escalate, or if there are any exception, they can go up in the hierarchy to answer those. But they at least, if they have power or autonomy to make their day-to-day decision rather than getting it bureaucratic, it makes everybody life whole lot easier, and to show them a clear path. How do you grow? What if you are handling exceptions also at the same point of time? What decision-making rules are there? What do you see if there are any exceptions comes along? So all of these things. Also, you send your employees to a customer site or to conferences to learn about new things, what's happening around the world, how your customer operates. So they grow in their role, and how customer sees how it is working, because it's really important. What we are missing here is the practical. In US, there is a difference in education is they're living it practically. It's more, but we don't hear live practically, meaning not live, but the education system is more theory as compared to practical aspect, so that what younger generation which we hire, we train into those practical aspect and show them a clear path of growth where they can grow, and that helps in retaining the right talent for us.
As you rightly mentioned, if you can show the path to the team that where they can land up, for sure they will stick to the organization and they will see their opportunity in the organization. Now I'll take question on AI. Before that, how many of you use AI? And how many of you use AI for business purpose? Okay. You only use Chat GPT, or any one of you are making your own agentics? Hardly 1, 2, 3. अब फ्री का जब तक चैट जीपीटी मिल रहा है सब यूज करेंगे, जब खुद मेहनत करना पड़ेगा तब हम नहीं करेंगे. Now you see, we all know what is AI, but very few use it, and I'm sure those who use it professionally, they will know how results are giving. Now coming to sir, on AI powered GCC, if you can give your views, and then I'll take the same from Nitin ji.
पहले तो आपको बता देते हैं कि AI है क्या. ये हमारा ब्रेन जो है बायोलॉजिकल कंप्यूटर है, और इसका एग्जैक्ट रेप्लिका AI है. उसके बाद में भी आजकल आप लोग सुनते हो AGI, आर्टिफिशियल जनरल इंटेलिजेंस. अभी जो आप AI यूज कर रहे हो वो आपका असिस्टेंट है, हमारे से कम सोचता है, हमारे से कम कैपेबिलिटी है ह्यूमन बीइंग से, लेकिन हमारी बहुत सारी हेल्प करता है. 100% जो AI से मिल रहा है उसको मानने की जरूरत नहीं है, वेरीफाई करो. अभी मैं आता हूं AGI पे. आर्टिफिशियल जनरल इंटेलिजेंस है, और हमारी ह्यूमन की जो कैपेबिलिटी है टू थिंक, लॉजिकली थिंक, दैट इज द रीजनिंग एंड कंक्लूड, वो AGI ह्यूमन बीइंग के बराबर करने वाली है. उसको 2-3 साल है, 2-3 साल में वो कैपेबिलिटी आ जाएगी. अभी है आपकी ASI, artificial super intelligence. If that comes, then it is very dangerous, because that is far more powerful, million times more powerful than the human beings can function. अभी आते हैं AI powered GCC. अभी हमारी बिल्डिंग का एग्जांपल ले लेते हैं को, तो दूसरी कहानी बनाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. जैसे हमारी बिल्डिंग है, इसका हम लोग एक डिजिटल ट्विन बना लेते हैं. पूरी बिल्डिंग का कैमरे लगे, डाटा वगैरह है, दूसरे और डाटा पॉइंट्स लगा देते हैं. इनके जितने भी वाटर पाइपलाइन है, जो फायर वाली है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है, सबके अंदर बहुत सारे सेंसर लगा देते हैं and then we can create that building digitally using the AI. अभी AI क्या करेगी कि AI को आपने जो ही API दिया, अब भले चैट जीपीटी है, मिस्ट्राल है, जेमिनाई है, ग्रोक है, क्लोड है, जिसका भी दिया आपने वो एनालाइज करेंगे एवरी सेकंड. वो एनालाइज करके हमको बताएगी कि ये जो पर्टिकुलर आपका पाइप है, ये सीढ़ियां है, ये रूफ है, ये आपका एचवेक जो चल रहा है, कि इसका मेंटेनेंस आपको कब करना है, कब इसको बदलना है. दैट्स द बिल्डिंग. Now the second part of this one, we are talking about the AI powered GCC. That comes the building plus people. अभी बहुत सारे लोगों को पता भी होगा, मैं कोई नोवेल चीज नहीं बोल रहा हूं. जैसे आप ये जो एयरपोर्ट्स लगाते हैं हम लोग बहुत सारे, चाइना में बहुत सारी फैक्ट्रीज में और गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसेज में वो मैंडेटरी है. वो करता क्या है कि बायो सेंसर्स लगे हैं उसमें. तो जो मेरा जो ब्रेन जो सोच रहा है, वो पूरा का पूरा इंफॉर्मेशन उनके डाटा सेंटर में जा रहा है. तो उनको ऐसी एनालिसिस या कुछ जानने की जरूरत नहीं है कि इंसान हमें कब छोड़ने वाला है, ये कब लेट आने वाला है, कहाँ जाने वाला है, क्या करने वाला है, उनको सब पता है. खैर हम उस एक्सटेंट तक नहीं जाएंगे, लेकिन काम पे शो कौन रहा है वो तो पता लग ही जाएगा. उस चीज को थोड़ा आने में टाइम लगेगा, लेकिन एआई पावर्ड जीसीसी का सिंपल सा मतलब है कि आपका जो एक तो एजेंटिक आई, अभी सुमित ने बोला एजेंटिक आई. एजेंटिक एआई इज जस्ट एन एजेंट. द एजेंट कैन प्लान, एजेंट कैन डिसाइड एंड कैन एक्ट. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, जैसे 2-3 दिन पहले ऐसा क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था जोधपुर में मेरे को ही. आपने एक ऐसा एजेंट बना लो, एआई एजेंट, उसको बोलो कि भाई ये 10 लाख रुपए हैं, आप इसको स्टॉक मार्केट में, शेयर मार्केट में लगाओ और 1 साल बाद में मुझे 20 लाख चाहिए. अभी उसी एजेंट को प्लान करना है, उसी को बैंक अकाउंट खोलना है, वो सब कुछ करा करके आपको 20 लाख देगा 1 साल बाद. हमें से कितने लोग रेडी है ऐसे एजेंट को 10 लाख देने को? 2-3 तो है पीछे.
मैं सर से लोन लेके दे दूंगा.
अभी देने की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन 2 साल के बाद में एआई ऐसा भी करेगी. आई पर्सनली डिड एन एक्सपेरिमेंट कि आई वांट टू स्टार्ट ए बिजनेस. ऐसा बिजनेस मुझे शुरू करना है जिसके अंदर मैं एक अपने लेट से $100,000 $1 लाख डालूंगा. पॉपुलर होना चाहिए प्रोडक्ट. प्रोडक्ट का नाम भी नहीं बताया, और उसका वाइडर यूज होना चाहिए. ऑलमोस्ट एक बार तो इंसान पूरी जिंदगी में यूज करता ही हो. और अभी द एजेंट हैज टू फाइंड द प्रोडक्ट, विच प्रोडक्ट इज दैट वे, देन एजेंट हैज टू फाइंड द मैन्युफैक्चरर, मार्केटिंग, banking, bank loan, then the distribution, and finally it said, yes, I can do, I can make it. $1 लाख डाल रहे हो, 2 लाख कर देंगे. जस्ट रूडिमेंट्री जो चैट जीपीटी आज आप ईमेल लिखने के लिए या ट्रांसलेशन के लिए बहुत सारा यूज करते हो, या कभी कभार चैट जीपीटी को थोड़ा सा मिस यूज भी होता ही होगा, हो जाता है थोड़ा मत. लेकिन पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन भूल के भी मत डालना. कितना भी बोले कि ये आपका इंफॉर्मेशन हम नहीं ले रहे, वो नहीं ले रहे, ऐसा वाला कुछ नहीं है. जो आपने वहां डाल दिया वो एक अंधे कुएं की तरह गया. कितने लोगों के पास में कैसे जाएगा, वैसे जाएगा. सो एआई पावर्ड डेटा सेंटर के 2 फायदे होंगे. एक तो आपका काम बहुत सारा करेंगे जो आपने ऑटोमेशन और एजेंटिक एआई यूज करोगे. दूसरा, अगर आपको नया कुछ आइडियाज करना है आपके उसमें, तो भी आपको एआई आपको बहुत सारे आइडियाज देगी. थैंक यू.
Now with regards to, before we go to AI, इमेजिन करिए हम सब कान पे ईयरपॉड्स लगा रहे हैं, आपका स्टाफ, और आपको सुनने में आ रहा है 2 दिन के लिए एप्लीकेशन डालूंगा, इधर वो सोच रहे हो आप एप्लीकेशन दे रहे हो, एप्लीकेशन डिनाइड. सो विल बी गोइंग टू दैट लेवल शॉर्टली. नाउ कमिंग टू नितिन जी, how AI is changing landscape of GCC, where will that be a risk where the client itself can say, now we can also use AI? Because what you can use, I can also use. How to remain relevant and how other skills I can use along with AI, what other technology developments I can do in your sector?
So AI is just an assistant at this point. It's not a platform. So platform, you can think of this as, if it is a platform, it does at least 1,000, maybe 10,000 tasks. To get to that level, it might be 10 years, 20 years away at this point. और ऐसा नहीं है कि AI की कोई cost नहीं है. That is, people forget the GPUs are not cheap and it's getting little cheaper, but it's not cheap. और हम यहाँ AI मतलब India में भी है, but I was just beginning of this week, I was in AWS conference and everybody was talking about AI. If there is any session which has not talked about, कि एक session था जिसमें कि 10 मिनट तक बात नहीं हुई, तो people get like कि यहाँ पे कौन सा session चल रहा है जहाँ AI की बात नहीं हो रही है. तो that is, मतलब वो खैर global tech giants ने उसको इतना hype कर दिया, which is मतलब it's helping in business, but it's not कि आप हर चीज को एजेंटाइज कर दोगे at this point and it's not cheap. अगर हम but at the same time जैसा सर ने कहा कि रिस्क को एनालाइज करो, उसके बाद में कॉस्ट को एनालाइज करो, बेनिफिट्स को एनालाइज करो. इफ देयर आर एनी प्रोसेस दैट कैन बी एजेंटाइज विथ द कॉस्ट, दैट will be helpful for the business, but the decision making will come into play जब आप ये कर रहे हो. It's not a blanket हर चीज for the sake of having AI. You will implement AI in each process और आप बोलोगे कि मतलब ह्यूमन की कॉस्ट उससे हो सकता है 1/10 हो at certain task or certain पर so तीनों चीजों को ही एनालाइज करना है, रिस्क, बेनिफिट और कॉस्ट, एंड देन यू कैन डिटरमाइन. And it's not to answer that question, it's not replacing platform at this point. Platform is a, जैसा मैंने कहा कि 1,000, 10,000 processes का एक part है, and to replace that it will be might take longer. But to build that platform might be much easier at this point, which might have taken 1 year, 1 full year, might be done in 1 month at this point. वहाँ पे काफी innovation हो गया है.
Harshwal sir, do you think GCC will ever move to front-end system, or it will always remain a back-end support function, or someday you will see we can also do a strategic decision-making roles? See, one of the biggest concerns, biggest crib about staff is we are doing a back office job. It's just a data punching. Will we ever be coming to the actual decision-making position in GCC?
हमारे ऑफिस से जो हमारे ऑफिस चलाने वाले दोनों बंदे यहीं बैठे हैं. सच्चाई ये है कि 99% काम हमारा यूएस का काम यहाँ होता है. यही लोग डिसीजन लेते हैं, यही लोग प्लान करते हैं, यही लोग एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं. क्लाइंट कम्युनिकेशन उतना नहीं होता है, लेकिन जहां तक प्लान करने का वो आज अभी भी हो रहा है. सो वो नहीं है कब. अभी दूसरा ऐसा कि हम कब करेंगे, भाई जैसे हम सब लोग कब करेंगे, जिस दिन शुरू करेंगे उस दिन करना शुरू कर देंगे. मैं मेरी बात फिर दोहराता हूं, और रोहित की एक सेमिनार थी बहुत पहले, 2-3 साल पहले से ओरिएंटेशन में आया था. उस टाइम भी बच्चों को बोला था कि लिटरली ये सेंचुरी इंडियन चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स की है. सीरियसली लो इसको. सब के सब दुनिया के जितने भी कॉरपोरेट से यहाँ आने वाले हैं, हमारे टर्म्स पे काम करना शुरू करो. सब का सब काम यही होना है. थोड़ी सी चीजें हैं, एक क्वालिटी, एक वर्ड यूज करते हैं हमारे प्रोफेशन में. क्वालिटी का मतलब बिल्कुल ये नहीं है कि अच्छा काम दिखता कैसे है, ऑप्टिक्स से कोई मतलब नहीं है. क्वालिटी का मतलब है हमारा प्रोफेशन स्टैंडर्ड्स बेस्ड है. अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड है, ऑडिटिंग स्टैंडर्ड से, वो बोलते हैं इसको ऐसे ऐसे करना है। आपने वो जो स्टैंडर्ड सब फॉलो कर लिया, आपकी क्वालिटी हो गई। लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली एक वर्ड है, मुझे अभी तक कोई ऐसा मिला नहीं है जो इस वर्ड को यूज नहीं करता है। मैं भी करता हूं, वो वर्ड है चलेगा। उस चलेगा में सब कुछ चल रहा है। काम के लिए बोलो, कब कुछ भी सुनेंगे नहीं, काम से पहले बोल देंगे हो जाएगा। कब करेंगे? कल करेंगे। अभी कल तो आ जाता है, फिर पूछते हैं हुआ क्या, काम का क्या हुआ? नहीं नहीं हुआ सर, नहीं हुआ नहीं हुआ। बोला क्या हुआ? बोला शादी में गए थे, वहां वहां वो एक वो बहन के बेटे का बर्थडे था, ये था वो था वो था। वो कीजिए, वो हमारे लाइफ का पार्ट है। प्रॉब्लम है उस वर्ड से चलेगा, क्योंकि काम अगर हम कर रहे हैं, किसी का भी काम कर रहे हैं, तो जिसने काम दिया है वो पैसा दे रहा है। फिर हम कैसे बोलेंगे कि ये चलेगा? तो एक तो वो थोड़ा सा उसमें प्रोफेशनल से हम स्लोली स्लोली वो चलेगा वाला निकाल दीजिए। दूसरा वाला, इसके लिए आपको प्रिपेयर करना पड़ेगा। ऑलमोस्ट हर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को जीसीसीज के लिए, ग्लोबल अपॉर्चुनिटीज के लिए थोड़ा सा अपना टाइम इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा। पैसे मत कीजिए, भले टाइम करना पड़ेगा, इस चीज को सीखना पड़ेगा, प्रैक्टिकली सीखना पड़ेगा, फिर अपॉर्चुनिटीज आर अबाउंड। थैंक यू।
सो अभी 2-3 क्वेश्चन और चलेगा? चलेगा। How many of you really want to do something for GCC? Something, starting from a tiny bit, something. सोचते हैं, ठीक है। अब ऑनेस्टली बताना, हम में से किसके पास फर्म आईडी है एक्सेप्ट gmail.com? Now imagine, I lost one of the client only because हमने जब proposal भेजा, it was from dhadda.sumit@gmail.com. CFO was my friend. I was supposed to get that mandate. CFO said, the board said, जो CA खुद का Gmail ID use कर रहा है and he is not his firm ID, it is not a professional firm, so we'll not give it. That lesson cost us, that hard-earned lesson cost us, that if you really want to explore bigger, you need to be professional. As Nitin also and sir also said, you need to invest. It is expensive. Nothing, no platform in the world is free. So whether you use ChatGPT or anything, you need to pay. Free version will be free for the limited period, but it will cost heavy to you. So we need to have always up-plate platforms. Now, does consulting firms, GCC, get private equity? Have you ever seen a consulting firm getting private equity? PE consulting firm में आएगा? It started. Last 3-4 years, a lot of consulting firms started getting private equity. I can give you n number of examples. We have, where is Harsha? Harsha would know the name. I'm skipping the name. The ESG firm. One of the ESG firm that got Unicus. Unicus got a private equity. Then we have the Dinesh Kanawar firm. They got a private equity from US. So a lot of Ps are coming in India in consulting firms. Now, Nitinji, if Ps are coming into India, they're not going to stay for. They like to see an exit, right? So if somebody's P is coming in India, they look for multiplying 3, 4, 5 times at least when they're coming to you. So private equity regularly now view GCC as a value accelerators rather than back office. They see it's a huge opportunity. So how GCC leaders can demonstrate value creation and invite strategic PE investors, in your case specifically?
तो अपने पहले कहा कि पी का तो काम, मीनिंग दैट्स देयर बिजनेस टू अर्न मनी थ्रू बिजनेसेस, और जो बिजनेसेस जहां पे भी एफिशिएंसी की गुंजाइश है, they will get into that and और वहां पे वो एफिशिएंसी निकाल के, because that's their job, because उन्होंने इन्वेस्टर से पैसा लिया है, तो and they have to return that money. And that same with VC starts with early investing and P later stage, of course. It is relevant, or and this question is being asked, may not be मतलब अभी इतना relevant नहीं होगा यहाँ पे, but every business now more than ever, जिनका भी बैक ऑफिस बोल लो, उसको वैल्यू सेंटर बोल लो, सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस, बैक ऑफिस में जनरली बोलता नहीं हूँ, बट जैसा सर ने कहा, बट सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस जिनका भी है, दे hard questions are asked from private equity firms that what is the valuation that impacted with having a center here in India, GCC, whether you call it GCC, call it Center of Excellence, call it Center of Innovation, whatever you call it. But those hard questions are getting asked. Or वो सिर्फ the P's are not just looking for, there are so many people, a mega GCC, जहाँ पे 5,000 लोग काम कर रहे हैं, the value drivers, कितना operating leverage है आपके पास में, what is your unit economics? अगर आपका unit economics work कर रहा है, तो Shark Tank तो सभी देखते होंगे, I think, is unit economics is working or not, and they will basically ask कि, even जो यहाँ पे जो सेंटर एक्सीलेंस होंगे उन पे भी वो सेम चीजें लागू होंगी, जो कि अगर यूएस हेडक्वार्टर्ड कंपनी है, देन आल्सो दे विल आस्क व्हाट वैल्यू दिस कंपनी इज एडिंग, आर दे एडिंग वैल्यू इन यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स, आर दे ब्रिंगिंग दोज, और या फिर कि ऑपरेटिंग बेसिकली वो प्लेटफॉर्म यूज करके क्या अपना ऑपरेटिंग रिस्क भी कम कर रहे हैं और सिस्टमिक रिस्क भी कम कर रहे हैं क्या वो, दैट इज ऑल्सो अ रेलेवेंट क्वेश्चन फॉर देम, मीनिंग एम्प्लॉय पर एम्प्लॉय रेवेन्यू ऑल्सो अ राइट मैट्रिक दैट दे यूजुअली आस्क फॉर, दैट केवल ह्यूमन इंटेंसिव या फिर केवल हेड काउंट नहीं काउंट कर रहे वो, दे आर लुकिंग फॉर रियल that is getting delivered, and India is delivering that. और वैल्यू ड्राइवर इसमें सिंपल, इसको मैं ऐसे बोलूं कि अगर तो क्वेश्चन सिंपली ये नहीं है कि whether GCCs will expand in India, they will definitely will. There will be a lot of GCCs in India. The real question is कि क्या GCC can become or the leaders can emerge from them, who can lead the organization or global organization or run the global organization. That's the real question. GCCs तो होंगे, बहुत सारे होंगे, और पर I think कि global businesses कैसे lead और run होते हैं, that will be more, and we have seen Microsoft, Google, meaning Indian born entrepreneur, and जब मैं I think I was there just this beginning of this month, जैसे मैंने कहा, Arvind Srinivas was speaking there. He went from IIT. He's the youngest billionaire, and he has. But वो ecosystem वहाँ पे available है. How do we make it here? That's the relevant question.
Sir, your perspective on PE, something. Just to update you, there are certain firms, consulting firms already got listed in US, Cibix, Harun, and many others, Enron subsidiary, they all got listed. So we expect some CPA firms may also get listed sometime in US.
PE है क्या, पहले बात तो these are the limited partnerships. PE अगर CPA फर्म और CA फर्म में पैसा डाल रही है तो उनके पास में कहां से आता है? सबसे बड़ा सोर्स है यूएस के पेंशन फंड्स, गवर्नमेंट के पेंशन फंड्स है, उनके पास में ट्रिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स है. उनके ऊपर प्रेशर आता है कि उनके उधर जो फंड्स है वो पैसा कमावे. स्टॉक्स में डालते हैं, स्टॉक्स में उतना नहीं मिलता है, क्योंकि हर साल पेंशन लोगों को जो दी जाती है वो जो ड्यू होती है वो ज्यादा होती है. उनके ऊपर प्रेशर है, तो वो ये पी फर्म और हेज फंड और ब्लैक रॉक ऐसे वालों के उधर वो पैसा डालते हैं. उनको कोई एरा गेरा ऐसा कोई छोटा मोटा नहीं डाल रहा है, तो पैसा बहुत है. अब वो क्या करते हैं, जैसे सीए फर्म को हमको वो पैसा देते हैं, उनको पैसा नहीं चाहिए वापस. उनका गोल ये रहता है कि वो बोलते हैं कि इवेंट, जैसे हमारे इधर पैसा डालेंगे और फिर हमको ही काम लगा देंगे, हमारा पे वे थोड़ा बड़ा कर देंगे, ज्यादा कमाई दे देंगे और हमको पैसा भी बहुत अच्छा दे देंगे. जब वो खुद इन्वेस्ट करेंगे फिर बोलेंगे इसको 3 गुना 4 गुना आप इस बिजनेस को बढ़ाओ. जनरली 5 साल के अंदर उनकी एक एग्जिट होती है. उस टाइम उनसे बड़ा जो पी फर्म है वो उसको ले लेती है, वो फिर उसमें से निकल जाते हैं. सो सिंपली एक पठान होता था पहले, पैसा देता था ब्याज पे। लेट्स से पी पठान है और उसको सरकार सपोर्ट कर रही है। अब वो हमको पैसा देगा, ब्याज नहीं चाहिए उसको, उसको ये चाहिए कि ये बिजनेस आज एक लेवल 1 पे है, इट शुड गो टू द लेवल 3 बिकॉज ही कैन शेयर दैट टू सम अदर पठान। इट इज लिटरली इट इज ए प्रोफेशन किलर, जिसको आप बोलते हो। अभी मैं उधर भी बोल रहा था, बाकी कोई भी डिजिट नंबर मुझे कोई याद नहीं रहते जनरली, लेकिन जो मेरे को जो नंबर असाइन किया था ना इंस्टीट्यूट ने 037890, उसका काम नहीं पड़ता है 25 साल से, लेकिन याद रहता है, क्योंकि इस प्रोफेशन की मेरे हिसाब से वैल्यू इतनी थी कि यार ये हार्ड अर्नड है, और ये पी फर्म आएगी, दे आर गोइंग टू जस्ट कन्वर्ट इनटू ए जस्ट बिजनेस। करती क्या है, जैसे भी आपका सीए का प्रैक्टिस है, आपका इंश्योरेंस का भी प्रैक्टिस है, अकाउंटिंग का भी है, टैक्स का भी है। ये आते हैं, इनका एक प्लेटफॉर्म होता है, 2 टुकड़े करता है, इंश्योरेंस को अलग करता है जहां आपको ऑडिट करते हैं, और बाकी वाला उधर करके उसको डायरेक्ट ओन करते हैं, इसको प्रोक्सी वे में करते हैं वो। लेकिन द गोल इज टू एग्जिट इट आउट आफ्टर मे बी 3, 4, 5 years. Thank you.
I truly resonate with sir. I know a lot of CAs जिनको अपनी मैरिज एनिवर्सरी की डेट याद नहीं होगी, बट रात को 12 बजे उठा के मेंबरशिप नंबर पूछ लो, तुरंत बता देंगे, बिल्कुल CPRs मिल जाएंगे इसके। Now last question probably which I'll take from both of you, since you are like almost like metamorphically like Infosys of your whatever brands you are into industry. If a new beginner wants to start something like this, so sir, what tips you will give, practical advice to Indian professionals, Indian CA firms who wish to engage with either US-based GCC sponsors or they want to set up something like what you have done. If someone intends to do some practical tips, which the 5% which you mentioned, which they are willing to follow, you can give some advices.
सबसे पहले तो ये मन बना लो कि ये करना है। जैसे आज प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो, उसका 70% टाइम आप अपनी जो प्रैक्टिस है ट्रेडिशनली देते रहो, जो कर रहे हो उससे अभी तक का आपका जो लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड है वो मेंटेन हो जाएगा, वो चलता रहेगा। 30% जो टाइम है जेन्युइनली इसमें दे दो, इसको सीखो। पहले सीखने का उतना मुश्किल नहीं है, बिल्कुल भी मुश्किल नहीं है, उसको सीखना पड़ेगा। दूसरा चीज, एज ऑफ नाउ एक के बस का रोग नहीं है ये। जैसे अभी एक सीए फर्म है, प्रैक्टिस कर रही है, उनके पास में एक एग्जांपल ले रहा हूं कि जैसे 10 आर्टिकल है, 4-5 पार्टनर है, उनसे भी नहीं होगा। उस केस में आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा कि लाइक माइंडेड 10 चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट इकट्ठे हो जाओ, और वो 70-30 वाला रेशियो वहां भी रख लो, और फिर इस काम को आपके 3-4 पार्टनर बहुत अच्छे से सीख लो। पार्टनर्स की बात कर रहा हूं। अब आपके जो आर्टिकल है वो मुझे बाद में, अभी मेरे ख्याल से 15-20 दिन पहले ही पता चला कि आर्टिकल सीए इंटर के बाद में है अभी। तो बच्चे होशियार हैं, वो कुछ तो उन्होंने मेहनत किया है, पास कर लिया है इंटर तो, और वो आपके पास में हैं 2 साल तक, तो उनको आप ये काम सिखा दीजिए, वो काम करेंगे और उसका आपका वैल्यू भी आपको बहुत अच्छा मिलेगा। प्लस आगे आपके पाइपलाइन में वही आपकी वर्कफोर्स है। सो 2 words, you have to invest your time in learning, maybe 30% of the total time. Then the second word is collaboration. आपको कोलोबरेट होना ही पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अभी जैसे अभी मैं बोलूं कि भाई मैं आपको अभी यहाँ, जैसे अभी नितिन का बड़ा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, लेकिन जैसे सीए फर्म को मैं रीच आउट करूं कि भाई हम आपको काम दे सकते हैं, ऐसा वाला देख सकते हैं, कैसे कर सकते हैं, लेकिन अगेन अभी हमारे पीछे वो पी वाला पठान नहीं है, लेकिन दूसरी मजबूरियां तो वहां उस कंट्री में बैठे तो सब है, चलेगा तो कुछ नहीं, बिल तो सब भरने हैं हमको भी। तो जो काम करेंगे उनसे भी चाहिए कि उनकी प्रोडक्टिविटी हो, तो उतना वाला स्ट्रेंथ आप लोगों का होना चाहिए। एटलीस्ट योर ग्रुप शुड हैव स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ 100 people। भले ही आप उसके अंदर 40-50 आर्टिकल गिन लो, क्योंकि कॉस्ट नहीं पड़ती है। फिर अगर बच्चे ठीक से काम करते हैं तो थोड़ा ज्यादा रिम्यूनरेट कर दो। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। Nitin ji, your experience on someone who want to start afresh now in your area?
हाँ, नहीं, डेफिनेटली। तो मीनिंग नंबर वन तो कमिटमेंट ही है, सबसे ऊपर तो वही आएगा. सो आई विल नॉट एक्सपेंड ऑन दैट कि कमिटमेंट क्यों जरूरी है. उसके बिना तो कमिटमेंट और कन्विक्शन जरूरी है. दैट्स जस्ट स्टार्ट ऑफ एवरीथिंग, एनीथिंग दैट यू डू इन लाइफ, दैट इज मस्ट. दूसरी, आई थिंक दैट लॉट ऑफ पीपल मिस दैट इज अंडरस्टैंडिंग द कल्चर एंड कम्युनिकेशन. ये दो चीजें आई थिंक बिकॉज वी आर वेरी डिफरेंट हाउ वी आर रेज्ड as compared to how your customer is, what your customer is. So understanding that cultural gap and coping up with that communication. क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ सबसे बड़ा challenge, and it could be different in Southeast Asia versus Middle East versus US if you have or Europe. मतलब चारों के different culture होंगे, differently deal करना है आपको. US is really direct. You don't आपको कुछ भी, आई मीन यू कैन गिव स्ट्रेट आंसर, दैट्स व्हाट यू. यूरोप में थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट है, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में डिफरेंट होगा, बट यू अंडरस्टैंड द कल्चर एंड वेयर यू आर सर्विंग, दैट इज वो आपकी सक्सेस में काफी हेल्प करेगा. बट लॉट ऑफ पीपल डोंट पे दैट मच अटेंशन टू दैट पार्ट, बट या आई थिंक दैट इज much relevant point.
Fair enough, fair. Now, how many of you dream to go to US और वीजा नहीं मिल रहा, 2 साल की वेटिंग आ रही है? So I requested Nitin ji to give you a sponsorship visa from this US firm. तो अगर किसी को जाने की इच्छा है, यहाँ बैठ के GCC नहीं आएगा, कुआं पैसे के पास नहीं आएगा. You need to go there in effort. And I'm sure Kshitij will take care in the next that, by sitting in Jaipur, you can't expect people to trust on you. You need to go there, build and work out. Like sir has left his comfort zone, moved to US, and the way he worked in, similarly, you would have gone there. So you need to all go there. No, they had actually organized some tour to Singapore or US. I think US they organized. I think recently they organized to US. We don't have Bhardwaj. I think somebody applied and he could not get a ticket for that. So they are actually, and you need to go and visit that. Now, before we take last questions, any question somebody has in his mind to ask from the extreme panel, which you like to ask, please. Mukesh, if you can give mic to. हाँ, आपका आवाज अच्छा है. खाना सही यूज हुआ है.
इनिशियल जो एक छोटी फर्म है यहाँ जो इस प्लान से स्टार्ट करना चाह रहे हैं, तो उनके लिए क्या टिप रहेगा? तो सर ने ऐड किया कि एटलीस्ट आपका ग्रुप 100 लोगों का होना चाहिए. सर क्वेश्चन मेरा वहीं से उठ रहा है कि 100 लोगों का ग्रुप होगा तो वो क्या सच में स्टार्ट करने वाला पॉइंट होगा? मतलब 100 लोगों के ग्रुप के साथ तो हम ऑलरेडी कहीं आगे बढ़ चुके होंगे. एक छोटी फर्म है जिसके पास 4-5 लोग हैं, 2 पार्टनर है, 3 पार्टनर है, 5-7 लोग हैं, वो कैसे स्टार्ट करे? 100 लोगों तक जाने के लिए तो बहुत बड़ा रास्ता यही नापना है अभी हमको. 5-6 लोग हैं तो वो कैसे स्टार्ट करे, उस पर थोड़ा सा फोकस करेंगे.
उससे पहले सर बताएं, मैं आपको पुरानी आपको ध्यान होगा पहले दूरदर्शन पे एक ऐड आता था, एक तितली अनेक तितलियां, एक मछली अनेक मछलियां. The big group becomes big by adding. मन का जोड़ के मोती की माला बनती है ना. So the point which sir was trying to explain, which I'll just put in a gist, which sir will explain in detail, कि now globally we all cannot have all capabilities. So we need to have respective partners who can support each other. And he is saying that अगर काम में 10 जनों की फर्म, 5 जनों की फर्म may not be able to sustain the longevity. हम जिस आपका सोच रहे हैं, बीपीओ बनना है तो 1 सीटर इज सफिशिएंट, बट आप जीसीसी की सोच रहे हैं, so that अगर सर का विजन है नेक्स्ट 3-4 years 2,000-5,000 people, so that's the way sir was talking. तो सर के लिए 100 छोटा लग रहा है, हमारे लिए 100 बड़ा है, because there is a very good book all should read from 0 to 1. Peter Thiel book is 0 to 1, and what he says, 0 to 1 is the most difficult thing. 1 to 10 is easy, 10 to 100 is still easy. Coming to sir 0 to 1, both of you, they're your perspectives. उनका पॉइंट ये है कि भाई 100 लोग पहले मैं कैसे जुटाऊं, 100 लोग जुटा दिए तो मैं कौरव की सेना हो गई मेरे पास.
स्टार्टिंग कैसे करूं, तो मीनिंग अगर कोई इंटरनेशनल बिजनेस अगर करना चाहते हैं तो इट्स मतलब कोई ना कोई आपको लोकल मतलब दैट्स जस्ट रियलिटी. मतलब या तो आप खुद बहुत ट्रैवल करें, ठीक है, यू हैव टू बी इन द मार्केट, या फिर आपको कोई लोकल पार्टनर ढूंढना पड़ेगा वहां पे. और मीनिंग यू कैन, मतलब अगर आप वहां पे जाना तो पड़ेगा डेफिनेटली आपको, दे वोंट कम टू यू. you would go there unless कि कोई relative है आपके who also wants the same thing, और कोई दोस्त है आपके who really, I mean, जब तक mutually नहीं होगा तब तक I don't think it would go longer. उसका भी कुछ benefit, मतलब everybody has their, मतलब सबके अपने अपने एजेंडाज होंगे. एजेंडा का मेरा मतलब है कि कुछ ना कुछ उस रिलेशनशिप से उसको मिलना है, तभी वो दैट्स हाउ द रिलेशन. आपको या तो वहां जाना है, लोगों से मिलो, वैल्यू पार्टनर्स जो भी बनाने हैं आपको, 3-4-5 फर्म से बात भी कर सकते हो आप, एंड देन स्टार्ट बिल्डिंग. डोंट थिंक ऑफ कि एक साथ बड़ा कैसे करें. मतलब शुरुआत 0 to 1, जैसे सुमित जी कह रहे हैं कि दैट्स डिफिकल्ट. ऑल्दो सबके अपने अपने चैलेंजेस हैं. 0 to 1 के अपने चैलेंज है, 1 to 10 के अपने चैलेंज है, 10 to 100 के अपने चैलेंज है. मतलब आप जिस स्टेज पे होते हो वो चैलेंज आपको हमेशा सबसे बड़ा लगता है. दैट्स जस्ट द रियलिटी. बट आई थिंक गोइंग देयर, मीटिंग पीपल, आप क्या वैल्यू डिलीवर करोगे ये बताओ लोगों को, और लोगों से कनेक्ट करो. दैट्स द ओनली, वो अभी एआई नहीं कर सकता. दैट यू हैव टू गो देयर, और एंड आपको अपनी वैल्यू एस्टैब्लिश कैसे कर सकते हो, क्या उनके लिए वैल्यू दे सकते हो. व्हाट यू आर सेलिंग इज व्हाट दे आर बाइंग. अगर आपने वो क्रैक कर लिया देन इट कैन वर्क.
सर मुकेश, राइट?
सर अंचल.
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 ओके. अंचल का जो क्वेश्चन है वो बहुत वैलिड क्वेश्चन है कि 100 इकट्ठे नहीं हो सके तो क्या करें, फिर भी करना है. उसका दूसरा तरीका होगा, कर सकते हो. वो मैं 100 नंबर इसलिए नहीं कि वे डिस्करेज करें, नहीं, बच्चों को वो गोल नहीं है. वो कैसे कर सकते हो, थोड़ा सा जो अभी मैंने कैसे किया वो बता देता हूँ. थोड़ा ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगेगा, 30-40 सेकंड में बता दूंगा. इस दिन सीए का रिजल्ट आया, बॉम्बे में था, जेब में 400 रुपए थे. मुझे क्या खरीदना चाहिए, जस्ट 400. सफारी का वो बैग आता था प्रैक्टिस वाला, कि इसमें प्रैक्टिस पहले बैग्स में होती थी हमारी, तो वहां बोला वही खरीदेंगे जाके. अभी खाना कहाँ खाएंगे, तो एक रिलेटिव के उधर पहुंच के उसको बोला भाई देखो जब था उसमें तो बैग खरीद लिया, अब एक तो आपका काम दे दो मेरे को, फ्री में दे दो लेकिन काम दे दो, खाना आपके इधर खाएंगे. अभी वो बंदा ऐसा था कि उसने बोला नहीं, काम इतना, अगर तबीयत से काम करना चाहते हो तो वो स्कूटर पे बिठा के इधर उधर लेके जाना शुरू किया, क्लाइंट आने शुरू हो गए. वो शुरुआत थी. उस हिसाब से उससे चलते गए, अभी आज यहाँ पहुंचे हैं. अभी आपको एग्जैक्टली प्रैक्टिकली जो एक छोटी सी फर्म है जिसमें मान लो 5-7 लोग ही हैं, जैसे 2-3 पार्टनर है, 2-3 एम्प्लॉय है, एक आधा आर्टिकल है. एक वर्ड है एनालिसिस एंड दूसरा होता है एक सिंथेसिस. तो ये जो बड़ी वाली जो पजल है ना कि इसमें यार क्या क्या करेंगे, क्या क्या नहीं करेंगे, ज्यादा लोग चाहिए. अभी हमें तो 5-7 से शुरू करना है. इसमें हमें शुरुआत में बड़ा काम नहीं देगा कोई. जिस काम में बहुत सारा स्किल सेट लगता है वो नहीं देगा. लेकिन जो थोड़े जो एनालिसिस वाले काम हैं आपके, जैसे जीएल का एनालिसिस है, बैंक के रिकन्सिलिएशन है, बुक कीपिंग के काम है, कुछ उनका एपीआर देखने वाला वो से वाले काम दे देंगे वो. फिर आपका मार्केट भी जो है ना, अभी जैसे यहाँ जितने भी सीपीए फर्म जो ऑपरेट कर रही है, सबका रेवेन्यू 30 मिलियन प्लस है. 200-300 करोड़ हो गया हमारा. वो नहीं आएंगे हमारे पास में, हम छोटे हैं. तो ये ऑलमोस्ट विधि का विधान ही है, ऐसा समझ लो. तो फिर आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा कि ऐसा नहीं कि वहां छोटी फर्में नहीं है, बहुत है. बहुत सारे लोग जो है सीए भी नहीं, सीपीए भी नहीं है, अकाउंटिंग का काम करते हैं, अच्छा खासा अकाउंटिंग का काम करते हैं. वो उनकी फी भी, हम लोग जो फी लेते हैं उससे उनकी कोई 50% भी नहीं होती है, लेकिन काम वही कर रहे हैं. भाई बुक कीपिंग एक सीए करे या अकाउंटेंट करे, क्लाइंट को तो वैल्यू मिल रही है. अब वो जो है उसको आप वैल्यू क्रिएट करो कि जी ठीक है, आप वहां $50 ले रहे हो 1 घंटे का, और मैं आपको गारंटेड बोलता हूं कि आपको उधर आप उसका $10-12 भी लोग हैं ना तो आपकी शुरुआत हो जाएगी, तो वो छोटा नहीं है। तो आपको शुरुआत वहां से करनी पड़ेगी। अभी आप उसको अगर स्केल अप करते हो, भाई वो काम थोड़ा बड़ा, फिर दूसरी वाली एक्टिविटी में जाओ, फिर तीसरी वाली में जाओ। पैशन होना चाहिए कि मेरा सुबह से शाम तक मेरा काम ही काम ढूंढना है और काम करना है। थैंक यू।
As both panels have rightly said that you need to go and explore. यहाँ कोई नहीं आएगा ना, आपको explore करना पड़ेगा. Like for example, I know people started at the time when article stipend was 900 rupees. I'm talking about 20 years back. One of my friend was living a filthy rich life, and I said, "How do you do that?" बोले इंटरनेट से। मैं इंटरनेट से बोले मैंने इंटरनेट ले रखा है और यूएस के बच्चे होमवर्क डालते हैं उस टाइम देयर वाज विच वेबसाइट, उसमें ट्रायल बैलेंस बनाओ, ट्रायल बैलेंस जनरल एंट्रीज करो एंड दे यूज्ड टू गिव $10 एंड आप सोचो उस टाइम $10 यूज्ड टू बी वेरी गुड। बोले एक घंटे का असाइनमेंट होता है एंड दैट ही स्टार्टेड वर्किंग दिस एंड ही हैड अ गुड जीसीसी प्रैक्टिस नाउ। So similarly, you need to find your edge, what you can support, and then for sure you can always make your mark. Anyone else has a question from the panel? Would you like to inquire? और सर ने $30 million बोला तो मुझे लगा जयपुर में $30 million then I need to think, rethink. So there are people, there are companies coming in India, coming in Jaipur, and with the new technology, new GCC policy given by government of Rajasthan, a lot of traction has started coming. They started talking that what we can set up, what we cannot set up. So time is not far when people will be coming a lot in India. Tools, I'm sure everyone will understand. QuickBooks, Zoho, Xero, these are minimum. Tally will not work out. Tally ERP 9. version भी नहीं चलेगा. You need to move away from cloud-based platforms. And many companies have their own platforms which need to work upon. Upwork, freelance, you need to start. We can always look for. So with this, if you have no other questions, then may I request for a closure? So with this, I thank both the panelists for giving their precious time and giving some foods for thought. And I'm sure if anybody of you could take a moment out of this and replicate what are some points they've told, the purpose of this discussion would be sufficient. Maybe you can come and share your success story next year and tag one of the panelists that you learned something. And I'm sure there is takeaway for me at least, which I'll take. Thank you, Mr. Hashwal sir, and thank you, Mr. Nitin Somani ji. Thank you all. Thank you. May I request Manoj ji or Harsha to take over for the next session?
Yeah. So, in a way of Harshwal sir, very good morning to everyone. I think it's a good morning to all of us. And we already are geared up for the GCC and we are on the last session now. So, to have a last session with the great panels, I welcome to all the dignitaries here. This panel discussion is about to zero to scale. We already, got a understanding how we need to start, what exactly is the ZC and what exactly is needed for us. So now the panel discussion is going to have on zero to scale, how need to start, how we can reach on a scale, the playbook of setting up the future ready GCC. With this, I would like to call upon all the dignitaries on the dais. First of all, I would like to request CA Adesh Moore to come on dais, the moderator of the session. Now, I request CA Kshitij Jain, Director and Co-founder, Mindspace Outsourcing Service Private Limited, one of the panel speaker from the session. CA Gaurav Makhijani and Mr. Punit Parnami, Head of Project Delivery, Square. Okay. Maybe the Punit sir is right now not available with us, it's just on the way and will join us very soon. To facilitate to all our panelists and the moderator, I would request Mr. Sunil Khandal, the Managing Committee member of Jaipur branch of ICAI, please come forward and facilitate our one of the panel speaker, CA Kshitij Jain. Now I request CA Aditya Kherwal and CA Abhishek Kedia to come forward and facilitate our panel speaker, CA Gaurav Makhijani. Now I request CA Devesh Gupta to please come forward and facilitate our moderator of the session, CA Adesh Moore. The last panel session is going to have on the topic Zero to Scale, the playbook for setting up the future ready GCC. I request to all the participants, whatever the queries you have in your mind, please feel free to share with all the eminent panel speakers and the moderator, and request to moderator now to start with the session. Adesh, please.
Thank you so much, Harsha. A very good afternoon to everyone. I think I should rather say a very good evening now, right? And thank you so much, all of you, to stay back for the last session. I'm sure this has been a very interesting and meaningful day for all of you, right? First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank Jaipur branch of ICAI, our CCM Rohit. I think if he's there in the room, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, because in last 1 year, I've been seeing GCC summits happening across country, right? Delhi, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Mumbai, and I was wondering when are we going to have one in Jaipur? So I think right after the government of Rajasthan, notified the policy, GCC policy, we are talking about GCC sitting here in Jaipur also, right? So, thank you so much, Jaipur branch and our CCMs to take this initiative. The topic, I've been given the responsibility to moderate the session. The topic is Zero to Scale, the playbook for setting up future ready GCCs. And when I was given this topic, sir, I was thinking that, in whatever 55 odd minutes we will get, or maybe 1 hour we will get, how we are going to do justice to this topic, because 0 to 1 is fine, but we have to cover the scaling up as well, right? So then I thought, let me break this down, right? Let me bifurcate this into pieces. So there were major 3 or 4 themes which came up, right? One is strategy, right? What kind of strategic choices one should make while setting up, right? Second, the talent mix. I'm sure since morning you guys have been hearing about this. Third one is the operations and governance. And the fourth is the technology without which no one can do, run their operations now. So without further ado, sir, we're going to start with the veteran, Mr. Kshitij Jain, sir. At a strategic level, sir, what do you think, what strategic choices, right, one should make at the time of setting up of GCCs, so that, it is not just being seen as a cost benefit model, right? It has to come out as a, overall value creator, right? In a long-term sense. So at the time of setting up itself, what should any GCC setup should include as part of their strategies?
Thanks, Adesh. Thanks for calling me veteran, but I'm still learning. There's a lot to learn from everyone here. First of all, thanks, Rohit, for such a nice initiative. I really appreciate and probably see more outfits like what Mindspace has done in last 15 years that will come up post this discussion and the policy that has been initiated. I remember back in 2008 when the Rajasthan IT policy, when myself and my partner Manish, we both attended that conference and we thought like we can set it up in Jaipur. Probably this could be another pivot. This could be like probably another initiative that everyone out here can take. So that would be it. And coming to what Adesh, you have asked, zero to scale, the typical strategy I would say is from last 15 years, what I have experienced is specifically considering financial outfits and financial GCCs has been more transactionals. Now with the advent of GCCs, what we've been experiencing is more decision-making and value coming up. So the focus has to be in the playbook, has to be on the talent. And the talent should be more digital first talent. Our chartered accountants, as I see with the kind of activities and trainings that have come up, are typically now built to embrace talent. In addition to this, GCCs has to embrace AI first processes, which I feel is another kind of condition, I would say, or a benchmark that needs to be looked upon whenever we are thinking of this playbook. Last and not least would be how are the governance models set up so that we can scale at a speed, probably at maybe 1,000 team members in a year or 2,000 team members. And because that's the purpose with which GCCs are being set up, because then only they create value to the mothership.
Very well said, sir. I think, that is how it will be seen, not just as a, cost-effective operating model. Anybody has to see it as a value creating model also. I want to welcome Mr. Puneet also. Welcome to the panel, sir. We'll give him few moments to settle down. Mr. Puneet is a head of project delivery at Dot Square, and we'll direct few questions towards him as well. I want to bring in Mr. Gaurav in this, right? So, sir has shared that, at a strategic level, these are the choices which needs to be made, right? With your experiences, right? So Gaurav is, expert in tax and regulatory matters, right? So within your experiences, Gaurav, if let's say a company wants to set up a GCC, right? And, you're sitting across CFO or board or management, right? From tax regulatory consideration standpoint, right? What do you think at a strategic level the choices needs to be made, right? How do you convince your CFO or board or the managing partner of a firm which you want to bring into the India?
Thanks, Adesh. It's a great question. Of course, when you're looking at GCC in India, earlier there was a conception that you are looking at a cost arbitrage. But during the day, we have learned that it's not only cost arbitrage, but also value which we can generate through GCC, of course. So first of all, it's not that cost arbitrage factor has gone. So when, as a CFO, I am looking at any GCC setup in India, I have to first understand, okay, what exactly I'm looking at as a short-term goal and also as a mid-term and long-term goal, whether cost arbitrage is going to be there, whether I'm adding value, and whether today I start with cost arbitrage and tomorrow I look at value. With this, I will prepare, for example, budgeting for my project, how many number of employees I need, what would be the cost, what would be the revenue, how much saving I would have if it's a cost arbitrage. So that's the starting point. Now, when you're looking at GCC setup in India, for example, a lot of US companies or European companies look to invest into India and they're coming up with GCC. As a chartered accountant, what we support them is something which is very fundamental, but that's CFO has to really take care. It's something we call it market entry strategy. And it's very simple. Like, okay, when you're coming for a GCC, what kind of legal entity would you need? Whether it would be a branch office in India, whether it would be a private limited company or LLP. Now, there are different pros and cons. Of course, there are different regulation, compliance requirement, taxation rule for all these form of entity. But that's one broad aspect after budgeting, what form of entity I would need in India. Second question would come, okay, how would I fund my GCC? Because I'm looking at cost arbitrage. It might not have its own revenue generation from day one. There would be some capital expenditure. There would be some operational expenditure. So funding or financing of GCC, whether it has to be equity, whether it has to be preference share, or maybe ECB when we're looking at a shareholder subsidiary in India. That's one aspect where, again, CA firm support the GCC setup. Then comes the question of how would the tax structure would look like? How would the pricing would look like? If it's a simple cost arbitrage, then we have a transfer pricing in terms of cost plus, like whatever cost we have for providing support services to our headquarter, we add up the cost, do the cost plus and mark up to our headquarter. It's a simple formula. But when you're looking at value added services, we have to also align with the transfer pricing regulation of US in our case. Now, they might want that, you charge us on hourly basis and we, because have some other GCC in Poland or some other, say, Philippines, then you also have to benchmark because for them, transfer pricing, there is a direct comparable that US company is purchasing services from Philippines at this hourly rate or from Poland at this hourly rate. So that may be a benchmark already set for a US organization and their transfer pricing authority are already accepted. So I have to, as a CFO, also see whether these aspects fit well in India and how do I structure that. So transfer pricing model is something which I have to undertake. Then comes the question of income tax. How can I plan income tax? There are employment incentive scheme which government has come out last year. So that's something where I'm hiring whether my employees fit into that category. And then, of course, GCC policy of the Rajasthan government recently came out. So also, like very important factor, when a US company, in our case, is looking to set up a GCC in India, location analysis is very, very important. So I'll see which GCC policy or what government policies are beneficial alongside nowadays, because I come from Delhi, I see that AQI factor is one of the factors which a lot of companies are factoring in. It's very important for US or European companies specifically who are coming to India. They do not want to somehow invest in regions surrounding New Delhi because of the AQI factor which has come up. Because any GCC which is set up in initial stages, there would be expats who would be coming to India. Now, they do not want to travel to, frankly speaking, to this because of the AQI, and it's all over the news. So Jaipur is one of the city which has a better infrastructure, very closeness to the capital city, but also has better AQI and a charm of a tier 2 city, a small city, which generally, if you see European countries, they prefer to live in a low populated city. So that's something which adds value in terms of tier 2 cities which are coming up. So location plays a very, very important factor when I'm looking at as a CFO function or as a board function. Then when I'm looking at taxation, again, jurisdiction analysis is very important. There may be a company of US who might have some subsidiary in Netherlands and some subsidiary in Singapore or maybe in some other part. From which entity should I actually open a GCC is also one of the factors as a CFO I would look into, because at times there's a exit factor that I have to look into, or repatriation, because if I'm bringing some money, there's a cost plus the dividend, something which have to be paid because cash would keep on accumulating. So which jurisdiction would give me the better tax factor from that matter is something which also comes into it. So it's an ecosystem where CFO has to look at a lot of decision, which we call it market entry strategy.
Right, Gaurav, very well said. So in fact, you had mentioned about the location, right? Very recently, we went to pitch for some work to CFO of UBL, sir, United Breweries Limited, and UBL is setting up their in captive GCC in Bangalore for their entire Southeast Asia business, right? So just once we were done with our pitch, we were talking about that setup, and our managing partner asked him that why not Delhi NCR. Right. So I think he gave the similar answer, right? Because UBL is now, I'm sure you guys know, it's owned by a Dutch company, Heineken. Right. So they said that they are Europeans and they don't want to be there. We'll either look at maximum Bangalore or Hyderabad or maybe any other tier 2 cities. Right. So because the climatic condition is also very, very important for them. Right. So okay, thank you so much for putting that into perspective. I want to bring in Puneet, you in this, right? So you've been heading delivery at your company for a very long time, right? From a delivery and execution standpoint, right? So at a strategic level, what do you think? What should be the ideal operating model, right? Because see, we all know what is by this time. I assume we have understood what GCC is, right? But in GCC also there are different operating model which comes into the play, right? Like a captive model or a partner-led model, right? Or any hybrid model if you want to work in. So how somebody should decide at a strategic level and in order to make sure that it matches up to their scale of objective.
Thank you, Adesh. So when we talk about different models, right? These models exist because each one of them actually works in some sort of scenario, right? So when you're deciding upon what your model should be, first you should know the strengths and weaknesses of your own, operations. So let's say if you're looking for something like speed, right? And the easiest and quickest way of building with speed is, go with a partner-led model, right? The second aspect, if you're looking for, let's say you're working on a product, right? The IP rights are the most important part when you talk about a product. Either it's a electronic product, IT product, doesn't really matter. Your IP rights are safest when you have the captive model, right? So like any other business, there are a number of different things that need kept. Like you need to keep in mind when taking that decision. So as a delivery manager, if I am biased towards something, it's the captive model because delivery is ideally based on the processes, right? And when you have full control of those processes, it makes it much more easier to deliver frequently and deliver with a standard. But on the other hand, with times, things have changed very quickly, especially with the advent of AI. When GCCs came into India, most companies were looking at speed of operations. So they wanted the maximum bang for their buck. So if they're spending 100 rupees, they wanted 145, 170 rupee revenue ROI on it. But later on, as the bigger companies came in and as the market saturated with a lot of competition, the focus shifted towards delivering in a manner that keeps your customer with you. So delivering with value. But now in the last 2 years with advent of AI, everybody wants both because it's actually possible to do it. It's just that you have to figure out the right formula. So once you know the strengths and weaknesses of your businesses, it makes much more sense to decide upon the model that you want to go. But yeah, in most scenarios, especially from a lens of delivery, the captive model makes much more sense.
But do the sector also makes a difference? Let's say, when I say sector means like if I'm setting up a IT specific GCC, or since this is a gathering of chartered accountants and finance executives, for them it is going to be more from a finance and accounting and a bookkeeping standpoint. So does that also make sense, or you just have to look at your ownership model or at what pace you want to grow?
So basically, industry does matter. And more than industry, what matters is which operation of your particular company you are going to put into that GCC. How much impact of failure from that GCC can affect your entire operation, right? If I am doing a customer service thing, or maybe you are doing consultation at a lower level, right? For, let's say, retail consumers, what we call the smaller consumers. So a small mistake you can cover up. You can make improvements, you can grow organically. That is perfectly fine. But let's say you're working for one of the biggest oil drilling companies, right? Whether you're doing the accounting or whether you're creating a product doesn't really matter. And end of the day, because you didn't have full control of the processes, and there were different set of people with different mindsets sitting on the table, and you had to make some compromises because their major interest lied somewhere else, then it becomes a real problem. A small mistake with these kind of people, let's say, cyber attacks are the most common thing these days, right? And because you were not able to put in 100% of your effort in actually delivering with quality and with safety, and you lost a step, so that could be a major blow to your business. So more than the industry, what matters is which operation is being conducted in the GCC, right? Most companies don't actually, the bigger ones don't do everything in a single place, right? So you can also look at a hybrid model where you can have the more important functions in a captive model, and then the lesser ones in maybe a partner-led model.
So if you want to add something, yeah.
So for the benefit of the house, like I would prefer, since we are more focused on the finance thing, Puneet, and you are the outlier here in from tech. So typically speaking, dependent upon on finance focused GCC, you need to know to whom you are marketing. Whether if you're marketing to a business, then for them finance is a non-core functions, and it's easier to bring that GCC because for them to move non-core functions is easier, and they can do it with a partner-led model. So if you market or position yourself in a way that non-core function, which could be reporting, analytics, and using AI ML, you can create certain products that will be helpful to get them into a partner-led model. Typically, that's what would be my take. Thanks.
Very well said, sir. So now, since we have, at a strategic level, we have understood what are the key themes or key pointers which anyone should keep in mind, right? I want to bring in a very important aspect of which is skills and talent, right? So because the C in GCC stands for the capability, right? And that capability comes from your skills, your talentship. Sir, Kshitij sir, in your experience, right? What are the core talent capabilities and the leadership role, right, should be prioritized at the time of setting up the GCC to, ensure that once we become bigger in size and your operations become more complex, right, so that it aligns with that, complexity and the scale in the size as well.
First and the foremost, I would say, Adesh, hands down talent. Talent has to be multifunctional, digital first, and AI ready. Not even talent, the processes which the GCC is built around should have AI ready processes which are governance led and measurable. So whatever processes that goes, whatever processes are done should be measurable in a way when the opportunity comes to scale, it becomes easier to scale, and you just don't have to think. You have your initial set of leaders. Now, the leaders that you hire for when you are setting up has to be, I would say, problem solvers. And I would say chartered accountants per se are trained to be problem solvers. They know how to solve a problem. We used to get, if I go back, we used to get probably bandwidths of in kbps or mbs those times when we started in 2007 2008, and we worked around that. We went how to get a lease line. It was illegal, if I say it on a forum, to call through a Skype call during those times. So you have to have a ISDN line if you are doing a phone call internationally. But we worked around that. We found a way out. And that's what we are built and we are trained to do. So leaders, chartered accountants can be great initial hires who can lead and scale GCCs.
So a lot of times, Kshitij sir, what in my experience, what I've seen, a lot of the outsourcing companies or GCCs which are running in India, talent availability in India is at a maybe at a mid management level or a junior level, it's still okay. But a lot of companies struggle at a leadership roles, right? Because to run a full a full setup, it's very, very difficult. And at the same time, you have to keep adding value to what you're doing and you have to stay relevant as well, right? So specifically at a leadership level, what kind of, so now since we've been talking about tech also, digital as well, AI as well, how do you find that the entire combination of talents, right? Like especially at a leaders, because leaders also will have to enhance themselves in order to make sure that their delivery is consistent and growing at a pace.
Great question, but a difficult question. To box and to be for any GCC strategy to box yourself to one or two leadership will always be a challenge. So we should have a bench strength of talent and invest on future leadership also. That's the only way out that we can upskill or reskill ourselves. From GCC perspective, A is regular upskilling, including reskilling, is an obvious answer to the fact that can help in probably embracing something which is, I would say, VUCA. Thank you.
Would you like to add to this, right? Like as the operations scale, right? As you get matured into the operations, right? What kind of team combination, talent combination, leadership combination one should be maintaining?
Right. So, since it's a GCC and it's like I said, it's no different from another business. Talent is something that's actually hard to find in today's time. People say we have this number of workforce or whatever. But my experience, at least over the past 3 years, has been very different. People are not ready for what the customer is demanding today. We are very slow in adoption of AI, especially. And reskilling is something that I believe the Indian talent force is a little wary of. When I started my career, I was a business analyst. Then I moved to a different, world, total different world. And last 2 years have been all about cybersecurity. And that was another different world for me. I started from scratch, right from zero after 12 years of experience, So it was a very big challenge for me. I had a mental block. I wasn't actually ready to jump in, but this is where leadership comes into place. My leaders were strong enough to give me the support and the mindset that I could do that jump. And that kind of leadership is what sets, one GCC apart from the other. So basically successful one from an average one. So leadership, yes. And if it's an in-house grown leadership, that's much more beneficial because, they understand the entire environment and culture of your organization. And bringing in new people, the first thing you should in today's time look at is not the degree, to be honest. They should be street smart, like Kshitij said, problem solvers, people who can think out of the box, and those people can actually be trained to be great leaders in the future as well.
Companies are looking at, but I think it's a high time that companies should start looking at the tier 2 cities, right? So we had a Pyrag, we have had our Jaipur office since very long now. And, I feel very proud in saying we have had like 95% of the retention ratio. We have not had anybody manager above resigning, right, in last 3 years of setting up, right? But, as compared to Jaipur or Gurgaon, Bangalore, Mumbai office, it's, not that great, right? So it's, finding managers, finding good leaders is little difficult, right? having said all of this, Gaurav, since we've been talking about skills and talent, right? And you comes in from a tax, regulatory, cross-border taxation expertise standpoint, right? Do you think the companies who are setting up GCCs in India need to build in these capabilities as well around having in their, let's say they're setting up a finance team. So do they need to have the cross-border education, taxation, or in the regulatory matters?
Thanks, Ash. So yeah, of course, bringing on the last point which you covered on the leadership quality, this one point I would like to add, which I've seen practically, this is my experience as an advisor, that many a times when, because I've been supporting companies on executive hiring also in some cases. So the management, for example, I supported one German company management, and they wanted to hire somebody in India as a leadership role for their GCC. Their first requirement was, can that person either speak German or maybe have some kind of cultural understanding? Because what we are doing actually in GCC is we are cutting off one function, we are bringing that in India, and that function has to be reconnected to their global, organization, supply chain, scheme of things. So it's important that person in a leadership role, even if they don't have that quality now, but at least learn that quality of what are the cultural background where the person is coming from the headquarter, then act as a bridge with the Indian workforce, because we say that we have a talent and pool of resources, but really to bring out the vision which management has in our headquarter and passing that through the local management is very important. And also with the supply chain and the transfer of the technology, or maybe the way they work, the processes, the understanding or the requirement they have is something which should be passed on. Coming on to the question of whether company needs to have in-house accounting, tax or regulatory advisor. So there are two ways to look at it. One is that if the scheme of things become complex, like from cost plus you go into the value added services and things becomes complex, you have your own cost center, own revenue center, then I would suggest that yes, you have at least 1%, if not more, there's something which you're planning, and you outsource things to, of course, Indian chartered accountant firm, but at least 1% who can take care and have a control, like a finance controller or something, who can control it, because there's so many legal changes which are happening. Labor law was announced, then you have a DPDP Act. So there are so many changes which are happening. It's important for any company to have somebody in-house who can actually keep a track and maybe control things which are floating around. Once your setup becomes larger, of course, then you have to have different person in different setup that needs to be managed in-house itself. But in the simpler setup, a lot of time the GCC itself outsource all the accounting and regulation and legal aspect to one of the consulting firm, and then they take care of everything.
I'm glad that you mentioned DPDP, right? And you mentioned that you've been working with Germans. I also have had the opportunity to work with a French industrial automation company, and in Europe, GDPR has been there since really long, right? So India has been, I would say very late in coming up with these privacy acts, right? But even if you don't hire an expert in privacy, somebody has to have the understanding internally. If you are setting up a GCC, has to have the understanding of cyber privacy acts, etc., right? Regardless. So I think point well taken, Gaurav. So now we have understood at a strategic level, we have understood how my skills and talent mix should look like, right? So now let's assume that we have from zero to we have moved to step one, and my operations has started, right? So Kshitij sir, I want to bring you in here, right? From an operational maturity standpoint, right? What are the governance structures or accountability mechanism, right, are essential to make sure that your operations are sustainable for very long, right? Once you evolve, once you reach to a scalable stage.
Right. As you start scaling, the most important thing is to invest on a framework. A framework, I would say, in a way that every decision maker within your organization should know what is his responsibility, maybe if I started, what are the KPIs or key matrices, why he has been hired? What is his responsibilities? What's the kind of team he is leading? What typically his end goal is probably around the year? And how this is going to be measured. When he knows what he's going to be doing over a span of period and he has got that visibility, scaling his team and making it more governance and accountable is easier, and it creates less friction within the management board within GCC and the team structures within team structures. And that could then lead to scaling the teams. I reckon this is the key that will make growth faster and frictionless. Apart from that, two other things I just wanted to go back is investing on technology. Technology, not that is freely available, but which has got verifiable, I would say, cybersecurity certifications. And whenever you think of starting on your own, it is very important that you learn GDPR structures, DPDP structures, and embrace technology based on that. Just not that start using ChatGPT in your office, which is free, but to start using these tools which are paid so the client data remains private with you.
So KPI, KRAs are something which needs to be, fixed, while you are maturing in your operations, right? I want to share an example of, my work experience. The French industrial automation company, which I mentioned, Genpact has their captive back office, or I should say in Harshwal sir's word, backbone office here in Jaipur, right? And there was a particular volume of AP invoices which Genpact was processing for that company in a month, right? And it was supposed to be, much higher, but because of at an initial stage, one gentleman has to put the manual inputs, right? Taking the PO number amount into the SAP, it was taking time. So Genpact pivoted that time. They implemented OCR, right? And then that time reduced significantly, right? So like Kshitij sir mentioned, adoption of technology helped them meeting their KPI, KRAs, right? So that number of processing of invoices in a particular month increased significantly, right? So again, they pivoted at that time, implemented OCR, initial phases of implementing, they also got a lot of failures, right? Just 40% of accuracy rate. But when they matured into the process, they were about to get 90-95% of the accuracy rate, right? So that technology adoption helped them meeting their KPIs, KRAs there.
I would add to that is most important is the benefits that you get should be shared as culturally with the team. That will keep them more motivated and with you, because whenever we are starting, typically they would be on a fixed cost model, whomsoever people you would be hiring. The moment you start sharing and incentivizing them, they will become more agile and I would say innovative.
Thank you so much, sir. So Puneet, in your experience, right, like, once the GCC has started, in initial, I think 12 to 18 months or 2 years are very, very crucial, right? So in those, 12 months or 18 months, what are the key challenges which you have seen in your experience and which could cause derailing the entire operations also? Right. So I think that would be beneficial for people to understand, right? These are the key factors which needs to be taken care proactively.
So when you are in the initial phases of, a GCC, the first 1 year or year and a half. So the biggest challenge is that now because you're a GCC, you will bring in people from outside. That's not even a question. You have to bring them in, right? People come in from different backgrounds. People have different habits. And it is very important during those initial times that one is that you set up your processes very, very maturely. There should not be much wiggle room within that, because once a person has come into a new organization, they have a mindset of adaptation, right? So they will be open to adaptation in the first 6 months, to be honest. If you let them get their way in the first 6 months, then it becomes very different to implement processes later down the line. People think, let's get the operations going and then we will think about streamlining, we'll think about setting up processes, but that's not actually the way to go. You have to think through what you actually want out of your people. Like KPIs, KRAs are very, very important part of it. But that's the Japanese term. I think it's called Kaizen, right? So if you continuously improve and you do not make the same mistakes again, your evolution would be much more tighter. And down the line, within a couple of years, you will see that your operations have become much more smoother and you have the room and time to actually look at larger scaling opportunities, maybe vertically, maybe horizontally, doesn't really matter. But if your people are doing what they are supposed to do because you have a set system in place, you as a management or or the owner have the wiggle room, have the time to actually think about expanding your business to a different level.
Well taken, sir. You know, Gaurav, usually, compliances, controls and compliances have been seen as, something which slows down the operation, right? People don't like to, invest money, time on that, right? So in a GCC setup, how do you suggest that these controls, compliances should be embedded, right? Once you have set it up and as part of the operations, right? And it has to become part of your regular KPIs, KRAs as well. That is what I think, right? But in your experience, how it should be embedded naturally?
See, I mean, very valid point that compliance are very important. I've seen, at the end of the day, GCC is a business. It carries some regulations, some compliances to be made, some tax to be paid to the government, right? I've seen cases, apart from GCC, for example, I'm taking one case where there was a marketing support service entity which started. The plan was that they'll scale up, they'll see how the market performs, and then they will have trading, and in future they will have manufacturing. Now, with the service entity, they thought, okay, this is a very simple phenomena, and they would not spend much on compliance because it's a cost plus. So everything goes back to headquarters. They wanted to keep the cost minimum. So they started, playing around with compliances. But when the time actually came from the business side that, they wanted to scale up, their all internal control processes, automation, it was not really prepared for a scale up. So they had to first stop the business, get back, correct their compliance from day one. And you know how it works. We are all chartered accountant. If you make one non-FEMA compliance, FEMA non-compliances, you have to really start from day one, get this clarified, and RBI might take around 2 to 3 years to sort out one thing. If you have a tax litigation, it might, have 8-10 years to really resolve till IT level. So this is something where if you, that's why I said that you have to have a short-term, mid-term, and a long-term plan. As a CFO or as a board member, I have to really see that my compliances are in line with what I'm planning as a long-term. And compliance, I don't mean only that my positions and all the compliance which I'm doing now should be okay, but it should be ready to, if you're scaling up, if you're going from 100 employees to 1,000 employees, your payroll processes should be that at least that you're able to comply with all the payroll processes for 1,000 employees. If you are looking at different jurisdiction, taking the compliance from there, understanding in the new labor law. So any new law comes, any changes are made in the tax law, like new income tax bill would act has already passed and would be coming from 1st April 2025. So there are various changes which are coming up, and these changes would increase because India is an evolving economy. So, to answer your question, if you're looking at long-term GCC scale-up, you have to really plan your activities and compliances in a way that from day one, you are thinking about that and you are adding processes, SOPs, your internal transfer pricing. So, of course, when you are looking at a plain vanilla cost plus model, it's very simple to adapt. But then when you go into hybrid, or when you go into like full-fledged technology-driven processes here in India, then you have to really see that what would be the time when you change the transfer pricing model. I was leading one case where the company started with the entire captive unit, but later on, because the processes of the software company went so well that they want to also serve Indian market through that entity. So you have two segments. So you have to really prepare that, okay, whether I'm ready to prepare two segments, what would be the costing of segment one, and how would I handle cost segment other, and then also have to hire people accordingly. Someone who can take care of segment one, and somewhere who can, take care of the Indian market, marketing, etc. And from tax perspective, it's very, very important. How do you segregate these two? There may be a situation that you are working as a captive entity. So a marketing person goes and talk to, for example, Mercedes or somebody, and I'm a automobile software company. I spoke to them, I got a deal negotiated. Now this something which goes to headquarter ask the Indian entity to, manufacture, then it goes to headquarter and then it supplies. Now, it is maybe a case where you have something called permanent establishment, that a German company or a US company can create a taxable presence in India. It's a complex thing, but to simplify this is, from tax perspective and from regulatory perspective, it's very, very important that you have all the segments really segregated, and you need to understand, if you add on one thing, what are challenges with respect to your taxation, not only for the Indian entity as a GCC, but it may also have implication for a foreign entity who is really operating. How much control you want to have in a value addition services, like having a cost plus entity and fully control, you have a cost plus model. So whatever is the cost from Indian transfer pricing perspective, you are already recovering. If 100 is the cost, if you recover 120, Indian government is very happy.
Right.
You add on cost. But when it comes to value addition services, if you have higher control in the Indian entity, again, there is a question of whether foreign company becomes taxable in India or not. So all those things is something have to be really mindful of.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Gaurav, for that. And, apart from tax and, financial regulations, compliance, right? I think, and Kshitij sir, you can also add to this, right? All these data privacy or cyber laws, a good compliant GCC setup will always attract your client sitting outside the India, right? I'm sure you've been part of a lot of pitch discussion, and when you show a slide that this is how we are IT compliant, this is how we are going to take care of your data, this is how we are compliant to GDPR. So I'm sure the compliance part, especially on the data privacy, cyber laws, that is also going to attract the clients. I think this is one key takeaway should be everybody, that, whenever you're setting up your unit in India, make sure to be, IT compliant for sure.
Invest in the data security the most. Take certifications, like, for example, 27001, not just to take a certificate, but implement it. This will go and have far-fetched results when you scout for work.
Every time we get a query from any of the market, be it US, and we have started scouting through the Australia market now also, right? The two question is, can you do this for me? And how are you going to secure my data? That's all. That is what they want to hear. Because they say that, we have been reached by almost 50 people on a weekly basis, right? But these are the two things we are most worried about, right? So
I would like to share one example. Since you mentioned about an Australian, we lost one client just because we in our organization did not had XDR antivirus on each team members' computer systems. Imagine, not on whether I could deliver or not, but I did not have that specific antivirus system.
Yes.
So data security is prime.
Yeah, very basic, sir, but very, very important for these companies sitting outside, because it's as basic as that, the systems which our team is using here, can there be any external device be connected to it? Right? We have answered to those questions as well. Right? So apart from Gaurav, I'm just, building upon what you have said, right? Apart from tax, financial regulations, apart from these privacy laws is also very essential. I think in inverted comma, we have to be taken care. Puneet, you wanted to add something to it?
Actually, like Kshitij said, ISO 27001 is a good certification, but there are others also that you can look at, like SOC 2. No, the important part of data security is that not only your people, but your leadership also understand what needs to be done, right? So if you do not have that capability, do not be shy about, hiring experts from outside, especially, when the world has come to the advent of cloud. And the first important part of any data security that a bigger company is going to ask you is that have data within our geographical locations. They do not want their data to even pass their country limits. So that is also possible, and it's easily possible as long as the person doing the work knows what he's doing. So I always suggest, even if you have a specialist team within your company, it's always a good idea to have somebody from outside looking at it and making sure that data is secure, because like Kshitij said, a smallest of thing can lose the biggest of client when it comes to data security.
Right, 100% aligned to that. Well, with this, I think probably, I would like to conclude by saying that any GCC setup, have your foolproof strategy in place while you're setting it up at a zero stage, right? Make sure that your talent mix is, foolproof. You have different capabilities in place, and from a sustainable model standpoint, right? Define your KRAs, KPIs, in very clear methodical manner, and the technology integration. Of course, all three of you have been talking about it, right? So with this, I conclude the session. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, for sharing your experiences, sharing real life examples. Thank you so much. I hope this was helpful to everybody. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Adesh sir. And this was a wonderful panel discussion, and we have a less number with us because everybody has understood who are sitting here. They actually need that GCC compliance, whatever we just discussed. After this conclusion of this session, we just want to felicitate over one of the speaker who came just a little bit late. So I just want to invite Anurag Totuka ji, please present him a token of memento by presenting plant and a memento.
If anybody has any question with the panelists, sorry, I did not open the floor for the questions, but happy to take up any questions, anything specifically anybody wants to ask, happy to answer.
I request Rohit Rohatia sir, please come up for the group photograph with the panelist. I request to everyone, if you want to comfortable, then we can join us as a group photo. Please come forward who are standing here. It will be great, all of us, group photos.
I think it is a matter of gratitude that you guys stayed till late. So please join us.
Thank you, sir. And we are signing off this seminar. And thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful deliberation and the precious time. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.